exciting to watch over the course of the month.
Absolutely. Now, another thing I do want to shout out is our Spanish watch party. That's right. Alongside our main broadcast, we have an official Spanish language watch party live right now. They're bringing the hype to our Spanish-speaking fans around the world. So, bienvenidos a la transmisión oficial. I don't know. Duolingo has not taught me yet how to say broadcast, but we're getting there. But they're here for the Spanish language, so make sure to tune in to their stream, show some love and support. I'm a huge fan of Pancake Pau. Seeing her on that squad makes me so hyped.
Donde está la biblioteca? Listen, I don't want to get too crazy here.
Solid.
All right. Yeah, I know my way
bilingual.
Around
that's crazy.
Oh my goodness!
You know what else is crazy? Is this prize pool, right? So.
Yeah, that's a preseason prize pool. There's much more up for grabs later in the season, but 50K spread amongst those teams, that's a lot of pocket money, Vicky.
Yes, it is. I mean, $50,000 alone where the winner gets to walk away with 16K, Zoe. And then you get to at least see not only where you are amongst the rest of the pack within Americas, but you look at the very bottom pack, right? 1,250, you have to split that between your team, your coaches, etc. That's not where you want to be pocketing that. Not only do you want the bragging rights, so you want to be able to have that title on top of the $16,000.
Absolutely.
Sure,
also, preseason determines the initial seeding for stage 1, Cozy.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge. And I think looking at seeding is going to be massive for the preseason that we have here. And also with all these new partner teams, right? New rosters, like these players have kind of something to prove a little bit. And you're playing for much bigger orgs, obviously. So I always love, listen, you know, total prize is great. That's a lot of costumes in game. It's great. However, for me, it's more about a little bit of the bragging rights, but also what you can bring to your org that just believed in you. And wow, I mean, we've got a map pool to set up today for some success.
I'm excited. Do you see it too? I spy with my little eye. Shin Shibuya back in the mix. It's an OG convergence map. Actually, the first convergence map ever added to the game.
Yeah, I mean, Shibuya coming slotted in at the same time, Cozy. Like, you have to consider, like, I've been playing a bunch of ranked, and seeing Shin Shibuya has made me question, oh man, these chokes, they be brutal sometimes. But then you add into the mix, like, these insane players and specific teams that may find that success better on convergence. What do you think?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, there's definitely defense-heavy maps. That's kind of why at first it was out of rotation. Shin Shibuya, what's really exciting about it is we talk about different points. You know, you can have much more of a chance to hold there. Every point in Shin Shibuya is not going to be safe. We'll have more talks on the maps later. First, I want to walk you guys through the pick and bans, a ban and lock explanation here. This is not your MRC, not your rank pick and bans. This is going to be for the team only. They're one-sided. So if you ban Psylocke on your side, doesn't mean she's banned for the other. And so it's going to be quite interesting. It changes mirror matches, and everything is going to be adapting much quicker. Zoe, I love this format. It's probably my favorite amongst the three.
Yeah, I absolutely love that because it just adds so many layers to the strategic depth of this game that's already hard enough, you know, to figure out with all those different heroes and all those different approaches you have on those different maps and different points in the maps. So yeah, the theory crafting is going to go wild.
The fact that you could go back and forth, I mean, it's very different too, right? When you compare it to what we've seen within the MRC, where it's like universal bans, then you get into the MRI and you get to actually be nitpicky on what you don't want to deal with in terms of the compositions that you see on the other side. But Zoe, we see the qualified teams from the MRC, speaking of which, and then we see our invited teams out here.
Yeah, right. So we have 9 invited teams. Some of them are partner teams. Some of them are, esteemed guest teams that are joining the top 3 of the MRC that came through a Season 6 night at the museum. So we have Yeah We Lost, Lunex Gaming, and Cafe Rose trying to, fight it out with big dogs.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is going to be interesting because with Yeah We Lost, I mean, they're definitely proving that they can be in there with the big dogs, as you like to say there, Zoe. But Lunex, Cafe Rose, I got to see what they can bring together here because the invited teams, we know what they have, especially amongst the rosters of players. You know, it's fun. We're doing a little bit of a player swap with some of the EMEA. We have some of them over here now, some of our best players, and Tara went over there. And so it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust as well. Yeah, We Lost has players from the old Ignite Stage 1 and 2 last year, so it's plenty of great talent across the board. Mix them all together. We're about to find out what we get.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of adjustment periods for the fans as well, right? Because we have to get used to those new rosters, see how they match, see how they get together, and see how they will do in their respective groups. 12 teams being put into two groups, each with 8 teams. Group A is looking scary, Vicky.
Yeah, it is. That's why I was talking about, like, we've considered some groups in the past to be the quote-unquote group of death, but then it's proven...
that one. It's this one.
it's you know what, though? I 100% agree, because this was actually, like, so hard when it came to doing our predictions, guys, where I was staring at least that middle part of the pack of where I thought Group A would situate themselves to be the hardest. I think I was pondering on that for at least, like, 2 hours. And then you get to see, like, the different looks of the rosters, and then you look at Group B. I think a subject on everyone's mind, Cozy, has been Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, for me, Group A, obviously, I think, with both these groups, you can say the top and towards the bottom. I might know where those shake out, but for me, it's the middle of the pack. Group B is kind of the prove-it group. I mean, obviously, we have big favorites in what I think is Team Liquid, but you've got a lot of just players that they know they have what it takes to make it into the pro scene. Well, the orgs have signed them now, and it's like, what do we get from it? One of my favorites to shout out in this is TSM. Huge org. These players we know, they've fallen short before, but they're ready. They're ready to prove they have what it takes to an organized play, and they've got a group that they can do that in.
Yeah, I saw that you actually placed them pretty high, whereas Vicky and I, in our predictions, we didn't have that much faith in them. Now, speaking of faith in those teams, we did, of course, take a look, get the pulse of the community to see who you think will claw their way to the top of the respective groups. So this is your predictions for the #1 seed. Honestly, no big surprise here. I think there is, of course, a toss-up between Sentinels, 100 Thieves. You can make good arguments for either.
Yeah, I kind of think it's funny because it's from a game, right? So you have the people that are in tune with the esports side, which, hey, welcome in. We're excited to be in the new ecosystem in the game. I'm hoping more and more watch. These predictions might get more accurate as we move on. And then some's like, hey, you know what? I like the logo with the horse. That's what I'm going to pick. And this is where we kind of see it all come together. But yeah, I do think that this is pretty accurate, at least to what we expect as well. And you can see across the regions. And listen, what tells me that the most is EMEA, Virtus Pro. Only 33% is going to be picking them as the top team over there, and they're obviously coming as the reigning champs.
Yeah, can we talk about the focus, by the way, in EMEA as well? Like, the amount of people that were able to be solid on their votes, very close in that top 2 teams between Group A and Group B. And then you look across the board, too, even over to the Oceania side with Fury being at that 48.96%. It's all thanks to you guys at home who locked in your predictions. If you guys want your in-game rewards, well, this is how you get it done here. You got to see how right you were, though, by the end of the series and the tournament.
Yeah, I think today we get a really good first look at how the strength of those teams match up against one another. This is the match schedule for the day. Which of those matches gets you the most excited and hyped? And all of them is the correct answer, Cozy.
For sure. I think the 2, if I was going to pick 2 that I'm like really excited for and make sure you get your popcorn ready, is match 3 and match 5. Those 2 to me have probably the most, it's going to tell us what we need to know, some unanswered questions. Obviously, 100 Thieves, you guys know they won the grand finals, not the whole thing, but here in stage 2. And then when they went to LAN, they had 4th place, right? FlyQuest coming out in 3rd place at the LAN grand finals. So for me, I think those are the 2 teams that is that middle of the pack in the group of death that has me finally getting the answer to the test questions that I've been wondering.
I have to follow up on that here, so I have to say
go ahead.
Because honestly, thinking about 100 Thieves and NRG, that's going to be crazy, because I feel like if you got all the talent and all of our predictions up on the screen right now, then we get to be like, oh, okay, like what is going to be, that middle of the pack that you're wondering, should I put this team in 4th? Should I put this team in 3rd with all the roster changes? Where are we going to be playing from? Is everybody grouped up together in the same team house? Are they not? Are they playing on ping? These are all like real serious questions, but I have to follow up, Cozy, because I agree. I think the Game 3 Sentinels versus Swamp Gaming is definitely going to be like the highlight for everybody to see where these 2 teams are, if they are going to be in that top 3 spot, especially with Sentinels having a lot of that core roster. And then that Group 5, or rather Game 5 from Group A, seeing where 100 Thieves and NRG stay.
Yeah, there's a lot of players and a lot of teams, such as Sentinels, who really come into this season and want to redeem themselves. Maybe they didn't get to end 2025 on a high note, and they're coming back, hopefully stronger than ever. But like, listen, this is just our predictions. That's either a vibe we're getting. Maybe some of you have scrim intel that I do not have. Like, I don't know what we're basing our predictions of, but after today, I think we're going to have a better idea on how those teams will match up. But let's dig into our first match of the day. FlyQuest versus Cafe Rose. Now, listen, Cafe Rose is definitely going to be considered the underdog heading into this series. They do have to punch up, but both teams had to add some new pieces into their roster. FlyQuest have made some quite big changes, right? With Cooper-tastic, NRG, and Spark Chief like joining Liquid Citadel now. They only have 2 returning core roster members.
Absolutely. Going off of what was the 3rd place finish at the grand finals to now a pretty much a brand new team, right? Obviously, you've got Zealous and Vest. Those are 2, great, people to hold on to. And then this is where we kind of have some of our EMEA coming over here into the America scene with Melio and Kin. Excited to see what they do, coming from Citadel Gaming as well, right? And so seeing how you can blend all these, I think Chuzi came from Chopped. Very great team over there in the EMEA. Jolly is what I want to look at on this team, because this is a big Vanguard, spot to fill. How does Jolly fit into the shoes of such a prestigious org here in America in FlyQuest?
I definitely agree with you there, Cozy. It's going to be a lot to prove. I don't really take Scrimbucks to heart as well. I kind of take it with a grain of salt. So I've heard through the grapevine, how things have played out for FlyQuest. I think this is also a team that if they are playing on ping, like we were mentioning before, it could get a little dicey, right? Because then you're going to be dealing with teams who have maybe been able to stay grouped up together. And then you look on the other side of this first series, Cafe Rose, a team that has come out of the MRC, a team that you and I, Cozy, got to talk a lot of just the other week. Pro Builder, Lyric, Zhangji, No Binds, Pixel, Respected, Shocker, and Akurakai, who are all together, but, the core of Cafe Rose wasn't the same as the Cafe Rose who made it out of the MRC.
Yeah, listen, Zoe, I think the Cafe Rose that got here did so with players like Tree and Sticky that were these insane duelists, and now it's like, all right, that was, because sometimes when you lose players and whatnot, it's not as big of a deal, but when you lose kind of what I think is like the core identity that got you to where you even were in the MRC, that's where I need to see what happens. So FlyQuest, a sleeper team versus Cafe Rose, that, man, if they were to win this first opening, Zoe, I would lose my mind.
Well, I low-key hope that's happening just to see it on stream. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be said having to implement new players into your roster on, quite frankly, a shorter turnaround that you want to, and then on top of that, you also have a new meta to figure out. So every team is kind of trying to find their identity and trying to figure out where this meta is leaning and how they can utilize their pieces to the best of their abilities. Now, one thing to be said for Cafe Rose, though, they did add 2 players who played with each other before, right, at Extinction, so there's pre-existing synergy, so at least they are familiar with each other. And the rest of that core squad has been grinding MRC since, I don't know, season 2, so they've been around, they have been playing together, so hopefully that works in their favor. The teams are getting ready for this, and so are we, so guys, are going to hand it over to you.
Yeah, listen, what's exciting for me is, and that was a great point, is playing in the MRC, Vicky allowed them to play with Gambit, which this is a very dive. They go with Gambit, they go with Rogue. Pixel's going to be playing the Gambit. No Binds plays the Rogue. And so when you've been doing more scrims officially, Gambit's getting banned out there way more, right? Especially like maybe official bans. So I think that for Gambit, it's giving them a big advantage there to be able to at least have those that synergy alive. Now, will Gambit make it through the pick and bans? That's a whole nother question. But either way, I think it's going to be interesting to see what they put together.
Yeah, as we bring Zoe back, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, because I have more questions, I need more answers. I need you guys to really set the stage for me, as we did talk about that new meta, but we didn't actually really talk about it. So what is the priority ban here? Did you feel like, from what you heard on the street, from maybe scrims that you've seen, are there like very specific priority bans?
Yes. Yeah, I would honestly say Elsa's a problem. We saw it before. Elsa's been a problem. This isn't like the MRC that we saw Cafe Rose play through, which we talked about the pick and bans being universal. Well, that's going to be off the table here. So now you got to talk about what you could protect first, depending on what side you start on here, Cozy.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, a lot of stuff is led through Gambit because it changes the way it's played. If Gambit makes it through, then you have Star-Lord you have to worry about. Loki, you can't have the double thing going on there. And like with some of these ult changes in general, again, the stage is set for FlyQuest versus Cafe Rose. Will we see a big upset or the return of a staple org? We're about to find out right now in this pick and ban phase. And Vicky, again, we always see it right away in this Ignite pick and ban, how it works. One team likes to set a statement. A lot of times it's towards those strategists and shutting down the triple strategists early, but others can be a whole new tactic, and we'll see what they put together here.
I'm excited here, Cozy. Let's get this going. Our first game to open up the day. Now, I just have to call out Cozy, everybody. He did state that if Cafe Rose ends up popping off, he will eat one of Zoe's headphones. So we're going to have to see if that's going to stay true here as we get started because, again, like you guys already highlighted here, this isn't the base core of the Cafe Rose that did qualify. They had to go through some changes, and then you're looking at FlyQuest. I mean, essentially, maybe they had a lot more time, but they also went through that overhaul, and you already talked about it before, Cozy. These are some big shoes to follow.
No, for sure. I mean, listen, what they can put together, though, and who they have ready to go, we're seeing just pure... What I love about this is I like to call them like rank ladder demons, right? Like the pure grinders out there in the scene, and one team a bit more pro focused, the other a lot of talent, but when you stack those up against the pro, that's where I want to see it all together. Again, group stage is set. We're ready to go to that pick and ban here and see what they have got to offer. But yeah, with the 20% ult reduction, I said this before, I don't think this is going to be figured out in just 1 week. We're going to see a lot of this have to come to light over the course of our week here, Vicky.
Yeah, and as we get started here with the pick and ban system, again, it's nice to let you guys know, watching from home, this isn't like what you usually see in ranked where it's universal for both teams. It's a pick and ban where you could get targeted. And remember, we were talking about the Elsa being maybe server admin within her own game. Cozy, that's going to be the first ban we see these two teams prioritize.
Yes, absolutely. Elsa going to be a very common name we see today. And with Daredevil taking a couple nerfs back-to-back now, you're still going to see plenty of him in dive compositions. He's still a very good hero to have, and that's obviously what's going to be favored. Vanguard Deadpool Tank Pool, as many of you know him, obviously did take a couple of hits across the board, but nothing too crazy. You have the damage reduction rate and the increase in the ultimate. And so you can expect a lot of teams to either have their game plan around that, Vicky, with the save, or trying to ban that right off the bat and then have their team comp formed from there.
Yeah, as we get a little quick reset there to make sure everybody is loaded into the game. I definitely agree, though, because, you know, when I was getting set up here and I was doing my pick'em specifically, Cozy, I was thinking about what the state of the meta was as the teams were probably scrimming and practicing themselves, and then literally less than like 2 hours later, I see that White Fox buff. Now, once again, they aren't playing on that specific White Fox buff, where Elsa also had less HP. Same thing for a little different change on Deadpool side of things. But that will be proceeded to be played on next weekend. So while everybody's getting set up, it's not going to be on the same patch that we just saw go live just yesterday. It's going to be the patch right before that as we get set up. That means Elsa still has that extra HP. White Fox may not do the AoE healing that you can expect, where she gets to heal herself as well whenever she teleports to you. So all these little changes, especially also her having her tails that she gets to keep too when she goes out of her ultimate, all these little things start being the building blocks you have to consider as the teams have to make those adjustments going into the tournament patch in next weekend.
And no, guys, listen, we just want you to really take in these awesome team logos and just really get ready for the anticipation. That's why we're here, setting up the group stage. There's nothing like just teeing this thing off before we go into a day full of excitement. But yeah, we continue to talk about that meta. And listen, for those that play rank at a high level, you're going to see a lot of some of the same things you see there, but just more defined, more focused. And with dive, especially, you have these kind of ready-go comms where everybody jumps in at the same time. They're ready to roll, and that's the big difference. Even at high-rank play, you can have maybe 3 players, 4 at the same track. But when you have all 6 doing exactly their part, right? Do your job on your team, and you'll find success. Now, again, want to see how much triple strategist comes out of this. I know that was addressed there in the dev vision, but we still have plenty of that with Gambit, with Mantis, Loki kind of leading the helm. So I do expect a lot of that. But Vicky, can we talk about the Gamma God Hulk finding his way into more matches?
Oh my goodness, can we not? Because Hulk has been on another level. I'm actually expecting to see the Hulk a lot more often. That goes hand in hand with the triple tank lineup that we've also been seeing. You have to consider like the fastball special, especially with so many of these different duelist players that excel so well on Wolverine to try to break through that triple Vanguard lineup. Now, as we get started, though, guys, I know you guys have really taken in our FlyQuest and Cafe Rose icons. As we get started in the pick of mans, even with the reset, we still see the Elsa booted out, stuck in jail.
There it is. We are here and look at all these beautiful animated icons. I mean, already having the white fox animated is absolutely insanity. The double Black Panther, I mean, I think that really speaks to, obviously, what the King of Wakanda is coming to. But with that, we have Elsa being banned both out front. That Vanguard tank pool is going to be protected on the side of FlyQuest. Both teams now going to make that a priority. Again, just such a staple anchor Vanguard to have. No Gambit being played on the ban side over to FlyQuest. And Daredevil's going to be their response. So with these new pick and bans, remember, these are one-sided towards the other team. And Vicky, this already makes things so interesting.
Yeah, almost trying to reflect the issues that we were talking about before, because I mean, if they get away with having the Gambit, as you can see right there, on the other side, FlyQuest now banning next, wondering what that's going to be, because then they'll be able to try to prioritize what that final safety pick is going to be too. But you talk about the state of the meta and how these teams specifically have been able to lean into their own strengths. I think all eyes right now are on FlyQuest to see where they stand among some of the greats in the terms of titles of a lot of these teams. They protect the Jeff, though, and that kind of already leads you to believe what the strat lineup is going to look like for FlyQuest.
Yeah, you already seen it right there where you have the ban on Gambit and the save on Gambit. So this is what we expected. We just talked about that with Zoe, right? I said, I think Pixel and their team, they got to play Gambit in the MRC, and they're probably going to do that and try to thrive on that dive here. So we're seeing their game plan around it, and the response to it, obviously not having Loki is one way around it. They've got the availability to play Star-Lord, which I think is, kind of a no-brainer a lot of the time. We'll see if they end up going that route. Pro Builder hovering on that Moon Knight. And down below, our first look at FlyQuest and what this team has got put together here. Kin, the Jeff is exactly what you want. Jolly, we've seen what he did on Venom back in the day. We continue to see it here. Vest showing a brand new look in the Deadpool, Vic.
I like this, man. I mean, I was really excited to see how Vest was going to go into this specific season. A very passionate player who is here to prove that he is a mainstay of FlyQuest and a different look of this roster. But also, it's the inclusion of our two European players that you were talking about that has made their way over into the Americas. And all eyes to see how he's going to be able to do.
Melio is a player that I want to highlight because, going back to stage one on that winning team with Navi, he has what it takes. He has that championship DNA. Obviously wanted a bit better of a grand finals there in Atlanta, but the guy has a lot of talent. Plays Adam, plays great duelist as well. But we've got to see him in a new team with a new dream. And we kick off now, ready to roll. FlyQuest going straight to the point.
Let's get this started, though. Vez already moving forward, and another conversation point, even since the MRC Cozy, has been where is Ken right now? As we move all the way back, Ken being another addition within the team, but kind of a no other choice, right? Because you figure like just a focus on these strategies. No Loki, no Jeff. You won't be able to get that double team, but you try to get away here from the other side. Cafe Rose are just trying to force their way through this choke at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. We take a look here at Respect. Can't get this point up, so trying to do everything you can because, again, it's about 70-ish% at time. Chance to win the whole thing if you just cap first and the way that whole rotation happens. So it's a new 20% reduction in general that might change things. Now they're going to get the first taste of victory here as Jolly and Tuesday follow. And that's the opening FlyQuest was looking for in their quest to make a brand new name for themselves. Melio going to continue up top here using that great sense of Daredevil's kind of underrated part of his kit where he can tell everybody exactly where the enemy is going to be located. Right here, we're seeing it now, looking at what this Venom's doing.
Now you're figuring out why you're going to see a lot of people prioritize Daredevil as a ban. It's not just in your own respective games here. You get to see it here within the MRI. TC does have a reset available with that ultimate as well at the end. Song Inferno before backing away. Jolly taking a good amount of damage while Vest is taking a nap, though, from Pixel, who's Vest put him to sleep before diving in. Look at this damage output, trying to follow up together off of Deucey, but I like the way they were able to back away. The only thing is, they've lost out on Pixel, and they only have Respect. The Pro Builder, as Respect, does get that invisible boundary. They're still down that one player. Oh, no.
Yeah, we saw Respect plenty of times when EMRC used this aggressively, so they might look to do that, but Melio does find himself an escape here as the lawyer. Going to go ahead and grapple up here, continue to look at what they have. Nice little steal up here. Going to go towards Lyric, see if he can get something rolling. Gets him down to half and continues to roll. Jolly now trying to find something as going to see if he can continue to just get those key cooldowns down. As Venom sometimes, you don't always need the elimination. Just try to force the big cooldowns like the Cloak and Dagger bubble or whatever you might be targeting. Right now, those 60%. FlyQuest looking dominant. Cafe Rose has to make something happen here.
And then AMER coming out here, though, and they've lost out on the Jets. It's going to be the opportunity for Cafe Rose to finally take the point. They have a number of advantages at the very moment, but Ken can make some plays coming right back forward. And they're going to allow Cafe Rose now to try to take the point as little by little. FlyQuest trying to stop for as long as possible. Already nearing that 80% mark, but Cafe Rose, they do manage to flip the point.
Alrighty, so again, it's one thing flipping the point, it's another. What do you have kind of in your available ult economy to make it last? Pro Builder having the res is definitely going to help them. You know, obviously, I always like to say it's either, you know, born again, lose again, or born again and win again. And with Marvel Zombies, anything can happen here. Respect opening aggressively could be a tactic they take. Kin, though, watch out. This guy's got some crazy Jeff ults, and with this wide open Warrior Falls, we've seen it in the movies in Wakanda. It's giving him the perfect opportunity to throw him off here, as we're going to have the Devil let out by Melio. He's going to get things started as the Whale comes down as well, Vicky. We find ourselves with a quick trade, 5v5.
But losing out on both invisible wins is more beneficial for FlyQuest because, unfortunately, Cafe Rose won't have that invisible boundary, but you do have the passive available, and Melio's already locked into him. He's going to make sure he can't get that off, so that way you won't hear the born again ring out through your own ears, Cozy.
Yeah, with Kin getting exactly what I thought was going to happen. The quick, you know, taste of jaws, as we like to say, throwing them both off the map. Not even a chance to try to answer the call. They have two strategies ults to respond here. 85% though. This is kind of where it's tough, Vicky, because you have to try to tell yourself, all right, do we full commit, what you should, or do we try to save something for the next point because this one's too far gone? They still have plenty up their tank though. Jolly's going to go ahead and open up with the piece of the abyss. Try to see half health, and with that full open dive, that's exactly what we're talking about. But a good trade on bet.
This, though, you have the anti, and you absolutely take that if you're FlyQuest. It's using to be able to find Lyric next, as overtime is ticking away in favor for FlyQuest right now. Currently, Cafe Rose are desperately trying to portal back into at least stall and try to get a reset, because Pro Builder still has that rest. He unleashes it, and respecting no points, they're now coming back. I was wondering, are they within the vicinity? But they are able to get it through the portal, and that's actually so big, because through the window, they can actually come into recontest and come right back.
Yeah, just a sliver of overtime left, and still was able to maintain their point presence. And just like that, they cap it back with that res we just talked about. One of those 20% ult reduction ultimates, Vicky, that get so much more value because it's so much tougher to wipe right after. But Melio does not care. Again, this guy has pro championship DNA. Finds now 3 to get rid of more than half the team. And FlyQuest adjusts very quickly. Now with the stomp and the finish, this is going to be all they need for this first point. Warrior Fall's going to go to the hands of FlyQuest as time ticks down. And no binds can't even touch to contest.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time, right? I mean, you got that 3-minute cooldown basically with the Strange Portal. You've already utilized that. You've tried to throw everything in the basket, and you walk away with FlyQuest taking that first round. But Cafe Rose, I like the recontentions that we saw there. Remember, this is a team that had to make some adjustments kind of last minute.
Come on. I just want to say this, guys. Cafe Rose, okay, have 2 new players on their team. On top of that, they had a tough time in the MRC towards the end of it, right? And so you're seeing this team that, if you look at how these teams rank up, had what I would say probably one of the toughest ways in pass. Not only that, they open up against someone like FlyQuest. And for them to even put the fight up they just did, I would definitely give them, you know, a quick tip of the cap. But either way, that is not going to get you a W. You got to bring it all together here. FlyQuest getting that first point, Vic. And on top of that, they've got Kin, they have Zelos to open up this first fight. Looking on the other side, no strategist ult to the name. Yes, they have the Phoenix. They've got the Insong Inferno. Not going to be enough, though, to make the difference between those 2 strategist ults. So FlyQuest looking very ready to take point 1 right back.
It looks like they've been trying to force out so many staggers onto the triple strategists that we're seeing from Cafe Rose. It's pretty difficult if you're a respected Pixel, even when Pixel is forced to burn a sleep onto a lingering Jolly Venom, and it's not available to deal with Melio, who's been a problem. Melio with the communication, you're talking about that Daredevil passive, noting exactly where the positioning of Cafe Rose is before they try to dive down from the top. Can't be so sneaky when you have to deal with Daredevil on this side, and he opens up, letting the Devil out here. He dives right on top of Cafe Rose, and Respect gets jumped. There goes the triple strategist, and you do not have Born again, so you won't be able to get your strategist back into this fight.
Letting the Devil unleashing hell all by himself, and that's just great ult tracking. They knew that they had nothing to respond to that, Vicky, right? And man, all these selfie cams just gonna always get me here with Deadpool continuing to break that 4th wall. But yeah, Melio, this is already someone that I had, again, I kind of bold and underlined, got to see him so much in EMEA, meet him at, you know, LAN. What a great kid, but excited to see what he has here in America. Having a great opening statement for preseason, y'all, as every ult and Q is ready for FlyQuest. Cafe Rose does have the response to respect here momentarily, Vicky. You can see if they can right off that momentum, but look the aggression right away.
immediately, right? But is there going to be a follow-up is the question. Respect, I like it. Is going to be able to hold on to that invisible boundary, not going to get baited, so Jolly just end up just holding them back for now. FlyQuest is trying to stay grounded before diving right in. Pixel's going to be able to answer right back, though, with that Mantis ultimate, the Soul Resurgence before the Jeff waited for it. Gets the Mantis together to try to focus out on the Jeff together, too, but then they get Dolphin on, and it's both supports that are getting caught out by Cafe Rose. But with a double jump, Respect comes right back around with the invisible boundary.
These new EMEA player additions are standing out in Melio. Now Kin saying, hey, I can play in the American scene quite easily as he throws two stretches right off. Melio and Jolly get the exclamation point with a little bit of a trade to match, but either way, they do get the point, all right? They get the point a little bit as they were maybe playing. Kin was playing with his food a little bit too long there, Vicky, but still able to put up a fight. And stall is going to be Cafe Rose. You've got the Seize the Abyss to continue on that everlasting health pool, the Born Again and Pro Builder. Now this allows them to get a little bit of a chance.
Wondering here, though, at least Cafe Rose's side, not even going to try to run out with the Gambit, right? They're just still sticking to this Adam, Invis, and Mantis here instead. Before backing away, at least being able to put the point back in their favor. FlyQuest looking to re-engage, but talking about Ken, he's the one that's closest to that Predator's ultimate instead, while Jolly could try to follow up together with Melio once they get those ultimates too.
It's kind of crazy. He had such good value on it last time, but unable to capitalize on top of it. And it doesn't matter because Melio is just going to continue and just show why those nerfs weren't as big as you might think. Daredevil mains because he is back and ready for the action. He takes down one, followed by now no binds. That's the big kick on the sustain. Obviously that Venom able to keep things their way so long. But hey, you know what? This time they at least got the point back, Vicky, a little quicker. So now they're matched up to him a little tighter, and if they win this next fight with not as much ultimate, more neutral play, they might be able to snag this point.
Really, they are just playing that neutral, right? They were able to brute force their way in without having to expend anything as they didn't have much online beforehand, and now they're already nearing that 75% mark. As they let the Devil out, they could dive right back around. Jolly could go in for the follow-up with a piece of the Abyss as Melio finds Respect first. Pixel's literally one-shot, manages to stay alive for now. Chenji doing his best with the Namor squid to try to back them away. Nobody swaps over to the hold, but even that's going to be able to back away. Jolly gets stunned right there too before backing two, but not trying to expend too much. Cafe Rose can't even go through this choke.
Yeah, I would have liked the rotation out there from Melio. Can punish you against other teams, but either way, they're going to have to find some answer to the Devil, whether that's going to be banning him in general, but they don't have an answer to the ult coming out from it. There's going to be the Strange Portal, though, from Pro Builder, as they're going to try to body block. Do find their way in there a little bit, and they have the whale, so look out. The Horn of Brodish is going to be summoned, seeing if he can land the biggest one of their first starting career. And there it is, Kin going down, so they get one. Vicky, this is the start of the snowball.
And they knew exactly that the Jeff was going to ult on top of the Mantis. I love the fuel that came out from afterwards, but is it going to be enough if you find Zelos next? That's Jolly. They find both of the strats. No binds, he's got his passive, but he doesn't have the coverage resurrection here. So now you have FlyQuest still and the number advantage. Pro Builder already used up that portal before, but they still were able to at least hold back FlyQuest.
I like this. This is actually huge for them. I mean, not great they're getting down right away, but either way, they have plenty of ults to use. And Zanji, being that replacement of the duelist that we talked about, is really stepping into the shoes. Kin goes down here, Lyric finds a big kick, and that's going to go in and open up the doorway. Respect goes, Pro Builder finds another. Hold on, folks. We might have ourselves a 1-to-1 if Cafe Rose can hold on. They continue to dump a good amount of ult. Pro Builder having the Agamotto ready, Vicky. No binds, getting close. If no binds can survive this next fight and give him that resurrection, it very well might tie up this map.
And this is the reason why Cafe Rose banned Gambit specifically against FlyQuest. Ken being stuck on the Jeff and being the first one isolated as Cafe Rose are nearing 95. FlyQuest looking to see if they can recontest with Jolly being on the Venom, but they have to touch right now as they force it with Jolly in that backside. Genji just call him out. Great, getting some great follows with these Namor squids too, as well as the Trident. And Lyric finds Vez. That's one out. I have Agamotto for Pro Builder. Is there going to be a follow-up here? As they get two, they get three, and it looks like Cafe Rose with that number advantage. As we see FlyQuest, they still have a portal. That's another thing. They could recontest with this portal, but with overtime ticking down and nobody on the points, Cafe Rose dealt too much, and they take that second round, Cozy.
What? I mean, Vicky, my gosh, let's just all take a quick breath of fresh air and say, welcome to the America scene. 1-1. I don't think anyone had that on this first map written down on their board. I certainly didn't, but we just said it going in. If they can win that point back with a little bit of neutral or not committing too much, then they can maybe take the map ultimately. And for me, I just felt like FlyQuest kind of let their foot off the pedal a little bit there towards the end. try to have to tighten things up again. This is a team full of talent. We haven't doubted that, but in this dive meta, really have to be playing as one. Looking at what they have, though, Vic, Cafe Rose, I almost don't, I don't know. I did not like the res there at the end for Pro Build. Don't think they needed it. Would have been great to have it in this first fight here. So now they're going to have to go up against what is a bit tougher of an old economy going in FlyQuest's way, with Melio certain to open up with the Devil.
And I'm also curious too, Cody, because it's important, if Vez ended up coming out of the spawn room gates and had committed to a portal, because if he did after swapping out, they won't really have that for 3 minutes. They probably won't until the very end there, but we do see some teams sometimes try to make plays like that so they can get an advantageous point over on the high ground of this specific round. And as you mentioned too, not really ultimates online for them to work with, while FlyQuest do have some, but I feel like those ultimates were very staggered in that second to last fight especially.
No, for sure. I've not seen them either have just an answer to Melio's ult, so we'll see where he takes his rotation. Jolly might rotate in. He's going to go into it right away. Again, there has not been a stop to it. Now they're having a great rotate back. He's going to have the soul spawn to keep them alive through it, but there goes Vespa. Vest, we know what he can do for that FlyQuest team. One of the main staples coming back to be the anchor for the team. Respect pulling in there, going right away for the other invis, but Zelos getting the best of that multiversal clash.
Gonna have to be a reset here for Cafe Rose, right? Respect knowing that, just toss themselves right there onto the point. There was no stalling, considering that FlyQuest had already had that point, as Jolly using a Feast of the Abyss on Ghost, it looks like here, and Cafe Rose are just able to try to walk over from this right side of the choke.
Yeah, for sure. Lyric, hey, listen, they were able to get this point back pretty quickly last time, and that really helped them set up for success when they gave it 80% of that kind of gift. That was where they ended up losing. Pro Builder going to go fly up there with that new hover that you do get with the Soul Bond. He's going to get the pick on Jolly. Oh, that's one for the Golden God. Even not in the new life Living Side Dealer costume, but still able to get done to face skin with the Invis boundary coming up. Sanji playing Zelos, and this is exactly the trade you want. They have everyone they need. Best going to go in and get the evened odds a bit on the Deadpool. But just like that, Cafe Rose should be able to retake this if they can get the pesky last hits out. But here we go, Jolly committing already to the portal.
And can we talk about Shanji, by the way, being a huge highlight player for me, at least from Cafe Rose. The S'more is popping off. They found their grounding. They made sure that Melio is not the same threat that we saw in that first round. Zelos commits the invisible boundary, though. Cafe Rose, Respect still staying alive. Pro Builder is very close to having that karmic revival. All eyes on Pro Builder. If he's got that passive, he has it online now. Sanji's out of this fight, and with Pixel going out, you hear the Born Again rise again. He brings them both back together. Lyric will come right back around too, and it's gonna be another recontention here with no bites getting close to the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, with FlyQuest though able to keep on this point and stay the stall, this is going to be very tough now for Cafe Rose. They really need to have that take on the last hit there. That could be the swan song for this first map. Either way, the Agamotto comes out. It's going to pay the ultimate price. Jolly going to go in and get the whip on Fine, taking him down quick with the melee. Here comes Respect, forced out a backup pin on the other side, just pressuring from both angles. Jolly gets Respect out of here, and one by one they fall. Cafe Rose, 99% overtime ticking. FlyQuest ready to go ahead and start this new era in year 2 where they left off year 1, dominant in America. And here we go, Vicky, it's looking like it.
You bong on Pro Builder's forehead there with the end song Inferno. I'm here wondering, the backline of FlyQuest, they're in some trouble, but the split attention and the communication can still stay alive. He's got his ultimate available here, and with everybody stuck inside the invisible boundary, he activates the trigger. The It's Jeff Lyric going wild, by the way, here too. Clicking even more heads onto FlyQuest, and Melio does have the Daredevil ultimate too. May want to try to see if he has an opportunity to follow up with Jolly on getting an anti there. And Sanji, he spears the Jeff and makes some sushi, as FlyQuest now are down a player.
Not the Shark stagger. Yeah, I mean, looking at what they have, again, this is... they're in a worse position, but they're in kind of the same field as they were last time. If they don't commit too much, Sanji, keep your eyes on him with the whale. What can they get pick-wise? Can they get a strategist out early? Or will Melio just go completely on Respect like last time and really shut down the dream for the first map win? Melio going to go ahead and rotate to the right. You can see him there behind on the balcony, it looks like. Going to find good rotation though from the team. Staying close together. Pro Builder at 80% picky. That's how they got it last time. Can he stay up and get that resurrection? Once again, Sanji gets the pick on 10. That's what we were looking for.
And he needed some help with Sanji, dropping the wheel. You talked about it before, Cozy, and a problem splitting the attention of FlyQuest. That shuts down the win condition, right? Melio needed Jolly's help to go in after letting the devil out. And as they fall and their plan falls apart, now Cafe Rose, they win another team fight. And look at the ultimates that will be online for that next fight.
Just gonna say exactly what they needed, right? Because Pro Builder now has the res, and it doesn't matter what happens, the passive on board as well. Respect should be able to rotate into it. No bind can hit a huge Agamotto. This is legit how they just won map number 2 of this second point. I mean, as they're gonna go in early. Here's Vent, who's done so much for FlyQuest on this map so far. Jolly gonna go with the PC of this as well. They do find respect early, gonna slow down that full charge, but the Born again ready again. Pro Builder brings her right back to the fight. Pixel getting a Melio out of here, 87%. The portals are gonna be right 8% close to the cooldown on the side of FlyQuest as well.
But Pro Builder did what he had to do. He used the Karma Revival. He stayed alive just long enough. And by the way, hadn't used his passive right before, he gets a beautiful snipe on Cazello's overtime, taking away Cafe Rose. They've tied this up. Lyric isolating Ken. This position has FlyQuest scattered. Very messy from the backline. You come in with the Eye of Agamotto, and now FlyQuest, they're down 3 members. It's just a matter of time before Cafe Rose, they clear the points. They're looking to clear the round. And the Staggers, they have done it with a celebration on the Horn of Proteus. They call it in with the dub.
Welcome to Ignite Year 2. I'm telling you, Group of Death, favorite team, underdog, does not matter. That's exactly what we're looking for from the fight. All you need is someone to point to the sign and say, I believe. And this team did it just now. And not only just that, the MVP, Zanji, coming in here, filling in the shoes to help Cafe Rose rise right now above FlyQuest in this first map.
He did everything he had to do. 18 final hits, Cozy. Sanji, yes, it was a little bit of a rough start. They were expecting the Daredevil originally too. That's why they opened up with the Namor. But these follow-ups that we have from Sanji were just a lot better than what we had originally witnessed between the Daredevil from FlyQuest and then the follow-up with Jolly.
Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, you can tell. I mean, look at the stats. Talent-wise, it's like FlyQuest, we see you. Vest, you're disgusting. I mean, it's crazy. Melio, 19, 18. But it doesn't matter. This was what I was trying to point out in the pre-show. I was talking about the dive comp. You can have all the talent in the world. Got to play as one unit. And, I mean, sometimes it's a game of inches. You know, you can say that in sports all the time. This truly was. Cooldowns were coming off by mere seconds to decide some of this. And it came down to that last push of Melio trying to go in, get that backline early. But the trade that Zanji was able to do with the whale, landing down the Horde, that's how you want to get this started for these brand new orgs.
And helping out PO, right, for that backline to allow them to really pop off, because we did see that either with the triple strategist backline that we have from Cafe Rose, that they were getting harassed, they were getting picked apart. It was forcing out a lot of staggers that we mentioned in that second round. But Cozy, Pro Builder did what he had to do. You see an Adam, what do you expect? You have to lean into the win condition of the Karma Revival. And in that first round, they just did not let him. And Melio prevented him from trying to get a lot of those resets.
I mean, for me, what's crazy is you have Tree and Sticky, I believe, that got, ultimately replaced on this team to things out of their control. And to have that Zoe, I mean, wow, what an opening. These players stepping in, stepping into the spotlight, but also into the shoes of these other players.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess you can say that there's not much pressure if you're the underdog in a series, right? I think all the pressure is on the opposition here. People expect FlyQuest to make a very dominant statement in this opening match against Cafe Rose. They are the heavy favorites heading into this one. The new pieces for Cafe Rose worked out so well. Also, really big credits to the pick and ban phase there. I think they've done their homework there. They managed to move some pieces here and there to kind of force the hand. Seeing Ken stuck on that jet, for example, I think that really worked in their favor. Overall, I'm extremely impressed with what we've seen from Cafe Rose, and I have to pose the question, is this just FlyQuest trying to shake off the, I don't know, the off-season rust? Where did it go wrong? Because it felt a little sloppy at times.
Vicky, if I may, for me, a couple of things to point out. I mean, first of all, this is the team coming in third, right? So they were in third in the MRC. They're playing against FlyQuest. I, for one, had FlyQuest, a team that I said could easily be the sleeper of this whole thing, but also I had them ranked, I believe, 5th in my predictions because I need to see them play together. I need to see this team of all these talented players play as one. And that is one I felt like slipped out of their hands that they felt confident in. But also, you're right. I mean, this team, Vic, we just casted them in Cafe Rose. They're kind of hot. They come in from, playing a good amount as a unit, even with these 2 new additions, and that obviously aided them here.
And they answered it for me too, because when I get to see that they had protected the Gambit, it's like we don't see that rolling out, and now I understand why, right? Because they knew that the dive was going to come. They had the Mantis for the stun. They had reset opportunities with the Adam Warlock. I think if you look at FlyQuest and you're wondering what's going on here, aside from, again, the unfortunate circumstance of this is what happens when you don't get to play out of LAN, right? But, having some players on ping, bringing in these new players too, and trying to find that synergy, there could be a little bit of miscommunication going on here. And I think it also trickles down as a main bold factor to the staggering of these ultimates and not being able to get these follow-ups that they're looking for to allow them to have that win condition. And it's Melio Go will enable him, and unfortunately we just didn't see that happen.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Melio. I know, Cozy, you had your eyes on that player, and we know what he can do with that Daredevil. What do you expect to see in our second map?
Yeah, for me, I mean, first of all, domination when you have Adam Warlock involved and it's not on one team, the other has it in their strategy, you would just have to play perfect, right? We saw that. Like, they would win and it didn't matter. They would get the pick and it didn't matter. So I think a little bit of that was not just pick and ban phase where a lot of this is said and done, but also just the strategy going in. Melio is going to be a problem for them. I think Daredevil probably will be addressed on this next pick and ban phase, Zoe, if I were to guess. But I need to see now all tied together in what team comps they're putting together, because we have seen them play individually well, but there's so many different comps that you can line up, especially in domination. But where teams get favored a bit more is out of that game mode, when it's not so much of a skirmish and there's more of that organized play.
Given the players on that FlyQuest roster, because obviously losing the first map means that they now get to pick the second one. Which mode do you think they're going to take us to? Which map do you feel like actually would favor their style?
Well, now you have Convoy and Convergence up, though, Cozy. I mean, I wanted to see your opinion here, but I'm thinking maybe FlyQuest want to try to lean into, like, a Convoy map.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, since it's a whole new team, it's going to be a lot different, right? But I bet if I were to guess, a lot of teams like to reset in Yggdrasil. We like to go there a lot. Sometimes they'll end up going to Midtown as well. Those are the 2 I would expect. I don't think we're going to go, right back to anything too out of their comfort zone. With Citadel back, I do remember them being a big Yggdrasil team as well, so that's where I would expect this to go most likely. But again, these teams have full different strategies, and the coaching is just so important, Zoe, at this level, right? Like, what is Cafe Rose's weakness when it comes to some of their map choices? They have the homework they can do from just a couple weeks ago. So whoever's helping FlyQuest out here, they can look at that MRC to identify some weakness.
Well, let's hear it. Coach Cozy, Coach Vicky, what do you think? Have you actually been able to look at Cafe Rose or at FlyQuest and really see some very obvious things that need to be cleaned up in map 2?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the number one issue there is figuring out, like Cozy stated, domination's a very crazy toss-up on who manages to get that point first, which is why it's so important, which is also a highlight towards their reset opportunities. I think for a team like Cafe Rose, who had to make adjustments within the last, week and a half to 2 weeks now at this point, they've already found their grounding, and they've already shown that they've been able to adapt around the pick and ban phase that is very unique to the MRI compared to what you experienced back at home from your own ranked games and in the MRC when we had broadcasted that just the other week. So I think being able, if you're FlyQuest, looking at that pick and ban phase, if you're going to protect and use a protect, we are going to Racco. You talk about some Convoy. You take a look at the pick and ban phase and you see that you want to enable your Daredevil, well, then you got to go follow up with your Daredevil. And it doesn't seem like that was a problem, obviously, for the last 2 rounds for Cafe Rose. So they may stay just not banning it, especially since we are going over to Convoy.
Yeah, for me, listen, let's go and look at what I said. I think Jolly early on, I need to see how Jolly can kind of work with Melio more on this next bit of map. And it's really just down to the fundamentals of I need to see more strategy involved. It kind of felt like 6 very talented players going out there and having a good time. It's like we got to see now where some of the homework has come in here behind the scenes. We saw Kin and Alex together on Citadel Gaming and EMEA scene. Kin is a phenomenal strategist. We saw him with some big plays, but then the follow-up didn't happen after those big plays. So for me, it's just the teamwork. I don't expect them to lose this next one, but again, after that first one, it can happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is best of 3, right? So the first 2 wins the series. It will be quite rough for FlyQuest to start the group stage off going down against, and that might be playing in their heads right now, the perceived bottom team of their group.
Yeah, I mean, listen, because that's what we were trying to highlight, right? It's not just that it was a underdog fight, right? We have those all the time in sports. It was a truly, I mean, if you were to, in sports sense, it's like a college team going against NFL. I mean, that's the best way I can say, right? The pro football team. So when you have this up against the wall with only a best of 3, there's not a lot of time to adjust. Guys, you have to get on it right now, Zoe, and we find ourselves 0-1 with FlyQuest down a game if you're just now coming in.
Ooh, let's get this going here. Game number 2 now in our first series. It's what Zoe highlighted, Cozy, because can you imagine like just the level of upset you have here with FlyQuest? Again, may not have been on top of most of everyone's like rankings, but this was just not a look that we were expecting of Cafe Rose to make the adjustments that they have. Again, just so quick already with Elsa being off the table.
Vic, remember going back to stage 1, FlyQuest lost to, I believe, Ego Death. And then they were called Side Quest. And it kind of like kicked off a little bit of an era of this like revenge tour that they had. So like, it's kind of funny enough in the rival scene, they've been here before in a way, right? But also, this is such a new era for them. And so we'll see how they lock in. Arako obviously was not on my board that I thought they would pick, but here we find it. And to address any changes in the pick and ban, there's not that many, right? I mean, the only big change that you see here is we're going to go with the lock now on the Adam Warlock. And the ban on the other side, I mean, did they just get Gambit out of here? Because they saved it last time, but they didn't even use it.
Yeah, because now this is also tricky for FlyQuest because, sure, Cafe Rose may have saved the Gambit, but the fact that they didn't use it, FlyQuest know, okay, well, they had a Gambit available. If they're not going to use the Gambit, let's get the Jeff out of here instead, because we know that they're going to want to run triple strategists as well. So now over Protect onto one of the dive characters I'm expecting here from FlyQuest. It's going to be the side lock to try to get the Wombo combo going. But Cafe Rose are going to be able to stay strong, though, on this triple strategist lineup. They said, it worked before, we're going to do it again.
Absolutely here, as they're going to be locking in the last ban. And I think this is Daredevil. I think this is the wise move. That was kind of the one Achilles heel that they did have, and it did come to Melio. Melio's hero pool is absolutely massive, though, so would not be surprised if they can adjust to this pretty quickly here. Psylocke on the save, though, does tell the tale that Tuzi is a phenomenal player. So this guy, sometimes you have your best players saying, all right, I'm locking in, I'm going Psylocke. If you don't know what the changes to Psylocke, tremendous buffs in the neutral. Having your cooldowns activate those abilities that much quicker. Her burst potential that much more. Not beating off the Vanguards just for the ultimate now. This will help them a bit in what they want to design for. Especially on Arako, Vicky, where there's plenty of pathways to make the job happen.
Right, but I'm mostly worried too, like, what is going to be this backline looking like? You want to be able to get those damage boosts in if you're Pixel as well onto Nobites and Shanji. You want to enable Shanji, who was that very critical player for Cafe Rose to refine that foundation that they needed to build back that momentum into that second fight of round number 2 of our first map. But a different look now, Cozy, as we get started. FlyQuest starting things off on the attack. It seems like we can't ever escape Clintar in the good old and new here, Cozy. It's back to the tradition that we have seen within our matches.
Arako. I mean, we don't get a lot of Arako, right? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, first of all, obviously we have the great music leading into it, but yeah, having to go in an escort for Koa is not something we see too much here at the high level, and teams tend to try to avoid it, but no, FlyQuest choosing to embrace what could be a new change here. And right away, you see the setup that they're going on the defensive side. Zanji going to stay on that name war makes plenty of sense to me. Pro Builder, again, is going to have to be a big focus. Wow, the Squids already have the water against fire. We know that weakness exists going all the way back to 1996. It's still here in Rivals.
You would think, though, like, after we saw how strong the No More followers were, that maybe FlyQuest, they were lingering over that Jeff ban. Could it have been the Namor instead to try to stop enabling Sanji here? And now you get the follow-up together with Jolly, who's already forced to pop the armor, by the way. But look how quickly that Van Pool is able to build up that ultimate, holding on pretty strong right now. Pro Builder still lingering in the back. But for Juicy being on the Psylocke, is just able to try to farm out more of that pressure onto Nobites.
Yeah, let's see what Juicy is going to play here. Showing a good example of, playing side with the team. A lot of people like to go pure dive, but definitely could just go ahead and help out on that quick execution combos with the Vanguards. They're going behind him and showing why he's such a threat in the Deadpool position. When you put on this ult on a back strategist, it's so tough because your other strategist has to keep them up. If they miss, they will end up eliminated. Melio going to find the quick explosion to Pro Builder. That's going to be a nice hit. Saw Pro Builder not get my favorite reses out from his passive. is going to use it now, though, to go and back up at the team. This one makes a bit more sense with everyone alive.
Yeah, right, because you usually see them use it before, and then they're able to ult, but he's been holding on to it for quite some time. Already had to use that up this time around. And again, Melio being here on this Phoenix, when you don't see Elsa on the table, and a map like this, a lot more longer pipeline before diving into the top, holding on to that invisible boundary, stopping any sort of push from 2C, making the Dance of the Butterflies literally inaccurate.
Pro Builder with a hit. Well, that was absolutely clutch here now as Respect going to be hidden. We'll go ahead and see what they can find out. And this is exactly what we wanted to see. Kin getting those huge environmental eliminations on the Shard. We know what he can do in the strategic position, and this is going to help their aid push in a pretty tough choke point here. Comes the res now for the rest of the team. This is exactly what happened. We highlighted this, Vicky. We would get the picks from Kin, and then Pro Builder brought them back. It's just finding the right target at the right time.
And he did it in such a great way, right? The repositioning so that way he can bring back his team. 2C comes in with the KO, finding Pro Builder. No passive there as well, but at least Pixel will hold on to the ultimate, waiting for it. The anti comes out from Jolly. Is there going to be a follow-up, though? No. They get to be close together with Pixel, who has that soul resurgence. Lyric follows up right afterwards. And Cozy, it's happening right now. Cafe Rose, they have just been forcing FlyQuest to play so split up. It's basically stopping any sort of dive follow-up that they want to go for.
Absolutely. Now, as we continue to find what they can do on this defensive approach, only 1 minute and 7 seconds is not a lot of time to make up the difference. They committed so much on that last push. Akuzi can be closer to the Dance of the Butterflies to get something opened up. There's a neutral pick on No Bind. He's going to come back for another push, but at least gives them a little space to push it forward. Oh boy, Juicy's going to be in a tough position. Does get killed up right away. Going to try to go for the execution here. Does find himself a low Lyric. Can he get the exclamation? Yes, Melio finds the ending of that. And here comes No Bind's right back into it as a Venom. They're going to have to win this fight perfectly, and it's not going to start out well with 2 going down, Vicky.
Susie doing the rest, trying to go in with the Dance of the Butterflies here. FlyQuest have lost out on 2, and Cafe Rose are trying to at least recontest here as Lyric coming into the spawn room gates. Finds a quick little heady onto 2C. The Jeff is going to be able to just float away from Ken. He will have the H-Jeff soon, because you're down to less than 20 seconds on the clock for FlyQuest to try to recontest.
Fly, the mental, you got to pull it all together here. Kin does have a huge opening. He's gotten 2 in the past. They've got to follow up on this perfect. Find Respect or Zanji. Pro Builder's still pretty far away from the res, so this is your opening. 5-6 seconds left. They're about to go and dive and touch. Gonna go ahead and have Jolly probably leave that first hit in. There it goes, and everybody's collapsing. No Bind, so does find Tuesday. That's gonna be a big opening for them. My gosh, Cafe Rose showing why they deserve to be on the biggest stage of Marvel Rivals. 1, 2 down. It's overtime ticking. The hold is done. Cafe Rose, what is happening?
I hope you're hungry, Cozy, because Cafe Rose just stops FlyQuest from getting to that first checkpoint. Stop them entirely from being able to get anything done with what? Psylocke Protect? I mean, unfortunately for Tuesday, I'm sorry, we got to talk about it, but that Psylocke was not working out. Maybe you'll get like 1 or 2 raw picks here, but the strategist line from Cafe Rose were getting protected so well, not only from Shanji. Pixel was very accurate with putting them to sleep as well as Lyric. He said, what are you waving at? He was waving at nothing until he came back from the spawn room gates, and then you see 2 members of FlyQuest just coming around the back end in front of him, and then he could get another 4 stagger.
Predictions are in shambles over here as we find ourselves at the brink of a 2-0, but not in the team you might think it would be. And again, I'm watching what I could only call like Doom match right now from FlyQuest. It's like you have all this talent. They're all doing their own thing, but not as one cohesive unit, and especially in this meta, it is so important. Cafe Rose just playing calm, cool, collected. They're not identifying the threats that need to go first, and it is happening each and every single match here in or fight as they continue to go on. FlyQuest would have to have a legendary Helm's Deep worth of a defense, or this is going to end quick.
Starts in 5, 4, 3.
This is a really tough situation to be in. Hailing Fear from FlyQuest now being on the defense. See if anything changes, because a big focus has got to be on Sanji. You got to prevent Pro Builder from being able to get set up here, especially when you're calling out when he's using these passes. He's been mixing it up here. Pick's already taking a good chunk of that damage, but so is Delos, as he's the first one out. Yes, they put No Bind to sleep, but it's already too late. Tusi had made that swap over to Namor to try to at least match that with Sanji. They get the trade up, and that's what they needed from Vest.
Vest needed to, at least, even though Vest has been on this FlyQuest roster, he is the anchor, in my opinion, of this team. He does at least slow down a little bit. Nobind just getting these massive picks. I gotta say, just highlighting one player, Nobind getting these huge picks early. And again, we saw this from Cafe Rose in the MRC, but obviously a much different scene against this competition. Lyric, though, and Zanji find both strategists. Good night. Go to bed. FlyQuest making them the side quest. They continue up Main Street, Vicky.
There's no way. Oh, there's side questing all the way back to the spawn room gates here. FlyQuest, nobody in sight, and Vest can't swap. He has the ultimate. So, I mean, somebody needs to try to recontest if they want to burn a portal, but they're looking to see if they can get out of this choke right now. Cafe Rose are looking to get set up.
No fly zone is what they're setting up in every which way. Pixel Jolly, and that is it, folks. My goodness, can you believe your eyes? The team that most of us had as the team that would have the most ahead of them, the biggest challenge to climb, not only just the mountain, but the Mount Everest, easily conquer that mountain, taking down FlyQuest 2-0.
Cozy, get ready, because they did it, and Shenji is your MVP. This Namor was popping off. I mean, he'll definitely be able to do it in style in the future with that new skin, by the way, as you get to take a look at 13-0. He did not go down a single time. With 6 final hits, I mean, it comes to show you, like, you look on the other side, what's the problem here for FlyQuest? Well, they couldn't get these raw picks, right? Like, they were constantly getting shut down. You're talking about 2C specifically, who was on the side lock. They burned a Protect on the side lock for them to not being able to even use it.
For me, this is the biggest opening. I think this is the storyline here. With Tree out and Sticky out, these are 2 players that play Spider-Man, Elsa. They're playing different comps altogether. Where the heck has Zanji been? Because they found this pickup, and I think a lot of us assumed that when they picked up 2 new players, you downgrade, right? Like, typically that happens. You've been playing with this team for so long, and you have to quickly fill. And that's why we all had them ranked where they were at. But not only that, let me paint this picture to all of you that are watching. Again, the Marvel Rival Championship Season 6 just happened. Cafe Rose lost to Lunex 3-1. Lunex lost to Yeah We Lost 4-0 in the quickest sweep we've ever seen. And so it put us with the expectations that Cafe Rose was going to have a mountain to climb ahead of them. And they did it just like that. Shocking, I would say, the Rivals world, especially esports world, on opening day.
This is what I would not have any different, though, Cozy. Welcome, everybody, to the Americas region within the Marvel Rivals Ignite Day #1 preseason, because that is how you open up a stream, Zoe.
Good, sure is. Yeah, all predictions in shambles. Literally. Like, just match 1, everything's up in flames. I am so here for this. Especially, like, just piggyback off what you just said, Cozy. You're adding 2 new pieces. You expect them to come out on the other side worse, or at least have an adjustment period where, like, they're trying to figure it out. It really just felt like FlyQuest is the team who was just trying to mesh their pieces together. It felt disconnected. Like, the coordination was just not really there, whereas Cafe Rose, they were so confident. The way in which they have closed out this last map, that was dominant. No one would have seen that coming.
I've never been more pumped for what is going to be a winner's interview coming up, because this is what Rivals is all about. This is why the MRC exists. You go from the couch to the dream. You say, hey, I think I can play this game pretty well. You put the team together, and now building up to millions of dollars in prize pools, up to what we have even today in the preseason. You put it to the test, and yes, it's just 1 match. They've got round robin, but this is the confidence. This is quite literally the spark, right, that they need to ignite what this team can continue to do. Vicky, I mean, I had FlyQuest at 5 for a reason. You know, this is what I was afraid I might see, but apparently I had them somehow too high, at least in this opening play.
I mean, you and I are on the same wavelength, I think, because I also have him in #5. So, you know what? Now you get to toss that in the bin. So he's got to start taking out her headphones as well. And I want to, honestly, I'll be super
that's true. Am I getting replacement headphones? Because you're supposed to eat these.
Yep. Yeah. I know. I think
Sorry,
I said
Cozy.
I was going to eat, like, Ship's mic, your headphones. I got a lot of eating to do, because I am, and listen, happily, because I'm just blown away. And what's crazy about it, too, is Zanji, you know, we said them and Pro Builder, you know, obviously coming from kind of out of nowhere. They also were in the MRC for Extinction, right? So they did have some competition they played against, and they obviously identified those players as someone they wanted to add to their team. they're the perfect fit. I think what shocks me about it more is that they had Spider-Man players with Elsa, and we saw nothing like it. Not only that, Pro Builder picked up the Adam Warlock that Sticky used to play for that team. FlyQuest, they got to go back quickly to the drawing board and find out what happened.
Cafe Rose really just had a very clear idea of what they want to play. They stuck to that triple strategist. And also, like, again, the picky ban phase, like, they identified the threat on the other side. Melio's Daredevil was taken out of the mix. Like, they just felt so prepared. Like, I'm actually really baffled.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think a lot of what the staple was for that team is that you had the opening pick typically happen pretty fast there from the Venom. I think we shouted him out even in the mid-match, Vicky, that No Binds kind of shocked me there. Jolly was the weak point that I kind of pointed out in FlyQuest, and No Binds did a ton of what I was expecting on the opposition side. Again, it just felt like everybody was doing something, but not all together as one.
Yeah, because honestly, okay, you look at the other side of the coin, Sanji was just him. He was just him. He was the one that was able to dictate and made sure that the Daredevil wasn't a problem. When they saw that there was going to be a protect on the other side of the Daredevil, okay, you roll out with Namor. But my question is, FlyQuest banning Jeff very last was a choice, because we see it from their side. Yeah, they like to do the Jeff. But from the other side, we saw Cafe Rose, they were really leaning into that Mantis, Invisiwoman, Adam Warlock, and like you mentioned too, Pro Builder really stepping up.
Yeah, honestly, I think it could just be summed up to teamwork. I mean, I think, and I know, you can say it sounds corny, whatever you want to say, but that's truly the big difference. I think FlyQuest, even in that domination, they were like, we played well. I don't think we need to fix too much of what we did in the pick ban phase. Let's just do what we do great over here. And these players are going to be around for a while. We're going to see a lot of FlyQuest, but at least in this opening matchup, they were the last roster to be announced, right? I mean, like a lot of these things, that's what they were the newest kind of team to come into the limelight here. So Cafe Rose, got to give props out, especially to whoever is putting this team together more and more to find the additions from Extinction like they did. They're cooking.
And I mean, in a round-robin scenario where the bottom two teams are not going to make the cut into the playoffs, a victory against a team that is finding themselves somewhere in the middle, like, that's the wins you need to get. You're not expected to win against the top dogs, but if you can, like, edge out those little victories over the span of these 2 weeks of play, you will find yourself in the playoffs.
Yeah, without question. I mean, listen, with what they have coming ahead of them, I think that they stuck to a very solid game plan. They didn't try to do anything too fancy. Obviously, now the homework is out a little bit. I do think Pro Builder is going to be a big focus point for them. Maybe ban that. The Venom is banned. I mean, the Venom is a big focus too, because I kind of said that's the anchor of that dive, right? You open up the Jeff symbiotic shenanigans, but also just what he can offer in this new meta. That's going to be your ticket to success against Cafe Rose. We'll see if other teams pick up on it. But I can tell you what, coaches may have taken a light day when they were like, we're up against them. Not anymore. They're going to be doing their homework, ladies.
Oh man, I can't believe what we're already saying, guys. Like, the fact that you already open up like this, I want to hear more thoughts from the players of Cafe Rose too, because imagine being a player from Cafe Rose and looking at the predictions, right? Like, I would be that type of player to be like, all right, like, remember, I note that, bookmark that. I'll use this in the future to see where we stand in the seedings. But now you look at the way you open up the show already, and that's also, it's difficult if you're looking at FlyQuest with the foundation crumbling with, again, we were talking about ping earlier, we're talking about a new build of this entire roster, but now you have to give credit where it's due. Cafe Rose, Cozy, you talked about what we witnessed in the MRC. They saw what happened in the finals of the MRC. They said, how long was that? That was 24 minutes for 4 games? Write that down right now. We're going to take some notes. And they wanted to be able to get that sweep. The fact that we saw it in a 2-0 fashion too, by the way, was a cherry on top.
It really was. I mean, honestly though, if all predictions are stacked against me, I personally am fueled by that kind of scenario, right? Like, I love coming in as the underdog. I love when people are betting against me. I think a lot of people are rather players, not like they're not people, but a lot of players, they're thriving in that kind of position.
Any given day, any team can win. That's what makes it so great, and especially in the America region. I mean, even if you go back to the last couple of stages, you had not busy at work. We had Techie XD. Remember that? They kind of did their run that no one thought was going to come from them. There's always seeming to be one underdog or sleeper team that says, hey, we've got the team that can put it together. And it's just not only that. We talked about this as the group of death for a reason, right? And they're kind of, they've got their one check mark on. man, if Cafe Rose was in Group B, I'd give him even a bigger chance to continue to thrive through this whole thing, right? So we'll continue to see what they put together as a team, as a unit. Again, bringing it to FlyQuest as well. This is a team that has so much for them and with them. This doesn't define them. I mean, heck, we saw what they did in a huge lower bracket run after they lost. They're not new to this. Somehow in the Ignite scene, Vicky, as we saw, they were the favorites going into that when they lost it back in stage 1. So we continue to see kind of this org and this team adjust.
Yeah, I'm wondering actually here, Zoe, we're talking about like Jolly specifically being kind of like that player that may need to like make those adjustments. What do you think again in general, like when you talk about like just not being able to get these follow-ups if you want to go in with Melio and not having that success? They have another opportunity obviously going into these next 2 days, but you only have so much time.
Yeah, I mean, for them, like tomorrow already they have to face up against Sentinels. There's another roster that we have a lot of questions for, right? So I don't think it's going to get any easier for them. So those adjustments have to be made really, really quickly. And I do really feel like that was, the game plan was just disconnected. I don't know if that was the comms. Like, I don't know really where it fell apart. They will be the only ones really knowing that. But yeah, like I don't know. This could be a really rough start for FlyQuest this first week of play. And they're coming in with a lot to prove. They had a great finish to their run in 2025. So like they ended on that high note. They had that 3rd place finisher in stage 2 in the grand finals. So the orc has a lot to prove. This is going to be tough. There's going to be a lot of pressure in that next upcoming match. But here we do in fact have our player ready now for our post-match interview.
Excited here. Finally, we get to talk to one of the players from Cafe
Hey,
Rose, and it's No Binds.
Hey, No Binds. Congratulations, my man, to just open this whole thing up in the middle of the match. I shouted you out. I'm like, this man is getting work done as Venom. Tell me, how do you kind of, honestly, you shocked everybody's expectations taking down the org of FlyQuest, not just winning, but 2-0 and looking dominant. Explain to me, behind the scenes, you're coming to this team new. What is the vibe of Cafe Rose and this new upcoming team?
I mean, vibes are great. We did unfortunately have to lose 2 of our DPS players due to age restrictions, but you know, we picked up 2 great DPS from the Team Extinction, Proboter, Zanji. You know, we instantly clicked with them. Vibes were great. You know, we're popping off in scrim, so we had to lock them in instantly. You know, coming into this match, you know, we're hyped. We're ready. We love being the underdogs. Like, it's such a great feeling when everyone's doubting you. You know, you're looking on Twitter, you're seeing like all the tier lists, like, oh, Cafe Rose, that's it, Cafe Rose, that's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We're gonna go crazy. Yeah, no.
I love that.
Man.
Dude, okay, I'm sorry, cuz I just gotta say, first off, I want to know where you're at, man. Like, what basement are you in right now? Are you okay? You safe? Blink if you need help. But I'm also gonna assume, like, yeah, right. Like, you guys got the strats.
Listen, I'm kind of homeless, but like, you know, we're gonna make it out the mud. It's gonna be okay, you know. Gonna make it through the Ignite scene. But yeah, no, I mean, strats going into it, you know, just run it down main, just beat the other team. Only strats we got for real.
Just beat the other team. Do you have a good idea of what to expect from the respective teams? You do have Swamp Gaming, I believe, coming up next. Have you been able to scrim against all of the teams yet? Like, what's your read? Where do you see you currently standing?
We've been scrimming a lot of the Ignite teams, you know. We've been doing our thing, you know. Some teams winning, some teams losing. I think we have a really good chance against all the teams, really. Like, I know we're still a big underdog team, but I really think, you know, if we just put our heads down, hustle and grind, you know, get our reps in, we can make stuff happen.
I mean, you certainly are on the right trajectory. What a great statement opening match. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in tomorrow's match.
Of course. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Pop off, King. That was awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is No Binds, everyone, from Cafe Rose. Make sure to head on socials and share the love with the players. What a fantastic first look at that squad, which, I mean, he said it, right? Like, he loves being the underdog. It's a great position to be in when there is no expectations, no pressure. You can just prove the haters wrong.
Listen, this is what it's all about for me, personally. I think it's just awesome to see these guys that are young, they're hungry. I can tell you, every interview that I had with underdog teams were always way more exciting because they're thirsty, they're hungry, they're ready. And it's just a great way to start things off in what is an unpredictable season. I'm telling y'all, not only with this meta, but with roster mania outside of a couple of teams, one thing that I looked for when I was looking at my predictions, and I kind of kept humming, is you can be the hot, heavy, flashy team, but it's more about consistency and being there, done that before. We only have a couple teams returning with squads mainly from what they've had before. And we saw it right then, man. It matters.
Indeed. Now, that was just one of overall 5 matches. We're in for a treat today. TSM and Space Station Gaming are coming up next on the other side of this.
Good flow, guys. Good stuff.
Shine on my window frame, on a boat to my flame, blinding shining lights. I feel skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. Turning up the heat, get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we're doing. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐, 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive, 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기선을 realize. 지금이야, take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight mode. Fly, burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode. 올라가 계속 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나. 그 끝을 멀어서 run even 위로 flight mode. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we're doing. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. This time switching to flight mode. Burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Shine on my window frame, on a boat to my flame, blinding shining lights. I feel skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손을 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we're doing. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐, 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive, 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying high. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up.
the preseason teams if you don't know who is playing, and they obviously are separated into groups. Quickly, I'll go to give you guys the rundown on America. Shiv, I'll give you halfway through here, but obviously 100 Thieves is probably the most returning team as far as members go across the board. Obviously, have a big departure in Terra going over to Navi, but Self is more than adequate to fill that spot, in my opinion, in a different way that I think could be healthy for the team. FlyQuest, they just announced their roster, fellas. I mean, the biggest change in a team, right? So definitely FlyQuest looking much different, and most of them is to the team to the right of them in Liquid. This team is stacked. We'll get across to that, but definitely some of the more talented folks you know from FlyQuest over there with their main vest staying with Fly. And then, you know, looking at Sentinels, gonna go just straight down. Looking at Sentinels and what they bring, this is obviously a team that's been in here since the beginning, and they brought the party back. Armore's not there anymore, but Crimzo, Karova, Rymazing, that kind of duo or triple is all together. There's just a different dynamic for that team. It's going to be interesting to see how they come together. Shiv, you want to talk about a few here?
Yeah, so I mean, we'll jump after that. I mean, Space Station Gaming, I mean, this is a team that, you know, obviously new to what we can see here in Ignite, but it's a lot of names you know. Blur, Doom, Fidel, Month. You've seen, obviously, speaking of Envy, talking about shipping them around a little bit. Nectar, they are disgusting, right? As a duelist, really play virtually everything. And then SJW, who's actually going to be a sub, a very similar duelist that we've seen across the board. So this team, it just has a lot of talent, but we have literally no idea how they play together. And I think that's going to be the big shock surprise. TSM, a brand new roster coming in, but we've seen these names together as a unit prior, right? So you've got Bedtime Story, Gale, Gilbert, Guru, Pizza Demon. All these guys have played together hit scan fashion for a very long time. And some of them are at the top of ladder right now. But this is not necessarily, in my opinion, their meta. They're more of a hit scan team. So I do want to see how they play here in Ignite as we move forward. They could be disgusting. Nightmare, obviously, this is a team with Light. Light was on old school FlyQuest. Mace, who we've seen on teams in past, running comms, a very good comm leader. Monster, one of the strongest Hulks I've seen, but now definitely plays some of that Vanguard pool. You've got Vision, who is, you know, a dirty DPS, plays a lot of Namor, but now, you know, just that hit scan side is always available. And Smash as a substitute, who was on Dark Zero, one of the few controller duelists. It's something that I think is more of a unique selection, especially at the top level, but being able to do that, I have no idea how you're able to play at this level as a duelist on controller. So definitely got the talent there on Nightmare, and this is kind of their meta, right? They love this kind of more divey style of play. So I do think they have some potential, which, you know, just in comparison to a team like TSM, I think it's more different for them, right?
No, for sure. All great points there. To wrap it up, we have Swamp Gaming. I think a heavy favorite coming into this. They're a little bit of nemesis from last year, but we have new strategists that are going to be a big upgrade for this team. So we're going to see a lot from them in the preseason and exactly who they can be in this new Ignite year. And then all those bottom teams, Cafe Rose, Lunex, and yeah, we lost are all the teams from the MRC. I think Cafe Rose and Lunex will have a lot to prove, but it's Marvel Rivals and anything can happen. And yeah, we lost. Yeah, we lost is looking like a team that even though they qualified from the MRC, they are dive heavy, and look out for them. So there's your quick recap of all the teams for America in the Ignite preseason.
Hello and welcome one and all. We are getting ready for our second match of the day. We started things off with a banger of a series with an upset. Cafe Rose coming on top over FlyQuest. I'm pretty sure all predictions are up in flames. Let's see if we can continue on this trajectory. TSM and Space Station Gaming are the next match. Now, this is the first foray into Marvel Rivals for both of these orgs that are very well known in esports. Now, the big question is, who put together a roster that can mingle with the top?
No, absolutely. I just took all my notes, and what I did in the break is just burn them all, because it doesn't matter after
Nice.
Cafe Rose really set the stage and the expectations. But yeah, we have another great match here with TSM, Space Station Gaming. I think for me, this is going to be such a big match to kind of set the stage of who should, and listen, I'm not predicting anything after what just happened, but this is kind of the second, third, fourth spot, and I want to see where these teams stack up. I think there are a lot of believers in Space Station Gaming and the roster that they put together, and TSM being the more seasoned team that been in stage 1 and 2. What does that look like? Because if anything has told us from just the history of the one match, is the team with the more kind of synergy and that's been together has the upper leg. Vicky, this is a good one.
Yeah. I think the big question too is, Cozy, if you look at TSM, a lot of people look at these individual players and you look at the history of what they've been able to roll out with, and you look at the meta. Is the flexibility there? That was always the question when we saw a lot of the former players of TSM that, were together on other teams before. But it's about the flexibility going into this current meta. Obviously, map is very, very important too. You take a look at Gale and Guru from that team specifically, how are they able to play to their strengths, especially when it comes to the Angela that I'm probably expecting to see rolling out from that team. And then you look at Space Station Gaming, a team that I feel like everyone, where do you fit these two teams specifically, right? I'm on the same boat, by the way, where I had Space Station in that 4th place spot and TSM more in that 5th place spot, but I feel like TSM has a lot to prove, especially looking at a lot of the naysayers on the bottom end of things. I'm excited to see how this is going to go down, because it also depends on that back line too and how long they can stay alive with Dive being in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, Cozy, you just give me the biggest grin there. I know you had TSM in your top 3. Like, you believe in this team. There's a lot of pre-existing synergy, of course. Former Rad Esports, Solaris, like Decora has been together for a long time.
Yeah, I feel like one of the few defenders of this team. I think obviously the group they're in does help them a lot, but listen, when they were Solaris way back in the day, they were looking great back then, had a tough draw. And this is a team that I think definitely have the talent, and they've proved to be able to play together. Not to mention, they've added Cal, who was with Envy, which is a great pick, especially with him playing the strategist role. You have Brady, who was with Curie in stage 2, Luminosity stage 1, and then all across the board, the rest of them have all been together, from Rad to Solaris. They've got the talent. They've been, quote unquote, the stream team is what people like to call them. But now, under TSM, you've got yourself the opportunity to play for an org. For Guru, he says on Twitter, it was his dream, right, org to have, and there it is. He's on the stage to show it. And what a great opponent to show that against in Space Station Gaming. This team's got a lot to show.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming, Vicky, I've got to get your thoughts here, because a lot of the players that played together before, right? Netcry's Doomed, Nectar, Vidal, they played in the Mega Monthly actually just recently as Intergalactic, and they came last, like far behind fellow NA teams like Lunix, and yeah, we lost.
Yeah, that's why when I was talking about like the backline specifically, I have my eyes on like Fidel and Month specifically too being slotted in here, and seeing how like that's gonna work together in a team where you have some really strong points, right? I feel like the focus of this current meta is also like how the Vanguards are able to hold that front line. Of course, I know we saw it in EMEA, but like we could also see the fastball coming out. Maybe it depends on which of these teams feel comfortable rocking that composition. Yeah. You have Blur too, right? If you have the Rogue coming out, you could expect these Gambit bans to keep going forward, because that's a huge problem to deal with, especially if you have Gambit, Star-Lord, Rogue, or insert Gambit, Rogue, and then Magneto.
Yeah. Vic, let me just point this out. For those that don't know Space Station, right, you have Blur, Doomed, and then Fidel, all on Shroud X back in the day in Intergalactic. But Fidel, if you don't remember, he played for Chopper Mag, filled in as a sub, and did awesome. And so he shows me that he can jump into a new team and perform well. And then it's like Scrabble with all these old teams. You have Month with Envy on that back end. But this is the missing puzzle piece, Zoe. They have one of who I thought was the best duelist in the America region last year. They have the Thanos, as we like to call him, in Nectar. They could do anything. They're a very talented player to put this team all together.
But then, what would you accredit the Mega Monthly performance? Like, that was literally just a month ago. Like, where did they fall short? Or did they maybe not take it as serious?
Yeah, a little bit of both. I think, you know, getting things together. I don't like to put too much stock into like one tournament, one scrim, but yeah, it's definitely not the opening they want. Maybe it's the ultimate bluff. Maybe this is all planned here for the beginning of the preseason. That's big brain stuff.
Big brain plays. I see.
So
I love
repro.
that. Love that theory. You're an apologist. I'm here for it. I like that. No, yeah. I mean, I'm always falling to recency bias. Like that's just kind of me. So yeah, it's easy to do as well, but I think a lot of teams also probably didn't want to like give away too much. Also, again, recent patch changes have changed quite a bit for a lot of those teams. So yeah, we'll see what they bring to the table in today's match. Ideally, I hope this is going to be a close one. I hope they can take this to 3 maps.
Sure.
I would love to see them being more evenly stacked.
I want to follow
Yeah,
up there too from you, so like if we were talking about Nectar, and Nectar was always like that highlight player that you and I saw from the Sentinel side of things on his former team, and I agree with Zoe here. I feel like also maybe it goes hand in hand though with the fact that the meta has shifted away from what we saw in that month, and Nectar maybe having a lot more time to make those adjustments. So we've already gotten started, it looks like. Cozy, let's dive into the action here with our second series within Americas.
All right, both teams going with a different approach. TSM going to go ahead and get rid of the server admin and Elsa. Gambit on the other side. We see this now time and time again. We've got the ban right into the protect so that they can have the cards on their side. Believe in the heart of the cards is what they're trying to do in Space Station. But looking at what they want to go with next, Elsa being saved. So you have two very good, top of their class, top of their role heroes being both banned and saved. This is definitely going to make things interesting.
Oh man, I mean, then you're looking at Space Station side. I mean, they don't want to have that Gambit come out. Imagine that here, all the damage output that we could be seeing from TSM side as they go on to ban the Van Pool. Okay, going on to the next protect though here, Cozy. I already like what I'm seeing though. It's been a really big focus, I think, as a highlight, and I think as people have made their adjustments to having triple ban within the respective rank game, as there's been a really big focus onto that strategist because, as you just saw in our last series, how strong still like the triple strategist is.
No, for sure. And as we look at to what they're trying to pull together as their last game plan, I actually have to give my tip the cap to TSM. I like that they're going with the Loki save and with the Loki ban instead. With giving the Star-Lord up is going to be what was the last ban for them, but that save happening right before it is why it's so important to try to get that order of operations. I definitely think the tank pool was the right call 2 bans ago. But now giving access to what is one of the scariest combo of ults, especially on a map like this in Celestial Husk, is going to be a pretty tough thing to try to defend against here. We'll see as these teams lock in, Vicky. But who do you give the upper hand to for ban and pick?
I mean, seeing the fact that you have Gambit and Star-Lord, that's the win condition right there for Space Station. It's going to be interesting to see how that's going to transcend here for both of these teams. Whereas TSM, they don't have the Gambit, right? But you have the Loki, you have the survivability if you end up copying out the Invisible Woman. And that's why you see the bans that you see right there. Within the moment that Space Station see that they wanted to protect the Loki, they would rather get rid of the Cloak and Dagger, whose ultimate lasts a lot longer than that Invisible Boundary, than, the Invisible Woman at that point. So they take that off because they're going to make sure that that's not going to last as long as they try to proceed with their win condition of that Star-Lord.
Hey, good luck trying to have the Raging Royal flush when you have Gale on Elsa. I mean, that is all you need right there. I mean, the Glartrox is feared for a reason. I saw the favorite thing I saw the other day was like, describe the meta right now. And someone just said Glartrox. I mean, it's true. I mean, it's an absolute ult to be feared. And, Gale is one of those players we've seen a lot on Hawkeye, and he does so much work on that hero. Obviously, Hawkeye taking a lot of nerfs lately. Don't think we're going to see him as much in this scene. But being on Elsa, we're going to see now what they can put together. Guru going to open up with the Strange. Bedtime Story has been playing Star-Lord all the way back in Ignite 1, so we've seen what they can do there. And then we've got the Venom and the dive to follow. So we'll see as they jump right into point, trying to take it to the action. Gale not afraid here on the Monster Hunter. That is Elsa.
Like Verity being able to take over onto that high ground position, trying to enable Gale to have the positional advantage. But Space Station playing right below it, has a line of sight very nicely too. They're just going to stall out before the point gets unlocked in the next 3 seconds here. But a lot more of that neutral fight that we were able to expect. Gilbert taking a lot of damage, is able to swing away and pop the extra armor.
Yeah, Fidel, we're going to keep our eyes on him, obviously, with the Raging Royal. He's going to go ahead and get up to that 35% Nectar, being that huge anchor for this team. This is someone who's going to have to step up and get picks in this neutral, and Star-Lord can do that so well right now in the meta. But now going to go ahead. Okay, Nectar is doing exactly what we just said. Needs to get those opening picks, Vic. We got one to start it off.
Again, one of those star players that you have to keep your eyes on now as they go in for the dive. They already know they're at the number disadvantage, and they're just going to stall out what they can because they got the point very early on. Nectar popping off of Fidel, getting the follow-up, and it's Space Station to have their feet planted on this point first.
I'm just saying, if you had a team of 5 heroes and Thanos was one of them, you'd feel pretty confident in that team doing a great job. And right now, Nectar proving every bit of the point. Obviously, he was on Sentinels before. This was a player they relied on so much with great flexibility. Nectar now trying to hunt as Star-Lord, your Quill himself. Munt's going to go ahead and rotate over to the team, push in, and see if they can try to get something early with the aggression now as well. And continue. Fidel's got the Raging Royal, and if they can get a strategist pick with it, it is all but over for the next push for TSM. See how TSM responds. Cal's got to try to keep his eye on Fidel to see if he can copy that Raging Royal. That's going to be their game plan here.
Just staggering, lingering before diving in. Oh, forced out the invisible boundary. It still clips a little bit of the point, but with an anti and ultimate of the face of the Abyss. Blur is feasting on TSM as pick after pick. I mean, you talk about the ready, get set, go button. I mean, come on here, Cozy.
Did Cal even get to press Q? I'm pretty sure he had the copy and then instantly got eaten by the piece of the Abyss. That's as perfect as you get with the ready go comp. Blur could not have done that to better perfection. This is a team that he's played with Doom, he's played with Fidel, he's played with his fellow teammates in Intergalactic, and we saw that team coming together as one, shutting down a huge hit there on Cal. Nectar gets another. Right now, this is just feasting time for both Venom and the rest of Space Station. My goodness, Vic.
And Month 2 going all the way up with the rest of Space Station. They're literally hugging them on the other side of the point. But look who's here on the point. Bedtime, sorry, no one's looking at him. TSM keeping this in overtime, but is it going to be too little too late after they lose out on Gru next? Gilbert Nuno is incredibly low. They don't have that strategist to really back them up as they're getting torn apart in the backline. Got to keep your attention to Month, by the way, who is also playing aggressive. This is Space Station's first round to take and shine.
Wow. So Space Station, I had on my list as one of those teams that could just absolutely be a sleeper and be awoken here altogether. And that is a great way to open things up. I mean, the only answer they had to that gambit just got swallowed up by the symbiote in full. I mean, that was such an insane counter on top of just the intense aggression shown at the start. I said Nectar's got to have a great neutral game with those 20% ult reductions. Vicky, we got to look more for where you can get those value picks, and Nectar got them each time.
Makes you wonder here how much attention is going to be focused onto Blur. You see Guru going over to Thing, and maybe could disrupt a little bit of the issues that we're seeing here, because currently TSM, especially that backline, has been pressured out by Blur and Nectar. The follow-ups are amazing, and then you have Necrise being on the Emma as well to try to jump and catch Bedtime Story whenever he's trying to go into their backline. A lot of peel potential on Space Station side.
All right, TSM, let's see what you have in response. And as we just said, having that legendary can definitely get them things, opened up. Necrise does have such a great counter to the ult, especially after the buff as well. And so we're going to look to see with that new damage mitigation what this EMEA can do. Not seen a lot of EMEA over the last day or so, or earlier today on EMEA side as well. We continue as Necrise now going to try to find the right angle. Nectar continuing to get those health bars down and up. Bedtime Story's going to go and pop the ult. Happy holidays. It might be March, but we are throwing out the pistols early from the sky. He's going to get Necrise first, and that is with that ult being pressed. So just like that, deleted is that EMEA.
At least it's one, though. Space Station trying to scatter around. That's another Vanguard down. There's not enough sustainability as TSM are showing some signs of life. A nice little stall out, though, before they finally take over the point as Gale showcasing how Elsa's strength is, especially since we're not playing on that most recent nerf onto the Elsa HPA. But this is a great sign here for TSM to at least get set up early here, because Gilbert Noodle will have that strangling position on top of Gale and that ultimate.
Absolutely, and that's what their game plan was. Gale has a lot of pressure on him right now because you're going to allow the Elsa to be in this game. Well, guess what? You've got to take care of Nectar. You have to do your role and your job. The Glartrox is ready. They found the Venom diving in the back line now. Good job on the spectators with the eagle eye view to see here as Guru's going to rotate up, point up to 30%. Gale's got the Glartrox. Trying to find the right angle. They do have the Raging Royal. This is what the win con is. Here they go, rushing in. Cal 10% behind. Not going to be able to answer on the defensive side. Vicky now is Fidel pushing in, trying to find his first pick. Let's rotate over. And just in case of that Cal copy does play back, does get the defensive ult up though.
never folds, and he puts everything on that Star-Lord ultimate that didn't give him what he wanted because Cal was ready with that God of Mischief. He gets the copy onto the Invisible Boundary, and then Pizza Team Demon just rotates alongside them. Space Station forced to back away. It's up to Doom to call out where one of these strategists are. He wants to get a follow-up. He gets the double whammy, though, over to the right side. Still finds Gale. Cal going down 2. That's going to leave this Pizza Demon by himself, and it's just a matter of time before it's clean up on aisle 3 as Space Station retake this point here.
These Vanguards are just a symphony hitting every note. Doomed and Blur are locked in step together, fighting and collapsing on the same target. They just got rid of 3 pieces in just one fall swoop. Guru has Clobber in time. Outside of that, though, not loving the timing of these strategist ults on the side of TSM. You have 70% up, though. Got to try to win in the neutral, or at the very least, try to force out some ults, because they should get the retake here as things get a bit more even. Everything climbing back up on Space Station side now as both teams diving in. This is the neutral you look for here as we see just an absolute infinity war happening in front of our eyes. On our second matchup today, Gilbert Neuter going to lead the charge as Gru. Go ahead and focus in, and there it is. Happy holidays once again. Bedtime story to put an end to the story of the point hold for Space Station, but no connection.
Oh, the way they just played around that out of the line of sight was Chef's Kiss. It's clobbering time. Side Seduction just catches him, though, in the net. Forced to back away. You see the invisible boundary, and guess who the #1 problem is for TSM? It's been Blur, who has been constantly harassing this backline, disrupting them to split up their attention, and more time is wasting away. Strangling Prison follows up from Gilbert Noodle. Is it going to be a follow-up to actually back him up, as Gale is also very close to having that Apex Predator. Neckrise gets Guru out of here, and Monk following a little bit behind. Fidel had that Raging Royal Flush, though, to try to get everybody into that position. Star-Lord up above. Isn't going to be able to find the Invisiwoman.
Oh my gosh, what an amazing ult again from Blur, trying to get that half health in. Nectar is going to go and collapse on top of it. Nectar and Doom to finish. This has been perfect coordination. One word to sum it up has been harmony between Space Station now. Looking anything but like a new team. Gale, Cal have ults ready, 70% to 84. They've got the keys they need to take the point back. Going to be a tight one. Gale can go and try to dash, get a flip. Gets the pick on Nectar. That's a big one. Open up. Play aggressive. Move in now. We'll see if TSM can take this back.
We're already nearing that 95% in favor for Space Station. Doomed does have that Meteor M as Cal gets the copy. You're going to be able to get the Rage Royal Flush over to the other side. That's a big copy, by the way, at that one. Before diving in, this could be the win condition. He needs to avoid the big meatball coming out of the sky. As you can see, Blur trying to get everybody up together. Gets the ante put onto him, forcing him to back away. Overtime ticket away as TSM do boot Space Station out, and they take the real estate for free.
Yeah, but Vicky, Videl and Month are so close to have ults together, and TSM is going to be in a world of hurt, especially when Bedtime Stories goes down with 82% up first. Gilbert Noodle at 93. They don't have much to respond to this as it is, but it's Space Station being relentlessly aggressive. Nectar's going to go in and throw on the M ult. All eyes on the thighs now as they continue to farm each one off. Time is ticking up. They at least have the point ready. A little bit on the Gambit ult early, but this might be it.
I mean, if anything, you're going to have to expect TSM to try to portal in because Guru comes right back around. Overtime's ticking away. He's got to do it quickly, but he won't have all his members back as Bedtime Story is the last one out. Nobody there left to contest. Hopefully, they didn't end up burning that at the very end. Space Station with a great takeover to take this first map.
I mean, yeah, that was for everything. I mean, it's almost felt like that they had another chance to try to get that back, and it kind of felt like the ults were going that rotation. Bedtime Stories fallen early. I mean, the word was aggression, but the song was, as I said, coordination. They were able to play so well in these ready-go comms, and Fidel, who we highlighted early, played for a team not even in his region, stepped up so much to the plate, and did so today as well, leading that MVP charge.
And look at this. Not only were they able to let him get away with it on Gambit, we got to see some beautiful follow-ups with Blur trying to negate that backline from the other side. Even though they went over to some changes there, you can see Cal over on that white box. That is not what we saw out on our screen. It was that Loki. And that was even with Cal too, Cozy, getting the copy onto the Gambit at the very end. But it's kind of like you said, right? They utilized so much, and unfortunately, those ultimates were so close together. And with the current recent nerf onto ultimate charge across the board, that's been like a very bold thing that we haven't really highlighted. And these changes influence comps like that when you try to prolong more of these ultimates, especially when you try to go out with the Loki ult too.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to let the stats speak too much for themselves, but a bit of a Vanguard diff there, right? 5 and 6 on the eliminations loss side on Guru and Gilbert compared to what Blur and Doom did together. I mean, just absolutely crazy with Necrise as well. I mean, we continued to see what the triple Vanguard lineup can do, especially at high-level play. You know, shout out to Guang and Ji Young showed those stats in the dev vision. We can just see how effective it is at top level play. Also need to see Cal and Pizza Team a bit more in sync. These are two, great strategists put together on a team that has clicked in the past, but we need to see them do a bit better there. Seems like, Vicky, to me, they were warming up a bit on that first map, coming together a bit closer. But the game plan was behind Gale, and it was unable to hit all together.
I agree, and then Blur being a really big problem too. The win condition, if you look at Space Station and their current composition, is to make sure you have that Rage and Royal flush, you push Nectar forward, Blur waits to see if he could either bait out a strategist ultimate or is able to get that Feast of the Abyss online to then get that anti-heal, so that way they can actually delete the strategist through those ultimates that were already wasted here for that first map. And we know too, Cozy, Domination is incredibly strong, but we got to see what we're going to be moving on to next to see how that's going to flow.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the opposite of what we did with FlyQuest. I had both the teams, I believe, ranked at 5 on each of their respective groups because they both had the talent, but I wanted to see how they were together. And what FlyQuest was missing in that first map, they had a bit more, Zoe, as they were able to climb together in that harmony. It was fun to watch.
It really was. It really was. I think, yeah, big takeaway I just had from watching this first map was that SSG, as you already pointed out during the cast, just very well coordinated. They're synced up. The synergy is clearly there. They're all on the same page. They've been dictating the tempo of this match, and there was just so much pressure on that backline. What do you want to do moving forward to stop Blur and Nectar getting away with this?
Yeah, I mean, Vicky, for me, if you're going to try to do the triple Vanguard thing, you have to have such a strong, dominant anchor there for the DPS role. And Nectar lived up to the part most of the time. I mean, was really able to get, plenty of benefit there often. So, that is the strategy going in now that the cards are revealed, quite literally in Gambit, but also in their team comp.
Well
we'll see how TSM adjusts.
Thanks, I hated it.
Yep. That's literally why you get to see the Gambit constantly just off the table, right? Like, the fact that you can see the Gambit go through. Also, in the pick and ban phase, we got to see some bait and punishes too, right? You see the Protect on the Loki. What do you want to do? You want to ban out the Cloak and Dagger, so that way you don't have to deal with extra elongated ultimates. Plus, that would have actually shut down what Blur's goal would have been there too, right? Because he wants to try to go in for the anti. You have to catch a Cloak and Dagger at the very end. If they haven't burned away their dismiss. And then in that case, that's why they were able to note that exactly what that game plan was going to be.
Ban the Venom. If honestly, Zoe, ban the Venom. I think you've got to take care of what was the biggest problem. There were times where it's like, oh, Invisible Boundary up, no worries. And then you would have the clash of Magneto and Doomed and Blur jumping in there as the Venom. Those are some of the best Feast of the Abyss I've seen in a hot minute, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, Blur on the Venom definitely the biggest pain point, especially for that backline. As a strategist player myself, I felt that one. That one hurts. Going 17-0 as well, just being untouched, unbothered, moisturized in Blur's lane. He was living the life. So definitely adjustments that need to come in heading into this second map. I'm very interested to see where they're taking us, and here it is. Loser picks, of course.
Central Park. All right, Vic. I mean, are you surprised at all? I know we find New York a lot, obviously, to be a map that people depend on, whether it be Midtown or here. I would say, I don't know if I had on my bingo card that Central Park and then it was Araco on the last one as like the adjustment map, the get right map. But TSM, obviously, they know what they like, and not only for themselves, but maybe against Space Station, and whether it be scrims or intel that they did have from the coach and all. But yeah, we got to see them lock together more, and this is a bit better of a map that they can find that success.
Yeah, because if you take a look at what we saw from the stats, obviously Gale was on fire, right? Even though it showed that he went 6-2, he literally put down less than 18k damage on that dot. And that further highlights, okay, well, you're gonna be able to build into these strat ults a lot easier, but is this gonna be the change up that you need? Are you gonna have to enable Gale a lot more often? And then try to go back on the pick and bans where I think TSM kind of fell short on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and listen, these are teams, you look at Space Station, and this is a team full of pros, right? They just weren't all together on one team. I want to give a shout out to Month as well on Envy. I think this is a player that I wanted to see develop a lot in the offseason, and obviously showing great here. Got to cast some, grassroots stuff and see them evolve as a player. Obviously got to meet them over in China and Guangzhou and see what they could do for Envy when they got all the way up to second. So coming into this new team and playing a good backbone part of this role with Fidel has been really cool to witness.
Do you think either teams will be switching things up, or do you think we're just going to be kind of leaning towards that triple Vanguard for SSG and the more 2-2-2 style from TSM?
Vic, I think they're going to let the Elsa through again. Why not? I mean, I think they
Yeah.
were fine with how that worked out last time.
Yeah, I think if their focus is going to be very similar to what we saw in our last series in the pick and bans, I think if anything, just make sure that you do not enable the Elsa, especially if we see that even coming out. I don't think they're even afraid of that. On the other hand, I am expecting the triple Vanguard to really come out from Space Station. We're going to see how that works out because we know that these players are also flexible. We've seen that before, right, Cozy?
Yeah, for sure. On Central Park, it'll be interesting to see what route they choose, especially on the sense of Gale and Guru. I want to see who they end up selecting on this map, because in the past, I know Gale did prefer a lot of Hawkeye on this map. You know, even at times Moon Knight Storm has made her entry a little bit as well. But it's going to be a different ball game for them as we find ourselves in just a complete new meta altogether. And that's what I think makes this so exciting. Bedtime Story, I think, took the right approaches as well. Like, to me, it almost came off as a little bit of those newly signed to an org nerves, right? And it felt like that they finally were clicking a little bit there on that second point of the map outside of just a couple of the ultimates. So it's fairly easy. Ban the Venom, start from there, and then try to get some things rolled together here on Central Park, the map you pick.
Yeah, I also feel like, by the way, like we saw, sorry, so I was just seeing like the Star-Lord diff. You know, when you're going into your own games and you get to see like somebody try to diddle you and they just try to find you and isolate you and try to beat you in the ditto. I feel like we saw that a few times too in that first map.
We really did. Yeah, I think maybe the first map here was also just, I mean, first of all, it's predetermined map, right? So like, might not be everyone's favorite. And maybe they were just like kind of feeling it out, trying to see what the opposition has in store for them. Because I think a lot of the teams, obviously, if they know like you're opening matches against Team X, like you're not going to scrim them. So you might not actually get that much insight. And maybe you're not as prepared as you would be if there was more footage on those teams in this new meta.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Central Park is ready. The teams know exactly what they want to do, and we'll see now if we get another 2-0 in what some would say they expected. Others would have, you know, their belief in TSM, cough, cough, myself, at least in this point. And this is what I wanted to see, though, is how it all comes together as one. They've been here before, though. Plenty of these teams, especially TSM, has had their backs against the wall. Been told the team that can't do it, right? But Space Station, wow, what you can do for your org to say, hey, we're here for the next year of Ignite, and we're ready to go.
And looks like our teams are ready as well. Let's get this started here. We're moving on to our second map in our group stages, guys, as we take a look for the first time at Group B after we saw the action play out in our first series between our two teams in Group A. And we talked about it before, Cozy. We mentioned the pick and ban phase may have been where the TSM team may have fallen short on. And it's the gambit off the table and said, all right, we ain't gonna have that, but guess what? That opens up for the Protect next as Space Station's on the attacking side, and they get to protect the Elsa.
All right, with Gambit, yeah, both B and ban, that definitely will change how this already opens up with the protection on Elsa on their side as well. They're like, okay, you guys played her, okay, but give us the server admin this time, and we'll show what you can do with the Monster Hunter herself. The Vanguard protects on the Deadpool. This is just now going to offer a completely different flow and pace of the game that we just saw from Domination. There's the Elsa pick, the Elsa ban. So the strategy that we saw on the opposite side from TSM last going to light with this next ban it's a very important ban if you were TSM here, looking at what the strength was of Space Station, which we've highlighted was the Venom. A bit early here to probably ban that Venom. They're going to go with the Deadpool Vanguard instead.
Okay. Already expecting that from Space Station side, something that TSM get to protect from themselves. We get to see their next protect here. What are you going to try to lean into, right? Because you won't have the Elsa on your side, which was what was allowing you to pop off originally, right, Cozy? Because we got to see that from Gale already specifically, and you won't have that damage boost to really work into your favor as you do protect that Mantis, so you can expect that triple strategist to roll out.
Yeah, the Mantis Protect is big here. I actually like the change that they're going to try to roll with, especially with the Mantis ban. Got to try to find where they can, you know, get themselves the edge, and that'll definitely be it. As far as, you know, not having the Elsa... Gale can play just about anything. I'm not too worried about him on the hit scan side of things. I mean, we've seen Punisher in the past and more. Invis Woman going to be saved there from Space Station. So for our last ban, looking at what you have available, Loki's no longer an option for Cal, so they'll have to adjust. This is exactly what I was hoping. Get that inverse Loki ban on their side is what they're looking like they're going to lock in. We have two very different team comps up together. TSM going to be more in the most likely triple strat approach.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I was waiting for it, Cozy. I already seeing these adjustments. So we talked about it, right? Right before we got into the series, like you're going to have to see some of these changes. We were expecting it coming out into that pick and ban phase, basically like a whiplash of what we witnessed in our first map, and this is the adjustments that you need to make, especially in a best of 3 here. 2 out of 3 situation where TSM find themselves at a loss. Space Station already putting themselves in the driver's seat, and we get to see the Angela, maybe not from the side I was expecting, Cozy, but from Neckrise, who also has a sick Angela.
And Cal on the Adam Warlock, good old nod back to the Envy days. He did play plenty of Adam, and obviously duelist for that team, and so I was hoping that that's the route they went. Pizza Demon over on the Cloak and Dagger. That is where you're going to find the success, and we just saw, hey, you leave Adam Warlock available to one team. If they know exactly how to rotate and use the best res to their advantage, it is very tough to beat a team not once but twice, especially at this level of play, Vic.
Can't wait to see where these teams situate themselves. It's just day number 1 in Americas. As we get rolled out, it's important to note how that pick and ban phase is always influenced too, based on which team is going to be starting on what side as we move on to Convergence. Central Park getting these different looks too of these different maps.
Dude, I'm just saying, Space Station, this looks like a scary team right now. Daredevil, having the Elsa, the Venom, and Neckrise. I mean, this is the dive that's going to thrive right now in this meta. And Mutt is going to lead with the cute baby but deadly land shark now going on the top end, like the rotation they're trying to take here. Once again, Blur just going right into the mess of things, like Venom and the Symbiote want to do best, pleasing the Lord Noel himself, climbing right out, 40% up and ready. This time Story's rotating over. Oh, what a huge pick to open up on Fidel, though. That's going to slow down what is otherwise the aggressive early dive thump.
Oh, he domed him in the head like back-to-back, actually. Oh, no, that's my health pack. Unfortunate for the Angela to back away before being able to boost at least into Month's strat ultimate for trying to dive back in. But the problem still remains, it looks like, Cozy, where Blur has been the issue here. He keeps disrupting this backline, and not only that, you have to worry about Doom being on the Daredevil on top of Neckrise trying to shish kebab you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that pickoff also just stops a lot of the momentum that they had and allows Pizza Demon to get closer to that. And there's Cal finding one. So these strategists, that's what you want. Your triple strat, you have all that survivability, but if you can get those key picks, it's going to allow you to survive something like Pizza Demon falling. Fidel's going to crash again, and right now TSM is definitely finding themselves here in New York under the reign of Dracula, trying to get themselves back into this thing. Gilbert Noodle close on the ult. Gale going to follow with that combo, and look at every strategist ready to go nearly, with Cal coming last, but that's important. This is going to be up to the wire here if they're able to hold on. 2.5 minutes left, Vic.
They know somebody's right behind him. It's a Daredevil. They try to go in for the dive 1-2 onto the strat back line, and with the face of the abyss, then you have the third member in the chessboard, and that's going to be Neckrise following up together with Doomed and Blur. That's a lot of damage, and they only used up 2 of those, one of those ultimates between Blur, whereas on the other side, TSM had used up those 2.
And it happened like at the perfect time, Vicky, because they had their, oh my God, the portal with the cap doesn't matter. They were 5% or so from just having the full the gameplay just completely happen to their liking with the strategy.
Oh my.
But Space Station didn't give them an inch to breathe, and that's what you want to do with this comp. But perfect ult tracking and or just hits to get this thing rolling. Space Station still has everything too big.
Dude, that physically hurt me to watch right there. That was so unfortunate right there, too. Getting a bad spawn and, like, them capitalizing it wastes so much time. And it's so important, right, for this portion of the second checkpoint as he releases the Glartrox onto the strat. It's fine, though. Great timing from that Soul Resurgence on the Mantis ultimate. Must then get the It's Jeff. Neckrise avoids here, going into the back line up, looking down to help out Month. But at least Cal does have the passive. That's going to be the most important thing for TSM, because if he can get away with it, which he can't, it's going to be a full reset here for TSM.
Oh my goodness, absolute lunchtime Month. Hello, did anyone notice the big ol' just 3-piece that just happened off the map from them? Full reset. At first, I'm like, oh wait, okay, are they just adjusting to get back together as a team? Nope, it's going to be Month throwing them off quickly with the spit out. Cal does have that res still. They did use both the other strategists ult to your point, so they don't have a lot of a defensive effort. Doom gonna have the Devil out. Right now, a little bit of a neutral game. Cal, I would say, in the TSM team have a bit of an advantage with this resurrection. We'll see if he gets caught out of place, though, and out of pocket. Doom gonna go ahead, dive in, has the Devils ready to be let out. Here comes Vicky, finds one with Bedtime Story, and continue to look for success, but good bubble there.
And is the Born again lasting long enough to avoid letting the Devil out? Because guess what? Blur is still in the fray, and we are then in the Feast of the Abyss. Unleashed. Doesn't find it smart, though. It does not, because he gets punished immediately afterwards. I love this positioning that we're currently seeing from Gale, who is currently damage boosted by that Mantis. You see different positioning held by Cal to also harass them. They hold them back for now, and TSM finally gets some room to breathe.
I've said this for this team time and time again, whether it's been Ignite or other tournaments, Gale is such the glue that holds this team together, especially with the damage boost after giving this man everything you need. Didn't work on the else on the last map, but have it here on this one with a good rotate. Now looking Pizza Demon and Bedtime Story getting close to the Soul Resurgence. They need to hold on though. This is where they kind of broke on the last first point. Can they get these points up? Guru gonna get Nectar out. That's gonna give them the time they need to get these other strategist ults. And hopefully, if you're a TSM fan, get this thing going a bit more. There's the clobber and time down, Vic.
It was only up to Blur, and he's still alive. He's still being a menace because Month is right there. He sees the reset. You currently have the Ensong Infernal onto Month, who actually avoids being focused here. He repositions right behind the rest of Space Station. Blur comes down. By the way, another piece of the Abyss. You would think it's Thanksgiving here, how he's been feasting like it's a buffet. He moves back, but the Glartrox gets sent out, and Gale then gets a follow-up. I mean, negating those two ultimates that were used from Space Station.
The perfect answer, the Glartrox and the Feast of the Abyss, one of those alone should be able to get a couple wipes, but no, it's going to be them only using the Soul Resurgence, keeping the team up, and this is it. 1 minute, 24 seconds, have the internal bond ready. Cal should be close to follow up there. Look out for Munt, though. We'll see how this It's Jeff is going to play the biggest part of this matchup and what could be their path to a 2-0, and he's hungry. He's hungry, Vicky. He's ready for lunch.
I think everybody's just hungry on this team, it looks like. But Monk does get stunned temporarily. He's still alive for now. Getting pocketed by Fidel. Here over to the other side. Necrai just looking for the hunt before diving in. And it's going to be Guru who tries to find the isolation onto the Def. Originally, I love the fuel that we currently see from Necrise. Cloak and Dagger here from Pizza Demon is going to have the Eternal Bond to paint the floor purple before backing away. But the way that Space Station's playing this, they're just backing away here instead. They just saw that Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond and said, okay, fine, you can have this space before we try to recontest from a different angle.
Yeah, Cal ready to go too, and you can see him playing way back, not just a little back, in the castle, fully hoping to get this resurrection rolling for the team. Doom gonna go ahead and get picked up on the Bedtime Story. Cal gonna bring right back, and here they go, win again, fight again. Necrise finds Gale. Monto was hungry, as we said, finds two, and it's the strats. My gosh, it's disgusting.
Born again into, gone again. Unfortunate. Thanks to the It's Jeff from Month, and now Space Station get that second checkpoint. This also gives them a good amount of time to control a lot of this extra space if you really get them seeing set up by that bridge.
It feels like Space Station has a strategy right now, and TSM, they're figuring out what theirs is as the match plays on. And again, to allow symbiotic shenanigans with the Venom and the Jeff is just such a tough thing to go up against. Gale trying to get some pickoffs early, has the in-song. It also got the clobber in time, but good luck as the Glartrox on this stage of the field is super tough to deal with. At least try and keep out and keep up alive.
A lot to worry about here, too, on this extra side. You can see the way that TSM are just trying to play a little bit split, trying to give them their attention to make sure that they have heal for that backline. That's why you see Cal made that swap over to that Luna, trying to get a freeze if they can. Bedtime Story swapping over to the No More. They've isolated that. Blur has been a problem here, but you got to look right in front of you. You were talking about it, Cozy. The Apex Predator is out, and he sees himself at the very top of the food chain as Space Station clear even more space up ahead, and Blur has a piece of the Abyss.
Down goes the front line, and what are you going to be able to come back with? Cal is a mile away from the ult. Bedtime Stories falls again. Pizza Demon maybe can get back, but It's Jeff falls as well. And this is going to be the push all the way to the middle of this castle. First point going to be at 3-0. 1.75 on the clock. Nectar finds more. Nectar tries to join, and there it is. 3-0. TSM backs against the wall. Space Station quite literally blasting off in front of our eyes as a new team.
Dude, if you're like TSM having to like track Space Station and the different angles that they're taking, you would get whiplash because you got the Angela flying over to your backline, waiting to dive in together with Blur, and then they were having to worry about the dive opposition from Space Station. They made the adjustments very quickly, Cozy. But on TSM side, they did win like those 2 to 3 fights. They made changes, but maybe a little too late because those 4 staggers were pretty rough too.
Dare I say welcome to orbit? I mean, can I even say welcome to orbit? I mean, look at what this is able to be done as a team put together, and really all these players showing that they don't only have the talent, but they are able to combine what has been not only meta strats, but I like the strategy in general for this team coming together as one. If you're TSM, you've got to look at what you can do defensively or offensively here to try to put them a little bit more on their, I want to say, going to their backup plan, but I feel like Space Station, they have an answer to everything.
They're ready for it here. It's difficult. I mean, Cal at least being on the Jeff, means that when they see Fidel using the invisible boundary and everyone wants to get healed up right back together, you're going to expect the itch from their side of things. And kind of taking a note here from what we already saw from Month as now Space Station gets set up on the high ground. Blur already getting ready too, but Blur's been a big highlight now as you see him take out the group.
All you need to do is
Okay,
catch
so
the
here we
mission
go,
area.
Blur.
Got it?
Eyes on Blur, who saw plenty of the Venom side. Month's still going to stay on that Shark, and right now their strategy early was look for that Born again, and then Jeff eats again. Now not going to have Cal on that. He's going to match him with the Shark. Up is Gilbert trying to take a page out of Blur's note on the first map. It's a little bit of something going. Just trying to get those cooldowns, those important hits for their team. And we saw plenty of Bedtime Story on Psylocke with those early buffs. We'll see if he can take full advantage. Angela going to go and get a quick hit on there as Necrorize now. There's a bit of the advantage on the height.
Still being that mosquito that they're trying to swat away, though. Taking a lot of that damage, and this is the issue when you're running a triple Vanguard lineup from Space Station, and you have Month and Fidel who are keeping everyone alive. But look at this communication. They back away before they try to recontest here. They're the ones with the group. You got to take your eyes and see which of these ultimates are online, but it's going to be TSM having the tank pool to be able to dive right back together. But Necrise off to the side says, what are you waving at? You down there back in the spawn room gates after getting that environmental KO.
Yeah, we saw with Angela and the nerf she got you just to be that much more precise when you do get those pickoffs as Angela, and he is showing that it did not at all affect the pro scene, at least on his side of things. Now Guru is going to look to try to get back together with his team, and this Elsa pick is just doing way more for Space Station in terms of space making and picks happening. Now Month playing a bit back here, 92%, knows he's close to lunchtime. Amplifier up, this is going to be the moment they have to take here, Vicky. As the damage to Amplify is pure blindness as they're in the invisible boundary. Fidel trying to find some room. It's going to be this. I mean, no, you can run, but you can't hide.
Ayúdame. Ayúdame, they got him! And that Grace, he said, get down, Mr. President! He saves the day! He gets him back up! And he got the double jump too, right? But they were able to find that pick up the Jeff. And that's so unfortunate because look how close TSM were getting to that second point. And then the immediate turnaround. Necrise has been on fire. So Blur leaves some room too. As I've also moved in here. This Vanguard lineup from Space Station is impeccable.
And One Wing Angel getting it done. All at once here. Nexter is just waiting for that Galartrox as well. Might look for the combo. Gale does have the legendary. And we've got the Dance execution from Bedtime Story, who just continues to not be able to find that value early here as Psylocke and getting pressured down to take their strategist's attention. Now Guru going to go ahead and try to get something going for the team. Galartrox is out and up, finds one as it continues to go back. Nothing from it though, and this is where everyone has to press Q. Move in if you're a TSM. Meteor goes down, connect.
Oh!
Bam! Goes through with the slam dunk, Vic.
Oh! He goes in and he left Gilbert Noodle one, by the way. Like, again, Doom now moves up. Necrise still has that ultimate ready to go. Angela's been such a problem. I mean, if Aerith saw this, she'd be having a little bit of PTSD, as you had mentioned, the One-Winged Angel coming out to play. But TSM do have two ultimates. The only thing is, though, here, Cozy, they don't really have anything to really follow up. It would have to be Gilbert Noodle that opens it up to allow Gale to pop off of an anti from that piece of the Abyss.
Yeah, forced out Gale. Just going to go in and throw up the legendary from the back, see what they can find. And this is kind of what we've seen from him. Gilbert Noodle does get two in the back. It's both strategists, so this is going to be their time to take point one. This fight is going to continue, and that's all you need to keep your opportunity alive for your first appearance in the preseason of year 2, Vicky.
This should be fun.
Great option coverage, too, knowing that everyone wanted to hide away from that Galactic Legend and wanted to hide inside that hallway, so you get the Feast of the Abyss to clean up the rest of that fight. Space Station, though, already back up, trying to hold this choke. And remember, when we saw TSM originally on the defense, they were stuck over some big staggered KOs, and Necrise still holding onto the ult before Gilbert Noodle tried to dive in. He sent it down on the spear, but no follow-up as everyone was kind of outside of that tank pull bubble, but Bedtime Story still gets called out.
Yeah, there's actually a big pick there from Guru to be able to help out and trading the duelist front, but with the res that has him back to 6. 65, such an advantage here at this level of play, why Rocket gets that love. Al now playing the whole wheel strategist at this point, it feels like, and going to throw out that ult early. Guru pushing in the aggression to follow. We'll see if they continue forcing the ult from Fidel. This gives them not only the space, but also the ult advantage moving in, Vicky. Like what I'm seeing from TSM here. Nectar, though, close to the Galartrox. Look out for this rotate. See if we can get eyes on him to throw out the monster.
Pizza Demon there too to try to save the day. Does have that Itch Chef ready, but Space Station have a lot of along of cider too, as TSM are down a minute less than 55 seconds. And I like the peels too, because you currently see them just going to be able to follow up with that team up from the Venom too. You try to go in for the Feast of the Abyss if you're Blur, but fails to land on its mark here. Instead, TSM having to dive down. The BRB brings back Pizza Demon at the very least. And now you get to have that Sia from Cal just trying to get these follow-up picks. He's not going to get caught by the It's Jeff. Instead, he tries to clear the points, and you have Bedtime Story as the insurance policy to find 3.
That is the TSM that we expected to see a little bit. They looked way more harmonized on this, and like they had a plan against what might be thrown at them. Definitely a lot of work being done by that res beacon. By the way, 2 crucial reses happen at the right time. So now with 2 minutes 41 seconds, only 26 seconds left for Space Station. So they're on track. TSM is. They used a lot, obviously, but needed to. Gilbert going to be close and can combine with Gale. They did that just enough to get 0.1, Vicky. Let's see if they use that as their option here.
Especially with Month, by the way, swapping over to the White Box. As Bedtime Story is the next victim here. Necrise tries to move all the way up. No Heaven's Retribution we're holding on to. They're coming in clutch. It's so big here. That's why we see that rocket swap up too, right? They wanted to see if they could try to get these follow-ups immediately when we see that Fidel was on that Invisible Woman from Space Station side. And now you have the Galactic Legend from Gale, just putting in so much of the pressure. Everybody from Space Station, though, they're out of his line of sight. They walk away. Just wait for it to end.
Yeah, we all know Venom. I mean, he just keeps feasting. It is very hard to take that man down. They full committed on it. Doom going to go ahead and find a quick hit on Cal. Finally getting rid of the raccoon and going to continue to find what was left from it now. And there's Guru trying to throw up his best ult. Doom goes down from it. Bedtime Story starting to heat up a little bit here on Psylocke in the neutral. I'm going to go ahead and try to hunt for Angela and the Yokai next. Finds more, 42%. Vicky, Pizza Demon needs to get this ult as quick as possible on this next rotation. Nectar getting close to the Glartrox. Does find the best of Bedtime Stories. That slows them down. Minute 27 in counting.
Wow. Talking about these BRBs, look at this. Bedtime Story is right back as a problem. And Bedtime Story, as you mentioned, maybe taking a little bit of time to warm up here. But popping off on this Psylocke. You see the dive there from the Venom, and that's why these swaps have been so crucial too, because Month realizing, okay, they haven't been able to take care of Cal, so they're going to need to get more of this follow-up, the synergy going in this communication. Gale tries to go in for the peel, help out the back line as Blur is forced to back away, but he's got the reset available with the Feast of the Abyss as Doom dives in on top of Cal and finds the next pick.
Oh man, do not let the lawyer get too close to you. Objection. Blur finds one. Necrise another. 47 seconds left to reset and do your last bit. And those are all done perfectly there without a Q being pressed, right? So you've got not only D'Angelo coming up shortly, and hello to the first appearance of White Fox in our America scene quickly. Keep the Demon ready for lunch. See if he can find the best. Bedtime Story as well has this Dance of the Butterfly. We'll see if he can get good rotation from the back and see get Fidel out early. Will spell success, but Doom going to get Cal. That's 2 for the price of 1 with the respawn. Guru gets doomed in return for the overextension. Doesn't matter though. It's Month. Pizza out of here with the ult. That's huge.
Puts the extra pepperonis on the pizza, though, off of that, too. Being able to get that follow-up is amazing. TSM down that 1 extra member, and that's why they made that swap. Now, Cal is forced to get off the rocket, goes over to the Luna, no BRB, and now we're going to be able to play Patty Cake right next to the Invisible Woman's shield instead. Nectar gets Bedtime Story, and TSM has that BRB. Now, this time from Pizza Demon. Says, all right, don't worry, Cal. I got you if you don't want it, but is it going to be enough to deal with this Daredevil?
Absolutely. June continues to find these early and often picks. Necrise finds another, and this is going to be what could be the swan song of the early start of TSM. The Space Station Nectar, Thanos as we call them, is snapping, finding one after the other. Gilbert Noodle's going to do the Desperation Abysmal, trying to find something of the Abyss Feast. Nothing with it, staying alive long enough, but not going to happen. With the portal coming out, hold on! They're going to find the top here as Bedtime Story continues on their story now with Gale over to the Quick Wolverine. Going to go and get, sadly off the map.
No way! Coming out of the portal like that just to deal with that is crazy, but that's what you have to deal with when you're here on this bridge with the Zavire Breath of Chaos. Pizza Demon does have that BRB, brings back Gale right afterwards. If Gale could also go for something crazy, it could be great, but somebody needs to look at this Daredevil who is harassing everybody. They hold them back, and TSM don't get to the finish line.
Houston, we have a problem, and it's Space Station coming to the America scene. What an absolute great start performance from them. TSM has to go back to some of their drawing board of strategy, and it is at the hands here of the MVP, Nectar, getting all that value out of Elsa and what she can bring to the table. But it wasn't just that. I mean, Vic, they were just, again, picking up where they left off on map 1. singing in harmony and nailing every single note. Taking a look here across the board, anything you want to highlight outside of the obvious?
It's going to the moon, I guess. I don't know, because then you get to see Nectar, who not only popped off, but literally went down twice. Neck rise? Huge problem on the Angela. Then you could see the adjustments that they made, and it was very quick and calculated, right? You look on the other side and you take a look at TSM, you're wondering, were these the changes that we needed to see to try to get this payload to the finish line? Because the one thing that Space Station noted was Doom being on the Daredevil saw that Cal kept getting a lot more out of these BRBs. You called that out amazingly, Cozy. So they swap off. Cal getting maybe a little tilted here, says, all right, Pizza Demon, let's try this. We will run out with the Animal Crossing backline. Pizza Demon was schmoving a little bit, still got harassed by Doom, though, and it split a lot of that team focus fire up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just survivability across the board, absolutely crazy in terms of Space Station. They use Doomed aggressively where they can because, they were able to get the trades off it. Only 2 eliminations for Nectar is absolutely wild. Like a 22.0 KD. Are you kidding me? Absolutely perfect numbers. And that's what I thought their ticket was. We talked about them. I did with the other casters before, and I was like, you know what? If Nectar continues to do what we saw them do with Sentinels, this team can clearly, blast off to space, and we just saw that. So great opening from them as an org, and really no notes. 10 out of 10.
Yeah. Honestly, seeing the way that second series already played out. Remember, it is 2 out of 3, right? So it's very quick to see a lot of these teams get that momentum. As Zoe, now you're coming into the fray. You get to see how everything got to play out in that Central Park. What are your thoughts there after seeing the pick and ban phase change up exactly how you wanted?
I mean, clearly the teams have the right read here, right? I'm just very, very, very impressed with the cohesion from SSG. I think this is such a statement piece, and that's exactly what we need to see from them heading into tomorrow's match, which is going to be against Liquid Citadel, the top dog of their group, right? But if they can rock up with this kind of coordination, with this kind of pacing, and with just this kind of dominance, I don't know, that might be a lot closer than some people might expect.
For me, it's why I'm a fan of best of 5 a lot of the time, Rick, because it allows you to get this breathing room. But in this quick round robin best of 3 format, we've seen it. We saw it with EMEA before, and right here, right now. Like the team that's winning that Dom, it's so hard to quickly adjust your game plan, your mental, and then just try to flip it right back to them. 2-0s are a plenty right now because of this quick pace, adjustment to the meta and the teams around them.
Yeah, I mean, but the adjustments were made, right? Just for TSM, especially like in the game itself, like those kind of adjustments always came just a little too late in the map, a little too late in the series where, at that point, SSG was already like snowballing so heavily.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely
listen, Vicky, what was the player that stood out the most for you from this SSG team?
I mean, Nectar, right? You talked about it already before, because the thing is that you're so busy trying to focus on making sure that you're peeling for your backline. Guess who's just getting away with getting these free KOs? Looking down the lane where Elsa perched high on her tree, it's going to be Nectar being able to pop off basically for free, uncontested.
Yeah, they had an incredible game, but also Necrise. That Angela was such a massive issue for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the patch notes and people were like, is Angela, never dead, but different for sure. And how were those changes going to affect the pro scene, especially because we've seen tons of pros obviously love Angela and what they offer in the nicheness of the Vanguard category. But yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of how they utilize the hero to the best success that they could. Looking back at what they could do better, I don't even know if I could say much. I mean, obviously the game plan I think is a lot of what Nectar did on Star-Lord on the first map, Elsa on the other. So look at him as their main, look at them as their main point. But Nectar, they're tough to stop. We saw it with Sentinels, back last year.
Yeah, and you know what? I also just saw, guys. I mean, like you talked about the changes that we were expecting. Angela, how now she gets a little bit more fluidity. Daredevil nerf where? Like we get to still see like Daredevil just popping off and still harassing so much of this backline, but it's also about wasting time, right? Splitting that focus and trying to enable your other teammates to get into a better position, which was just basically like butter on toast when you have to look behind you and look at the Daredevil, but then guess what? An Elsa is able to get so much piercing damage. We saw a little bit of that movement too from Nectar earlier.
Yeah, I think honestly with the changes and like the uncertainty in the meta, like those pick and ban phases are so crucial. They're going to be so interesting as the teams have to adapt map to map when they really see how much stronger some of those heroes still are despite the perceived nerfs. Also, we had White Fox appearance. Moth played White Fox. Initial thoughts here and how that slotted in?
Yeah, before, if you guys don't know, you're just coming in watching, this is not the patch where White Fox got the buffs. This is kind of previous before that. So it was fun to see the quick change of like the dive nature of what they were trying to do to close up the point. That's probably why you see a quick adjustment there and how tight the corridors were for them. And speaking of White Fox as the new strategist, that's for TSM what I need to see cleaned up. The strategist play in general. I mean, it feels like we're back in the mid-season finals, guys. Jeff is just on top of the meta right now in this dive comp. Something that might seem puzzling to see as a ban, but I think is an important ban. I mean, it could definitely just really help the team. I mean, Cal, they were cooking with Adam in those born agains, but then they always had the answer. Month would just eat them up.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're trying to get ready for our interview, and here they are, Nectar joining us for a quick chat. First, of course, congratulations. What a dominant first showing. What did prep look like heading into this match? How did you feel you're going to stack up against TSM?
Well, I think going into the match we were pretty confident. I think all 6 of us, even though we were on like different teams and like part of different cores, I think we're all really capable players, and I think we really put in the time and the effort this week, especially to prepare for the match.
Hey, Nectar, good to see you again, man. I've been waiting to be able to talk to you, and we're back. It felt like it just came so quickly. You too, and so obviously got to spend a lot of time with you in China, and I mean all over. And I got to ask you, I mean, you were with Sentinels, right? Now you come here, you have a team of Intergalactic coming together. Shroud X before that. You get Month from Envy. It's a little bit of like everyone from everywhere. What is the identity of this team? How did it come together? How is the team, and the vibes as one?
Yeah, well, to be honest, like Month has been like my best friend basically for like probably like the past like majority of the last 10 years. So it's been nice to actually like finally be able to like play on a partner team with him, especially this night. So, and I think him and I really play well together. So that's helped us a lot. And I think just in general, when I was traveling in the offseason, I really like the core. I like their ideas of the game, and I really believe that, that we'd be capable of, winning and doing pretty well.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nectar. I mean, you were popping off, right, in that last previous series. We just saw the stats across the board. You guys were able to make that really quick adjustment. I love how you guys went over to the Daredevil to then focus down on the Rocket because that BRB was getting a lot of value. Looking forward, though, into day number 2, your next opponents are on the complete other side of a lot of people's predictions. And it's going to be against Team Liquid Citadel, I believe, for the very end of day number 2. Just looking at the way that you were able to pop off today, I mean, how are you feeling you guys are going to do in the current meta against a team that's as strong as Team Liquid Citadel?
I feel like the fact that, especially Doomed and I, we're very flexible and, we're both like willing to play whatever we need for the comp to work. I think that's a big strength that we have. So we'll just have to see. Prepare well, try hard. Same thing as usual.
Well, Nectar, listen, I said on a cast, I was looking at the team and I was like, hey, they've got a pretty cool team, but Nectar, I mean, we called you Thanos, man. And it's like having you here is fun to put the team all together. Give my big shout out to your Vanguards, though. I thought they played tremendous this last match too and just had perfect flow and comms. So again, just big congrats to you and excited to see what else you guys have in this Group B.
All right, thank you so much. Always nice to talk to you, Cozy.
Appreciate it.
Great to hear from Nectar after they, together with their team, just got their first W on the board. Hopefully many more to come. And quite frankly, they looked so cohesive. Like, given the fact that they are just kind of thrown together like that, there's so many different players coming from different teams with different identities. So sometimes that can kind of result in a clash because there's too many cooks in the kitchen. But for this one, it's been working out. They are eating. So let's see what treats they have for us in their upcoming match tomorrow. They will be going up against, Liquid Citadel. How do you guys feel they're going to stack up against them? Not having seen Citadel in action just yet, or Liquid Citadel rather.
Liquid is a very good team. So, you know, to not take away from what I was very impressed with SSG. I think it's really cool that Month and Nectar close, Nectar popping off. That's what Roster Mania is so cool about, is to have these big changes. Liquid is a whole nother beast. If you look at not only what they, you know, got from America, but also over from EMEA, that entire team is stacked. And that will be the true litmus test, right, for SSG. Because if they can, you know, show a strong performance, win or lose, but strong performance, then wow, the America scene is just up for grabs for anybody, to be honest.
It is indeed. Now, that was just match 2 of 5. And next up, we're going to have Sentinels taking on Swamp Gaming after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Flashing on my window frame, on a boat to my flame, blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손이 가버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's the mystery to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 하늘 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher. Eyes wide, right through.
preseason teams if you don't know who is playing, and they obviously are separated into groups. Quickly, I'll go to give you guys the rundown on America. Shiv, I'll give you halfway through here, but obviously 100 Thieves is probably the most returning team as far as members go across the board. Obviously, have a big departure in Terra going over to Na'Vi, but Self is more than adequate to fill that spot, in my opinion, in a different way that I think could be healthy for the team. FlyQuest, they just announced their roster, fellas. I mean, the biggest change in a team, right? So definitely FlyQuest looking much different, and most of them is to the team to the right of them in Liquid. This team is stacked. We'll get across to that, but definitely some of the more talented folks you know from FlyQuest over there with their main vest staying with Fly. And then, you know, looking at Sentinels, gonna go just straight down. Looking at Sentinels and what they bring, this is obviously a team that's been in here since the beginning, and they brought the party back. Armore's not there anymore, but Crimzo, Karova, Rymazing, that kind of duo or triple is all together. There's just a different dynamic for that team. It's going to be interesting to see how they come together. Shiv, you want to talk about a few here?
Yeah, so I mean, we'll jump out to that. I mean, Space Station Gaming, I mean, this is a team that, you know, obviously new to what we can see here in Ignite, but it's a lot of names you know. Blur, Doom, Fidel, Month. You've seen, obviously, speaking of Envy, talking about shipping them around a little bit. Nectar, they are disgusting, right? As a duelist, really play virtually everything. And then SJW, who's actually going to be a sub, a very similar duelist that we've seen across the board. So this team, it just has a lot of talent, but we have literally no idea how they play together. And I think that's going to be the big shock surprise. TSM, a brand new roster coming in, but we've seen these names together as a unit prior, right? So you've got Bedtime Story, Gale, Gilbert, Guru, Pizza Demon. All these guys have played together hit scan fashion for a very long time. And some of them are at the top of ladder right now. But this is not necessarily, in my opinion, their meta. They're more of a hit scan team. So I do want to see how they play here in Ignite as we move forward. They could be disgusting. Nightmare, obviously, this is a team with Light. Light was on old school FlyQuest. Mace, who we've seen on teams in past, running comms, a very good comm leader. Monster, one of the strongest Hulks I've seen, but now definitely plays some of that Vanguard pool. You've got Vision, who is, a dirty DPS, plays a lot of Namor, but now, just that hit scan side is always available. And Smash as a substitute, who was on Dark Zero, one of the few controller duelists. It's something that I think is more of a unique selection, especially at the top level, but being able to do that, I have no idea how you're able to play at this level as a duelist on controller. So definitely got the talent there on Nightmare, and this is kind of their meta, right? They love this kind of more divey style of play. So I do think they have some potential, which just in comparison to a team like TSM, I think it's more different for them, right?
No, for sure. All great points there. To wrap it up, we have Swamp Gaming. I think a heavy favorite coming into this. They're a little bit of nemesis from last year, but we have new strategists that are going to be a big upgrade for this team. So we're going to see a lot from them in the preseason and exactly who they can be in this new Ignite year. And then all those bottom teams, Cafe Rose, Lunex, and yeah, we lost are all the teams from the MRC. I think Cafe Rose and Lunex will have a lot to prove, but it's Marvel Rivals and anything can happen. And yeah, we lost. Yeah, we lost is looking like a team that even though they qualified from the MRC, they are dive heavy, and look out for them. So there's your quick recap of all the teams for America in the Ignite preseason.
Welcome back, one and all, to day one of the Marvel Rivals Ignite Preseason in the Americas. Zoe here, joined by Vicky and Cozy, and we're about to set the stage for map number 3, Sentinels going up against Swamp Gaming. Now, Cozy, you have this one as your match of the day. Let's walk me through it. Why do you think this is going to be the Giga Banger?
Well, for starters, the day didn't go anything of what I thought it was going to be, but it still is the match of the day, in my opinion. I think when you looked at Group A and the Group of Death, that 1 through 3 spot for a lot of people had 100 Thieves, Sentinels, and Swamp Gaming as those 3. We've heard a lot of things about Swamp Gaming being this not up and coming team. I would say the team that's doing well kind of in scrims and behind the scenes, but we know the storied past of Sentinels, 100 Thieves, and Sentinels. They're kind of back to their old form. Obviously, they don't have all the OG members, but you have Raimazing, Kurova back with Crimzo, and so will the kind of consistency win this one, or the hot and on fire Swamp Gaming? This one's going to tell us a lot about the America scene.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to like looking at my predictions, the number 2 and number 3 spot were so easily contested, and that's where I was like kind of stuck when it came to placing where Sentinels and Swamp Gaming was. And this was the series that I also wanted to highlight, because this is kind of telling us where these top end teams are going to be staying. Are they the scrim bucks that, you know, you can't cash in when tournament day matters? Or is it going to be like the old former team kind of getting that reunion that Cozy was just mentioning from Sentinels, going to be able to find that form? I honestly personally feel like currently when I look at the pieces of Sentinels, they have that synergy, Zoe, but it's like, is the meta going to really benefit them is the real big question mark for me.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had to go kind of back to the drawing board, because a lot of stuff that they played last year is not really going to work this time around. They also really fell short at the end of 2025. So, you know, they didn't make the grand final. A lot of people are then, of course, immediately questioning like the consistency. Like, are they really that good? Yes, they kicked things off like winning it all in stage 1, but then it was kind of downhill from there. Now, of course, Sen fans always stand, right? So like Sen City is always going to be behind them, so they will always pick them as the favorite, like no matter where the meta is and how well or bad they're doing.
Rob Moore definitely knows what he's doing. He knows when to sign a great team. I mean, but the GOAT, Mori, the GOAT being gone, and a huge piece of that team, kind of the ult caller, ult tracker, and perfect timing as we look at the Sentinels team. Player I want to highlight, a lot of big shoes to fill. I've got 2 for you. Flamme, first of all, is going to be stepping into that role. Flamme, funny enough, came from Intergalactic and Shroud X, where we just saw all that success from Space Station. So that's the strategist back from them joining Sentinels. Obviously, we know Crimson does so well as that coach and player. Dongmin is so interesting of a pick here for me as that second Vanguard. I mean, Vicky, we've seen his storied past where there's been great moments and also some letdown. So I want to see what Dogman we've got now and what he's kind of gone up to be. And then you sure as well. Team Carry was where they were last with stage 2, seen him in MRC. Good duelist player to complement Raimazing, who might be the jack of all trades. I think Raimazing is a great complement duelist to any duelist that he has on his team. And he picked Iron Man for a reason. This was his first love, and he's looking back a little bit.
It's one conversation I will never forget having with Sentinels when we were Sentinels is what I mean. I mean, formerly Dark Zero, over in the back room here, Cozy, in Championship, was Raimazing saying, what can I do to like force out the Iron Man? I would do anything. I love playing Iron Man, but it's extra funny too because it's true. Raimazing's like a professional Ditto. He could slot in to whatever you tell him to do, whether it be triple strategist. But now we take a look at Swamp Gaming, and you talk about, all right, are the Scrim Bucks actually going to cash out right now? I really like this look from this team. First off, you have an amazing foundation already from a roster that has a lot of synergy together, but you look at that backline, and Day specifically is an insane Daredevil. The coach of Swamp Gaming was talking to me. He was telling me, like, easily, hands down, Days is probably going to be looked at because you can't target ban our Vanguards. Our Vanguards are just so flexible, but Days, if anything, being that problem, the Daredevil that they want to focus on. He said that he thinks that Days is the best Daredevil right now in the region. Forky Dog and Valentina Eve, though, being integrated here into this team is also a very big foundation to the Strat backline, who know how to hold their own in a composition where you could sometimes expect a dive.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, of course, they do have the same coach with Fox, right? So there is also that. I think adjusting as a team to a new coach, that can really like flip things upside down. For them to have that pre-existing synergy, not just from Team Nemesis, but also from Rad Esports, not from Rad Esports, that's Forky Dog, but for them to have like that pre-existing synergy. I think this is really going to come into play. I also was just so excited to see Valentina finding a new home, right?
Yeah.
Because we've seen her along Chime and who else was on that team? Stinker, Chuckles, like on Dreamland. So it's great to see her back in the mix and back in action. I think they're going to make a really competent backline.
Valentina is an awesome addition. I mean, coming from Dreamland, and it's fun to see her outside of that team. You know, she's played with a lot of them so long now, and just a rank demon as well, a ladder demon, if you will. Seen so much from what they're able to put together. And then, yeah, outside of that in Forky, you've got what was Team Nemesis, you know, and some of the core back in the day. And so the reason I bring them up is because Vicky and I, we had the luxury. It always kind of seemed like we were casting their biggest games. And they do so well in these matches, I feel like, that build up to the biggest spotlight. But I need to see them in the biggest of moments. And I feel like this is one of them. To prove yourself in this new scene, that's why I'm so excited to see these two Titans clash.
Yeah, I'm honestly
I hope for a really close match. Vicky, if I'd ask you for a scoreline here, like, can they take it to map 3? Are we going to see one today?
I think so. Yeah, I definitely think this is going to be a good one, guys. Get ready, trap him. Hopefully I don't just caster curse that. Of course, you just saw it too, a little preview on your screen. You know, it always happens, so it always ends up going on, and I know Cozy and I always have to apologize to the players because it wasn't us, but we are expecting a banger of a match for our very third game of the day in Americas, because now you have a team that had that cohesion, and then you look at a team who not only have brought these really strong backliners that you guys were just talking about, but you take a look at like the scrim bucks, again, taking that with a grain of salt. Just the fact that they haven't lost, specifically Swamp Gaming, have not lost a scrim on this patch, even against some of the biggest Titans in the region. Like, they have been able to really pop off against 100 Thieves. I believe just yesterday they had scrim 2 against 100 Thieves, and they didn't lose a single game. So we got to see how that transitions, where it counts going into this series in our tournament.
Indeed. And as we talked about the meta here, right, Vicky, you said that the current meta might not really favor what we know from Sentinels. What adjustments do you expect to see from the individual players here, Cozy?
Yeah, I mean, looking at what they have as a team, it's first of all just bringing in Crimzo with, you know, old friends, the original kind of OG Titans of the America region. I don't think we're going to see much Kurova on Adam Warlock, as much as we love to tote it up and ready to see it, especially on Domination. That's not sneaking through the cracks, right? I know Swamp Gaming knows what they're doing. I'm a competitive guy. I had Swamp Gaming as my third and Sentinels as my second, but it was back and forth, and I'm going to find out and get humbled here potentially as they close in. But yeah, we've got a good one, Zoe. All right, Vicky, are you ready? We've got ourselves the matchup, Sentinels, Swamp Gaming. Here we go on the pick and ban phase. So important. And we know who's leading the helm over there with Crimzo making the picks as the coach and Melophobia on the opposition. Reed Richard, he waves to us down below. Gambit, Elsa. We've seen this before. Going to be our opening bans with the save going to Elsa. Melophobia going to get their pick.
And it depends on how you want to really utilize, like, Gambit comes if you get away with it, which is something that Sentinels already noted. That's why it's the first thing off the table, while the second ban goes forward to the Mantis. While they want to be able to protect their Mantis here, Cozy, they want to get that damage boost to help enable Kurova, or rather, Yusher and Rymazing.
Yeah, with the Mantis save and pick like that, because we said this early, that Rymazing has this incredible flexibility. He's going to go over and play the Mantis. That's going to have Yusher having to carry a large load for the DPS department. Kurova, he's begging for that Atom ban because then it opens up other options. But if it is left available, the Golden God, and dare I say the Living Tribunal costume, you know what's up there, chat. Will be making an appearance potentially, but the ban on Gambit is going to come from the back end. A little surprised that that snuck in instead of the Mantis, but I think that's the game plan all along. They don't want the Gambit. They're going to play the game that they want to play. There goes Adam Warlock, saving the last ban. Everybody's excitement going to kind of settle for a second, and I think that's a big thing to shut down Sentinels, especially, again, on this domination where you've got to play perfect. There's the Daredevil save, though, Vic.
Yeah, because you were talking about it in one of our earlier series, Cozy, that having Adam on Dom is just so brutal. And when it comes to looking at Kurova, how many times have we said Kurova, it seems like the embodiment of Adam, right? So now you try to go into where you can work off of, and with the Jeff ban being the very last one that Sentinels puts down onto Swamp Gaming, now we get to see everybody lock in, but guess what? They let the devil out of jail, and Daze is able to flex right back over onto that role. Again, they're feeling very confident just after talking to them alone and seeing how Sentinels is going to try to bring out their best. Kurova going over to the Invisible Woman. There's also been a good amount of time for these team, specifically Sentinels, to really figure out what those weak spots were compared to what we saw in Georgia.
For sure, and with our Mori out, I mean, all eyes on Flamey, and what a great addition, because I think Flamey is a absolute, just crazy strategist on the Loki, especially. We saw in the past with the Intergalactic squad. So now here, and with Kurova not having Adam, first of all, he's used to it. All right, the man is used to this guy being banned, and even when Adam was out of the meta, was able to flex over, play plenty of Sue, so that's what we're going to see here. Yusher, this is where we've got to see kind of the battle of Yusher versus Mello. You've got a lot of poke points here, and we're going to see who can get the best of these sight lines, because if Yusher is able to get those important picks early, I believe with the triple strat, they can handle what Daze will bring in. Daze being this new Daredevil too, I love, because I mean, I always just think of him as the Wolverine trick.
He's letting, instead of the claws out, he's just letting the dive in instead.
The devil out.
The devil in, literally, right? I say dive because it's like that PTSD, but then you also allow Mello to pop off. I think it's really important to highlight like how strong this backline from Swap Gaming is, to the point where Sentinels had to ban out 4 strategists just onto Swamp Gaming alone. Let's see if that's going to bite them, though, after we see the way that these duelists play out.
Yeah, Valentina's like, I don't need the buff here for the White Fox. We're going to have it a part of the game plan to go with Daze. We expect there to be a heavy aggression from this team early in our first look at 2 Titans clashing. Once again, point opens up in 2-1, and here we go, folks. Strap up, put the seatbelt on. This is going to be a good one. Dogman loves his Magneto. Played him early in stage 1 and 2. Back here for the Sentinels, doing it again. Here's man going to go ahead and show what he can do. Now, not being Crimso on Captain America. On the side of Swamp Gaming, Daze on the quick dive. They're going in quick on the target. They find their first bit of the pie. That's going to be Yusha going down first.
Actual being able to isolate him in the perfect angle before diving over to the other side. Crimso's right there to help for the peel because Daze is taking a good amount of chunk damage, but Scatter, together with that tank ultimate, is going to be able to bring everybody together. Look at him. Dogman finds 1 pick, but it's fine because Swamp Gaming have the advantage and the point.
Yeah, Yusha's going to be the first pick to go. This is going to be a long road for Sentinels because they need to make up for the lack of damage here on this squad. But Flamey up to 70% at least gives them a chance here for opening. You want to push up on this point, as we always see in Wakanda. This is definitely one that favors the first point capture more than most points do within this game. Here's man going to go ahead and go rotate around to find Crimso on the Angela. Interesting pick here from Crimso, Vic, to the Angela on this map in particular.
I was going to ask you too. I mean, could it be the verticality that we have with the repositioning? Maybe the also like quick awareness of being able to peel if they can. Amazing with a great pick of a Forky Dog is going to be the green light button. Flamey is going to be able to have the God of Mischief to get the copy from Amazing into the Soul Resurgence. Dartrox is out and about from Mello, and Kraz has been able to isolate Kurova, who was so close to having that ultimate.
Yeah, that's a massive pick. But Yusher does find 2, and that is what they need. Exactly as Kurova goes down early, trying to get another pick here on Daze. Daze being slippery as the Warrior does often, and Craze quickly with Freedom never dying. Finds himself 3 with the melee. That's the most un-Steve Rogers-like thing I've seen him do. Taking out 3 heroes in 1 swing.
Not gonna get the slam dunk in the varsity outfit there, honestly. Doesn't need it at this point here because he brings and rallies everybody together with the freedom charge too. And they held it down because Valentina was also able to get that ultimate online. A nice look at what White Fox could do before the buzz, but letting the devil out means it's the green light button. And Amazing was ready with the Soul Resurgence. They try to back away, and Yusher with the damage boost is gonna melt down through both of the strategists of Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, man, this is, I mean, Yusher's playing the role that they need to. Very interesting comp with a 3rd now, going for 4. Can he find it? Now, this is exactly what they need, though, for this team. And, you know, it's a very untraditional comp if you're coming in here looking at it, especially as a casual, like, what is this team makeup? But it's the plan that they had set in motion. Yusher getting the best from the neutral game to its fullest. Kurova does have the boundary to open up the aggression. Push in here on Swamp as they come out of this spawn. Crimson going to get a little bit of poke. Can he get out of here? Hello! Does find some safety from their Kurova. And it's fun to see Kurova, Crimson, and Rai all on the same team once again.
The gang is back together again, but they're trying to just negate these peels. A beautiful stall originally from Swamp Gaming brought them to that 93%. Dogman, can he hit the meatballs? And it's a little bit of deja vu, but it's fine. Just enough of that damage, though, is a nail in the coffin to at least find Daze. But Kratz is going to be able to get that trade off with Yusher, who was unable to get the reset off the ultimate.
Yeah, he goes, nice Daze counter there. He was able to do with the batons, but no, the quick neutral finish was all he needed instead. Now, Flamey trying to keep their team up, forced to put lanterns out, keep eyes on that cooldown, looking for the copy, trying to look at which one he wants to go with. Gonna go with the Soul Resurgent once again, push on the aggression now. The team with the Swamp Gaming halfway to the point. Flamay pushes in. Yusher also has the in-song that they can look to combine. Nothing from it. Forky Dog now going to go on the show, and this is going to be the toughest part to sustain here, Vic.
But then you have Kraz, who's still in your face. Captain America is here to lead the way, harassing the backline again. They need some help because there's no lamps. They called it out. This just leaves the Invisible Woman to try to survive themselves. Kraz falls incredibly low, but tries to get away in time and has a freedom charge, leaving a pathway of some extra health as Swamp Gaming flip it back in their favor, and it doesn't look like Sentinels can touch unless Dogman puts down that portal in time.
They were able to get the overtime 6, and that right amazing as the slow resurgence, but it's gonna be the quick Melophobia on the Monster Hunter herself, fighting Yusher. So the damage is out. They gotta just stay alive at this point. Valentina gonna go in the Ninetales ready. Quickly going up with the Devil out. It's gonna be Daystone. Why this pick was so important for this team. Aggression was on the maximum from the start, showing who the true Steve Rogers is right now as the first Avenger. This Craze Man, who's so far my MVP of this matchup. Wow, what a showing.
And he's gonna overwalk just a little bit to let everybody know there's nothing they can do after they burned out the portal. Just a little bit, get yourself feeling, and keep it going as we get into that second round.
All right, well, this is what we thought we would see. Swamp Gaming pedal to the metal, and this is what we've heard from this team coming together as one. Sentinels looking to get back on track, but a lot of this, in my opinion, was won in that pick ban phase, really favoring Swamp and what they want to play. Sentinels, they picked this early, right? They had the Mantis save and ban. This is what they chose to go with. And there's a couple battles that could have gone, obviously, one small difference. But, man, there's just so much getting thrown at them, Vic, between Daze and Craze. And then on top of that, you got Mello, just constant there on the Elsa.
That's what, like, this is something that Swamp Gaming was expecting almost, like, looking at Sentinels specifically, calling them, you know, they were expecting the triple strategist, and Swamp Gaming were able to answer that so well with Kraz harassing that backline. I mean, if I was one of those strategists, I would literally be crying, and it's 3 of them that they got to work with as we get a nice little cinematic pan view of our teams rolling out of the spawn room gates to be able to contest down in the hallway.
And I think that's why with the team comp in general, why the Angela pick is a little bit puzzling to me, but we'll see if it comes fully to what they planned here on Warrior Falls. We're going to go to try to keep up Crimson once again. Because again, if you look at what they had to lead the charge, that Magneto, but that's just not enough to stop what is the train of Elsa, finding 1, 2, scattered to the 3, 4 for Forky. They all just vanished. Did they get snapped? What just happened?
Mello just went crazy. That was just a straight neutral, but also you look at what Sentinels have, and something else that we need to pinpoint, when you are running the triple strategist, especially now with the ult Nurse Cozy, it takes a lot longer to build up those ultimates, and they didn't have any defensive ultimates to withstand the onslaught of damage that they were met on the other side of Mello's weapon.
Yeah, they're just playing the dive comp perfectly right now, right? I mean, no, they don't need to worry about any front line when there's something always in the back line as we're happening right now. Quick ult on Magneto. Down goes Dogman. They found the front line in the danger. Forky in that exclamation point, now throwing in. Let's see if they continue to find success now with a quick swap over. You're going to have to go on the bit of the anti-dive safety, but it's always better to be on the dive side, Vic.
Better to not have to worry about that on your side is Crimzo. Already incredibly close. I have a Retribution here. Mello, too, could unleash the Glartrox. And Flamay does have got a Mischief to at least keep them in this fight. Wait for Krova to get that ultimate online even faster, too, so that way they don't get distinct in terms of how long they want to keep the survivability. You're noticing, though, that it's been a huge problem to have to deal with Kraz and Daze on the Daredevil, so they made that swap over to that No More.
Yeah, Yusher making a quick swap change is important. They have every Q ready, but 60% and up. They really got to win this fight. Not committing everything all at once, but with Yusher getting that opening pick on Valentina, that's definitely going to open the floor, especially if you look at the ult charge. That was a big pick at the right time. The show is started from Luna. Soul Resurgence going to match the circle now as quickly Yusher flies up, throws Triton down. Dogman, can he land it? Throws it down, punches it down. Scattergone.
Got him on the forehead right there, too. Forky Dog is going to be able to get some help together with Mello, who's in the back line, to help with some field just in case, because Crimso's also just trying to isolate that back line. You got the God of Mischief of Flamay, so that way they could get that Soul Resurgence, and they are finally able to flip the point in their favor for the first time of the second round.
Yeah, and they have 2 left, right? So at least having Kurova and the Whale is always going to help them a little bit. At least get this thing back up to 60 and beyond, but they've got a long way to go here. Down a first point here with 88% on the second. Flamay looking for their opportunity on where to set up as they're going to look to the top ramp. This is where we're going to see Swamp dive in. Valentina could lead the charge with the Ninetales, and there it is. We thought it was going to happen, and out comes a scary form and quickly pounded out from the box.
Oh, Daze falling low though as he lets the double out, forcing out Korova in the invisible boundary. And before we're seeing Sentinels just build up even more of that space, Scatter gets into position. They wrap up behind this backline, make a sandwich out of Sentinels after they lost out on Flamane, so no lamps here to help them out too. And Ramezi only has so much of those sleeper darts too. Daze then comes in, gets 2 following up, and it's another wipe here from Swamp Gaming before they retake the point.
Flame's gonna hear what are you waving at in your, absolute nightmares. And Loki just such a good target to put that on, because when the clones miss, it just hurts the Loki as well, and just so tough on that back line. Corki absolutely with a 360 no scope. My gosh, the sniper here with the Luna, and there comes the portal. This is going to be our first desperation play from Sentinels now as they come out. Dogman does find the pick on Daze, scatter the gate. Dogman the first out of there. The caller trying to take Good night, Sentinels! Quickly with the free. That's a big, that's a big monster.
That is how you
Disgusting.
close a chapter to our first map of the series.
That was so, it's like you saw it happen in slow freaking motion. The Glartrox is starving, and he got a 3-piece there. What a death sentence. That was a fun one, Vicky. And what we thought we could see from this powerful team in the dive at the helm.
Honestly, when I saw that huge stagger, Cozy, I knew it was going to be very difficult to make a comeback from that. But I saw that Apex Predator being held. When is he going to use it? Is he going to get something big? And the shish kebab with the Apex Predator finding all 3 of those players at the very end here. Of course, we got to talk about Kraz, though, because you have a dive composition with Daredevil and Cap, who are just terrorizing your triple strategists who can't really find themselves rotating. Yes, we saw Signs of Life, we saw Crimson try to back them up, but I feel like even with Dogman, landing that bit of damage with the Meteor M in that first round, then finding another player over on that second round, wasn't able to really find these isolated picks onto Forky Dog and Valentina because I had to burn that instead.
Yeah, we also saw just obviously what the ban does when you don't have the access to Vanguard Deadpool, right? Crimson on the Angela, obviously, they have a reason to the madness, but it just didn't feel like the pick. I mean, you can just look at the numbers right here, obviously, right? And just see the impact, both damage block and damage out-wise compared to what Craze and Scatter did in the opposition. Great player, great team. Talent-wise, they can go, match for match, blow for blow. It was the comp for me that just felt completely one-sided, especially, and you can only do so much to hold back just, flood waiting to just burst out.
Yeah, I definitely agree there, because I feel like, if anything, you're going into this next map and you're thinking, okay, it's 2 out of 3. Right now, Swamp Gaming is sitting in the driver's seat. Who is the biggest problem here? Because we pinpointed already Nectar, and being able to see, rather on the other side, looking at what the Elsa was able to do as a problem, but then being able to have a Daredevil out to play, I mean, it's also splitting your attention, where the Elsa's just getting away being on the top.
Yeah, honestly, Scatter Genji Vanpool has been looking clean. Like, if that doesn't deserve a ban heading into the next map, then I don't know what should be. Cozy, something you mentioned halfway, or actually at the very end of the first map, heading into the second map, the Crimson Angela, you weren't really sold on that in general for their team comp. Why is that?
Well, first of all, you had Dogman as kind of that anchor with the Magneto to help out with what the dive was going to be. To me, it just felt like the comp couldn't rely around that Angela. And I kind of think, Vicky, you were onto it a bit where you're like, okay, the Angela can get back quick to trouble if needed. But that never really happened to success, and the burst down was just happening each and every time. The damage output as well, especially with the other options available. To me, again, Crimson, my goat, my guy, when I look at certain players, I'm like, I know what they're going to play. I feel confident with it. Didn't see Cap. Obviously, Deadpool Vanguard was off the table, and I'm sure that's a big comfort pick. It didn't feel like it meshed with the triple strategist push that they were trying to make happen, especially once Namor was picked.
Definitely agree.
Speaking of strategists, so banning out 4 strategists.
Yep.
Not the play here. I don't know. Maybe that actually came back to haunt him.
I just want to follow up from that too, yeah, because I was gonna say, I was talking about the Elsa, Mello just getting away while Daze and Cap is just harassing your backline makes you wonder, okay, well, we put so much focus on making sure the strategist can't find that foundation, we're talking about a strat line that has a lot of flexibility, which is what we've always seen from Valentina and Porky Dog too individually. We highlighted them for a reason, and you could try to focus them, but guess what? Then you have to look on the other side of the problem, and with Mello literally going down one time, the survivability was there for Mello to just get away with harassing them with so much damage. Literally from the very beginning of that second round, we saw that opening from Mello.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and if you just look at too, just a lot of that comp in general with the Loki and the option to really copy the Mantis, it just felt all like reactionary. And man, right now in this dive heavy and thriving meta, it did not feel like from the moment this kind of started, we've seen what Amazing does on Mantis, and I think he does play a great Mantis, but that role has to be very heavy in the DPS, department, and just wasn't there. Yusha was there a little bit on the DPS side, obviously on the first hit, but had to kind of slowly adjust to protect the team with Namor.
Yeah, but the Vanguards also just went down really quickly, right? So like in that scenario, like the 3 strategists will be competing for that heal, and now with the changes to the ult, like ults will not come online quick enough, so it kind of just like snowballed out of their favor, if you will. Meanwhile, Swamp Gaming just looking really, really, really clean. Let's see if they can translate that onto our second map.
Yeah. We're going to be moving on to Midtown here, Cozy. And now as we move on to Convoy, I want to follow up from Zoe's point because she makes a great point. It's true. We didn't get to see those strat ultimates online quick enough from Sentinels, and it goes back to what we were talking about before. You have the ultimate charger that hit everybody, but you also are splitting that charge across 3 different strategists that are delaying what 2 strats could have brought out.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like, here's the thing. I feel like some game plans go very well against certain teams, right? Rye on Mantis, awesome stuff. Let's go and throw that. Let's go and tuck that one away for now and try to swap things up because I know what Rye can play and the ability he brings in the duelist position. And so right now, at least in that pick ban or against Swamp Gaming, I think you have to kind of change your identity there with a quick triple strat and go back to the traditional 2-2-2, especially at the helm of what Crimso's going to bring. Ban-wise, want to ask you both of y'all, I mean, do you feel like there's priority of one particular ban? Because, I mean, there's a lot to chew off of. Just they won in many ways, I felt like.
I would say don't let the devil out.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Like when the whole game plan falls apart, then like what really, like, can you really focus on what your opposition did, or should you just like kind of focus on your own game plan and what you want to play? I think the Scatter Genji Vanpool was incredible, dominating. Like I'd probably take that out of the mix.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think the Mantis ban is fine, for sure, if that's the game to play. And there's always, when you let something in, there's going to be another strategy with it, but then test that against them. See if they can then bring that Mantis lineup, but at least get rid of the Deadpool Vanguard is what I would like to see, at least in this next hit. Obviously, the Gambit being, left on the table on one end. Elsa being picked, then banned right away. Maybe they swap that up and try to, ban the Elsa to start as well, because they had so many different ways to beat you, and giving that Elsa available is just another. I mean, we just saw it just won by itself at the end of that overtime with one press of the Q.
And you move on to, like, outside of the pick and ban phase as well, Cozy, and you're thinking, okay, well, Crimso, I'm not too sure how that's going to work out if you're going to be on the Angela. You go 6-5, it's very unfortunate, but you can see that the peel was there despite them not running the triple strategist as we move on to our next map.
Do indeed. Match point for Swamp Gaming. Can they bring it home? Let's find out.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, will we get our first 2-1 of the day? 1-1. We got to start there, and we find out in Midtown in New York Convoy. Right away, Elsa being banned from the top and Gambit to follow, so we can expect more of the same. They did swap how the first protect happens. So this next ban coming out from Swamp Gaming is going to be to the Loki, which we obviously saw Flamey play as best as they could on that last hit there. Elsa going to be saved yet again. Don't blame them on that front. This is where you want to see, in my opinion, the tank pool ban. If they go with Mantis again, they're going to stick with their game plan, is what it tells me. And they're deciding. They're talking right now, Vic.
Seeing what they could roll out with, because I always see Sentinels, Cozy, and I'm always assuming that it's going to be like the triple strategist lineup that they're going to roll out with. It's almost guaranteed looking at they see it, and they do. They heard us through the grapevine. They knew already. They took the notes. They take out the Vanpool off the table. It was a huge problem. Love how Soe was able to call that out too, because Scatter, he went down like 3 times being on the tank pool, and he was able to also kind of be the exit person to catch anybody who's trying to get away from Kraz and Daze.
Yeah, this at least slows them down a bit in their approach. Obviously, plenty more where that came from. Scatter has a whole arsenal of the dive vanguards ready. The Luna being floated, that's definitely not going to be it. Potentially, we'll see if that's what they end up going with. Valentina, obviously, very great strategist that can adapt to just about anything. That's why they kind of went heavy on the bans earlier on that, but White Fox ended up being played just well. Love this pick, all right? This is what they dive is their identity right now, Vicky. Get rid of one of the other big Vanguard threats.
Noting too, like what Sentinels is expecting Swamp Gaming to roll out with because of the flexibility that the Vanguards have. But is it going to be enough is the question, because they could play a lot more than just the Venom. So we have to see who else could roll out, because I could expect the Hulk, but they protect the Rogue, which means we get the married couple team up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Rogue is such a different hero when Gambit is available. Kurova going to go ahead and show off that animated border or animated icon right off the rip. That means Crimzo will be on the Southern BA. No, Rai amazing. Hello, this is what I love, the new scene. I've not got to see Rai play the Vanguard much. Rai can do just about anything for the team. Obviously, such a great duelist, but fun to now see him go from strategist to Vanguard, Vicky.
He does it all. Again, we wouldn't call him at the beginning like a professional Ditto that could slot in. Crimzo just lingering to see what he's going to really play out with, because if you do want to go thing, you saw that they protected Daredevil. They have to stop Daze from being able to have these pop-up opportunities. And since they didn't ban out the Daredevil, you could expect a very similar case to what we saw from game number 1. Daze rolling out here on the Daredevil, Valentina showing that flexibility like you mentioned.
Yeah, right away I already like the Gambit with the with Yusher here. I think that's going to give them a bit more life. Crimzo on the thing going to Groot was definitely something I wanted to see, especially for this first opening. Already liking this lineup, triple Vanguard on the Sentinel side. So funny to see the evolution of meta, right? Used to be a lot of triple Vanguard holds on defense. Now we've got the offense approach coming. Plumé on the Shark rather than the Trickster, and the gates open up, Vicky. Let's see what we can do on offense here if your Sentinels to respond.
Yeah, because you know what? You don't even just have the married couple team up. You've got the extra damage with the team up onto Magneto. You love to see it because it's the win condition that Sentinels are going to lean into. Showcasing that they don't need to be the ones on that triple strat lineup. You talked about seeing more from Rai Amazing, being able to have that flexibility on that Vanguard now. As Kurova's trying to get isolated here, Crimzo's going to be able to back them up, putting down these walls, but they have to look behind them to make sure that their backline isn't getting dove.
All right, now good rotation. You get pressure early on. Really marching this cart right down the street here. Crazy Man going to be up top trying to get a dive down. Ooh, nice little bluff there on where he's going to dive. Goes in on Kurova. Rai Amazing is low and is going to get out to the Rogue. I can't feel you is what Gambit is saying on the other side of things. You're going to find the best of Crazy Man, and that's a huge pick on the sustain now, pushing forward. Crimzo, 67 and climbing. Look for that Raging Royal as well with Kurova. Everyone doing a good job just staying alive here with their rotations, Vic.
It's been very neutral here, right? You're playing the neutral to see who can boost up those ultimates, and it is Plumé who does have that invisible boundary first, but Forky Dog is right behind him. Look for Mello, though, and to Mello seeing everybody stuck inside that room is the green light to take control over this fight and wipe out Sentinels completely.
Who's that monster? It's Glortrox. Yeah, I mean, like, I hear it in my sleep at this point. Absolutely devastating, and it's why, and obviously outside of just the crazy neutral, the server admin in Elsa is always going to be picked when can. Now we've got the Ninetales ready to, pun intended, Ninetales ready to come out here in a moment from Valentina. See if Kurova's going to let the Raging out. I think they're going to use this as the defensive approach. And look for this 2 to be pressed any minute now, and there it is. Here we go. Kurova throwing in with Crimzo. They throw everything out at once. As Scatter goes for the... Okay.
Wait, but he jumped in from the heavens, came down, crashing down on their forehead, and guess what? The Beal was right there to help out. At least one of the backliners being Kurova. Plumé did go down a little bit earlier after that, Gomoto that we saw. And Valentina is showing who's got the claws, but you can't really get away here as Mello goes down next. Just trying to be able to teleport right forward, and Scatter goes down as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a reset as these staggers do come out. They were stalling for as long as possible on this point.
Okay, textbooks. We're looking a lot better here if you're a Sentinels fan because you're able to reset Yusher. May still have something up their sleeve. Didn't love that Agamotto from Scatter, but still was able to get a little something from it. Mellow, Dazed, and Crazed. Exactly what you're looking for the dive front. Here comes the portal and the pure aggression. Gonna lead the charge right into the Infinity War once again. Slams down the 5th Crimzo to try to break this up a bit as Plumé throws up the boundary. The Roman Coliseum ready to be fought in as Crazed Goes and tries to find their target. Dive back in as the in-song. No connection.
Huh. They're trying to boot them out from going down the middle, but they really need to get that follow-up because now Daze is letting the devil out and you don't have a reset. She tries to back away in time, like the way that Sentinels are just trying to peel away, but Daze is unleashing everything while Mello tries to cut out their exit opportunity. Scatter follows up, takes advantage, and now Swamp Gaming win another team fight.
It's like +5 for style points right there as the Glartrox has him in the mouth and Scatter with the pop of the AoE of the Maelstrom. That was sick. All right, now Kurova back close to the Raging Royal. They don't have much to push forward, and Swamp did use a lot here. So if you're Sentinels, you should be able to win this with the 30 seconds with what is available. Kurova has it now. Press the Q if the ult tracking's ready. Remember, Armor did a lot of that to the team in the past. How well they at it now. So I'm going to go to keep them up, and there it is. Summoned up, ready to go for Habit. Pushed in and healthy. Look towards what Scatter can do on the Agamotto. This should be the biggest one as Flamme gets Mellow. That's a big pick, Vic.
They're looking behind him, though. The Eye of Agamotto comes in. He tries to isolate Kurova. Doesn't land its mark. So it's just like you said, Cozy. A matter of time with these ultimates. You have the survivability now from Porky Dog. But is it going to be enough? Because Valentina's also very close to the ult, but gets clobbered immediately. The protection is just what they had. Swamp Gaming, stay alive for now. Overtime. Now they can deal with Flamme. If they can find Flamme in the back, and they do, they break down the invisible boundary. And that's the win condition now off the table.
That deletes the invisible boundary just like that. All three, they tried to get what Valentina was gonna obviously hold this defense high, and wow, what an amazing hold from Swamp Gaming. Yeah, you said it. I mean, Valentina was Crimson was trying everything he could to get her out of the fight and could not finish. Now, this is a map that we do see some 0.1 holds, so anything can happen at this point. I mean, hey, Caster Curse, we said not a lot of 2-0s happening, Vic, but this will be definitely a uphill fight for Sentinels to hold on.
Looks like those Scrimbucks are paying off overtime here, Cozy. The Kumiho has been unleashed, and the flexibility from Valentina, seeing the way that they had so much impact off the Apex Predator. Glartrox was eating double after that round.
Yeah, again, I mean, this team, Sentinels especially, they've always played sometimes like unconventional stuff, right? With them being the leaders of the kind of triple res comp back in the day. Now you've got Raimazing on Rogue, and this is the gameplay. Once you go in through the pick ban phase and Gambit gets through, like, this is what they're going to stick with. It was singing Harmony for a little bit there, but they just could not answer the counters that came. But this is crazy. I mean, to watch. This is a lot of fun.
And I think it's also a really big, like, note to showcase the flexibility and the importance of the flexibility. It's always important, but specifically when it comes to the Vanguards in this current meta, I don't really see a lot of the Americas running the fastball special, but if there is a team that has been doing it consistently in scrims, it's been Swamp Gaming, and they're rolling out with it, fully expecting to see Crimzo and the Emma, but how is that going to work out if you get choke slammed here, as they're looking to see if they can maybe knock somebody out in the air, but if anything, they could also make a quick swap up if they don't see the composition that they were expecting from Sentinels.
Yeah, Daze has evolved as a player a lot. I always thought of him as a Wolverine, as we continue to say, was a sub way long ago for Nemesis, and proved to get that starting spot, and boy, has he deserved it now, as Dogman is going to find a connection as Mother takes down the Gamma God, continued to push forward. There's the Wolverine. They want to continue to feast. I do like this defensive setup they've got. It's going to work for them a bit better on this side than the offensive side, but there's just so many ults to watch out for early. Mello at 42%. Glartrox is hungry and waiting, building up slowly. There's the punch, down goes Daze, and that second life passive to follow. It's a good opening start from Sentinels, Vic.
Definitely agree here, too, because you see a lot of that damage output. If no one's going to take care of Dogman, who has so much of that being charged up as it gets reset with Swamp Gaming now resetting themselves, they need to have a lot more of that damage impact so that way they do not burn down through what Swamp Gaming are lingering on. So you see Porky Dog open up the floor, though. The DDR, as you've called it before, Cozy, and Flameda maxed out with the invisible boundary. Invisible boundary not lasting very long, though, before they try to back away, counting down the time left for the Luna ultimate, and Raimazing takes the opportunity to try to close in that gap.
Yeah, Raimazing's going to go to use that team up to their advantage shortly off the cooldown. Now quickly with the diving, going to try to find the best value they can. 2 minutes, 31 seconds. There goes a couple as Crimzo finds Scatter. And good rotation on the ultimate side. Dogman obviously has the ult there. They've used a lot to kind of get this position, but they haven't even touched this card, Vic.
Really hasn't moved much. around a few inches here from the starting point of those spawn room gates. Daze, though, trying to get something. He finds the Emma. If it's not from the traditional kidnap, if that's the ultimate here. Forky Dog follows up to find that Emma. No sign of seduction in this fight, whereas Swamp Gaming, they have everything. It's clobbering time. Finds the isolation onto Luna. Valentina sharpening up her claws alongside Daze here, too, on the Wolverine. I mean, the kitties really are coming out.
The Fox with the 3-piece just like that. Pre-buff as well. This is what... Listen, Nemesis signed... We're going to echo this. They signed these 2 strategists to go on with their team, right? Not Nemesis. Swamp Gaming, former Nemesis, got these 2 additional strategists, and we are seeing that come to light as they now just completely take care of the portal to stop another push, and this is now desperation mode for Sentinels.
Fastball special no longer needed here. You got Kraz on thing instead. Flamme does have that invisible boundary, but someone's got to recontest right now. They're about to push it over to the finish line. No, Kurama being the only one there. Can't get there in time. Swamp Gaming dominating first series here against Sentinels in this first day.
We said we were going to find out a lot about the America scene, and this is exactly why. What an absolute performance in showing from Swamp Gaming. Led from Forky Dog and Valentina in the back line. Absolutely tremendous play. Won them that first hold and continued on the second. We are seeing a team that is now becoming quick favorites in front of your eyes. And wow, another 2-0. Vic, I'm blown away.
Can we talk about like 27.6k? Yes, Flamme did the same thing as well, but the damage output being very spread out within Swamp Gaming specifically. You have 6 finals for Mello, who only went down twice. Same thing for Scatter. They focus so hard on banning out the Van pool that now you have to consider just the flexibility that this Vanguard lineup of Swamp Gaming has. And you even look to the other side, Flamme was doing amazing too. I mean, you have 27.8k healing on the board, but it's really difficult when it comes to trying to play out maybe a different composition that you're not really used to going into against Swamp Gaming, who were expecting maybe if they're not going to run out with a triple strategist lineup, they felt way more confident in the double strategist lineup instead.
I just didn't like the team comps from Sentinels. I mean, it's pretty as easy as that. I mean, both sides on both. Like, I kind of just had that okay, kind of question mark like both times from when they were locked in. And this is a team that can adjust well and they'll put in the practice, but definitely a showing that I know they wish they they'll get back as we open up here in year 2. But for Swamp Gaming side, Valentina has always just led such an incredible teams in rank, and obviously what she did in Dreamland last year, they qualified from the MRC and then did very well into stage 2. It's cool to see her and Forky Dog come together with this team of 4 and really make a strong statement.
And having a really crazy pop-off opportunity there too, right? We saw the dive down from the Wolverine ult. Valentina said Kitty got claws, and she not only portaled right on top of them, but was able to try to harass them, getting like 2 to 3 picks we saw at the very end. Chef's kiss performance from Swamp Gaming, and I think Cozy, that's a really good determining factor to see that upper half of that group of NA teams. And then you take a look, Zoe, at the different pick and bans. I want to like pair it with Cozy said, because I feel like aside from the different concept we saw, I also wasn't the biggest fan, aside from the tank pool being banned out, of like the pick and ban phase 2 from Sentinels.
I wonder if they just like kind of had the wrong read. Like, it just seemed like they weren't, like, it didn't really match up with what we know the opposition can play, because they do have so much flexibility. So maybe the focus was just on the wrong thing here. And I also just want to talk about Valentina again. Imagine doing all of that with the White Fox, and we're not even playing on the recent patch, right? Like,
yeah,
this is gonna be scary looking ahead.
When I think Valentina, I always thought Invisible Woman too. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, Valentina and Invis go together. Like, I mean, come on, Vic, that's like what we saw so much from her as a player, but just to have that flexibility just shown to the highest level, and honestly across the board, what I've seen, this team that we've been together now for stage after stage, Vic, I don't know about you, but it just feels like they are way more than one-dimensional. And Sentinels, I felt like this a little bit last year too. They go in with a game plan, and it's almost like they stick to it. Like, that's what we're doing for this matchup, and you have to be able to adjust on the fly. But in best of 3, that's tough.
I agree. Yeah, because you literally have such limited time to make those adjustments, but I feel like it's very telegraphed, kind of like that black and white feel that you were talking about before, where you know what to expect, and teams are already doing their research, getting ready for their first series into the season. I also feel like just taking a look at the different pieces that have made their way onto Swamp Gaming, picking up some of the players that weren't in part of the core previous rosters that we have seen a lot of these players on before. became that foundation. I think we highlighted it perfectly. The strategists really helped showcase not only their flexibility, but look how worried Sentinels were to have focused so hard on that first game onto the strategists only with 4 bans onto strats.
Yeah, I'd feel so flattered. If I were that backline, I'd be like, stop it, you. But yeah, I mean, rightfully so, right? If you even just looking at the very end there on that score card, like the sustainability for Swamp Gaming was kind of insane. Like they just would not crumble. They cannot die. They were so slippery. Like this composition works out so well for them. Like entirely their look, their style works out so well for them. Whereas for Sen, as you guys already said, like they do need to add a few more pages to the strat book.
Yeah, Craze evolved as well, Vic. I mean, Craze Man was going off there. I mean, as a cap at first. I mean, we saw some Hulk in the past, but not a lot of cap from them, so it was cool to see. And listen, Melophobia was a lot of that anchor for this team. I think even going back, like way back, hella plays. I remember, you know, clear my head from stage 1. And to give that team the ticket of Elsa, Daredevil, it just felt like you got maybe the comp that you wanted on your side, but you gave them every little ticket they needed to have not only their, you know, probably their dream lineup, but a meta one as well.
Yeah, there's only so many bans you get, by the way. Like, you know, if you want to try to focus down on one role, I think it's trying to break down who the biggest problems were. And even though the stats, you could see the sustainability, if banning so many of these strats didn't work out for you, obviously make sure you prio Gambit because that's always like a must. But then you got to look at Elsa and what Melo was able to do.
Yeah, and I believe we do have Melo joining us for a quick chat now as well. After that dominant performance, Melo. Whoa, hi! Surprise! It's us.
Sorry, you surprised me.
For a quick chat. That's, you know, that's how we roll. Melo, you guys surprised us as well. This was so dominant. We kind of hoped for a closer series. Did you expect such a one-sided outcome?
No, not really. They don't look that good. I'm not gonna lie. We were very confident. We're very confident with the new backline and the changes that we made, and just how scrims have been going. That I won't say that we have it on lock, our group, but it's going to be hard for other teams to play against us, I think.
For sure. Hey, Melophobia, we've been watching you guys for a while. It's always been fun to watch you. It's now been nearly a year of watching you all do what you do great. Talk to me about the new additions on the strategist, right? And bringing that to your, you know, kind of core 4, if you will. And I'm seeing a couple guys in the back. Are you guys all together as a team there in person? But how is this team kind of gelling now? And what makes this team now different than those of the past of stage 1 and 2?
So obviously we had a change in backline. Forky Dog and Val. They've been really good, consistent additions and changes. Can you guys not? I'm sorry about them. They're a little rowdy. But no, Forky Dog and Val, I mean, we think that they're the best supports. I don't think we would give them up for anyone, actually. Even the people that say are better, like Cyper or Cooper, would rather have Val and Forky. Just the chemistry that we have. And yes, we are all in person. We are living in a team house, thanks to Swap Gaming.
Hell yeah.
I love that shout out. I mean, you guys are literally like not only gripped up together, you guys are building your synergy in real life. We know how like amazing your backline is. Valentino is like permanently is always like #1 on ladder is something else to highlight. Like you looking forward though, I think day number 2, you guys saw a different look in our first series. Cafe Rose beating out on FlyQuest. You guys have to face off against them in day number 2. You already said you guys are feeling confident. I mean, if you take a look at the pick and ban phase, the real question here is, how do you feel how teams are just focusing on your backline? I mean, is that kind of like a compliment to you guys? Are you just able to get away from not getting Elsa in jail and the fact that you guys are just able to run Daredevil for free?
Yeah, I think so going into the match, we didn't think that we would get Elsa. We thought they would Gambit first ban, or I mean Elsa first ban, I'm sorry. But they gave us Elsa and DD, which we were very confused about. We didn't think we would get both. I don't think teams should give us both. I think that's just like an instant loss for them. Because I'm very confident. I think I'm the best Elsa in the world. I think I can confidently say that. At least NNA. And Danny's definitely, or Days, sorry, is definitely the best DD in NNA. Probably the world. So giving us both just to focus on our backline, which our backline is not one tricks. They can play like any backline ever. So it's really confusing. But I mean, it worked out for us and didn't work out for them. So
That's the problem, right? When you're such a stacked roster, you can't ban them out, all of them. So, Mello, we hope you guys continue in that trajectory. It was a great opening match, and we wish you and the team best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Great
Wow,
to hear
that's some
from
confidence, Zoe.
Metaphobia. Yeah, right. Man, I love just the vibes, like in that interview that people are coming in and out. Like it's giving frat house. It's giving like fam team
Swamp house.
bonding. It's giving synergy. I love that.
Yeah, listen, I always love seeing the personalities, especially in a newer esport, right? As we're continuing to birth past year 1 into year 2, it's like you're seeing a lot of these players and pros now in the limelight for the first time, or just finding their way in their personalities, which I think is what makes esports great. And so we're seeing that. And against shout out to Swamp Gaming for getting them all together. I think there's definitely power in having your team in one house.
Yeah, it makes such a difference, honestly, to just be there in person, not just to vibe and have that team bonding experience, but also in order to give feedback face to face right away. Like no one can just retreat and go off doing their own thing. Like they're there together working on making it work on the server. Now we are of course not done for the day. No, we have 2 more matches to go. The next one is going to be between Liquid Citadel and Lunex Gaming. You don't want to miss it. All of that after this.
And enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. On a boat to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock in. Oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쥐고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe in my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 소문 꺼버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher, eyes wide.
Behold, that child! Survive this!
here's the preseason teams if you don't know who is playing, and they obviously are separated into groups. Quickly, I'll go to give you guys the rundown on America. Shiv, I'll give you halfway through here, but obviously 100 Thieves is probably the most returning team as far as members go across the board. Obviously, have a big departure in Terra going over to Navi, but Self is more than adequate to fill that spot, in my opinion, in a different way that I think could be healthy for the team. FlyQuest, they just announced their roster, fellas. I mean, the biggest change in a team, right? So definitely FlyQuest looking much different, and most of them is to the team to the right of them in Liquid. This team is stacked. We'll get across to that, but definitely some of the more talented folks you know from FlyQuest over there with their main vest staying with Fly. And then, you know, looking at Sentinels, gonna go just straight down. Looking at Sentinels and what they bring, this is obviously a team that's been in here since the beginning, and they brought the party back. Armore's not there anymore, but Crimzo, Karova, Rymazing, that kind of duo or triple is all together. There's just a different dynamic for that team. It's going to be interesting to see how they come together. Shiv, you want to talk about a few here?
Yeah, so I mean, we'll jump out to that. I mean, Space Station Gaming, I mean, this is a team that, you know, obviously new to what we can see here in Ignite, but it's a lot of names you know. Blur, Doom, Fidel, Month. You've seen, obviously, speaking of Envy, talking about shipping them around a little bit. Nectar, they are disgusting, right? As a duelist, really play virtually everything. And then SJW, who's actually going to be a sub, a very similar duelist that we've seen across the board. So this team, it just has a lot of talent, but we have literally no idea how they play together. And I think that's going to be the big shock surprise. TSM, a brand new roster coming in, but we've seen these names together as a unit prior, right? So you've got Bedtime Story, Gale, Gilbert, Guru, Pizza Demon. All these guys have played together hit scan fashion for a very long time. And some of them are at the top of ladder right now. But this is not necessarily, in my opinion, their meta. They're more of a hit scan team. So I do want to see how they play here in Ignite as we move forward. They could be disgusting. Nightmare, obviously, this is a team with Light. Light was on old school FlyQuest. Mace, who we've seen on teams in past, running comms, a very good comm leader. Monster, one of the strongest Hulks I've seen, but now definitely plays some of that Vanguard pool. You've got Vision, who is, you know, a dirty DPS, plays a lot of Namor, but now, you know, just that hit scan side is always available. And Smash as a substitute, who was on Dark Zero, one of the few controller duelists. It's something that I think is more of a unique selection, especially at the top level, but being able to do that, I have no idea how you're able to play at this level as a duelist on controller. So definitely got the talent there on Nightmare, and this is kind of their meta, right? They love this kind of more divey style of play. So I do think they have some potential, which, you know, just in comparison to a team like TSM, I think it's more different for them, right?
No, for sure. All great points there. To wrap it up, we have Swamp Gaming. I think a heavy favorite coming into this. They're a little bit of nemesis from last year, but we have new strategists that are going to be a big upgrade for this team. So we're going to see a lot from them in the preseason and exactly who they can be in this new Ignite year. And then all those bottom teams, Cafe Rose, Lunex, and yeah, we lost, are all the teams from the MRC. I think Cafe Rose and Lunex will have a lot to prove, but it's Marvel Rivals and anything can happen. And yeah, we lost. Yeah, we lost is looking like a team that even though they qualified from the MRC, they are dive heavy, and look out for them. So there's your quick recap of all the teams for America in the Ignite preseason.
Welcome back, friends. This is going to be the penultimate series of our opening day here in the Americas preseason. Cozy and Vicky on the mics alongside me, who has the utmost pleasure of being your host. And I can't wait to get into this one. I think Liquid Citadel and Lunex Gaming might be a one-sided affair, but I think we can all agree that we're just excited to see Liquid Citadel in action after they've been like praised so highly. I mean, they kind of assembled like an America's Avengers team.
Yeah, listen, you heard March Madness. It's Marvel Madness right now. I mean, we've had, big upsets already happen here. And I feel like when I had this, match pretty well thought out, but anything can happen at this point. For me, especially with Liquid, listen, I'm going to say it spade to spade. EMEA, they've won the last 2 lands, right? And this feels like one of those teams like that has been formed to help get one for America. We're gonna get our first taste of what this team looks like. yeah, it's our seriously, it's our in game. And Vicky, so for me, I just casted so much Lunex with you, so I know exactly what this team has. They have a quick replacement on the team, but other than that, I know what they will bring to the table. But Liquid Citadel, I mean, this is gonna be fun to see everyone come together.
Yes, and if people were wondering, who is Team Liquid Citadel? Well, guys, let me introduce you to a huge titan of a team, because they've also brought in Polly, who was formerly part of Citadel, Sparkchief, NRG, Speedery, Nero, Cooper, all names that we've seen for so long now, Cozy. And then Gator's also coming back into fruition as the coach for this team. He found a home after Envy, when Thanos snapped, but now being able to find his own home here in Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, and this is going to be such a great resource, honestly, for Polly and Sparkchief. Like, they have similar hero pools, but now they also have the guidance of Coach Gator, who has years and years and years of competitive experience in that particular role.
If I could draft a team myself, I would almost come up with this exact team. Like, that's how stacked they are across each role. I mean, Pauly's one of my favorite vanguards across the game. Speedery from the Envy side and Nero were, in my opinion, like the 2 strongest players there to put them over on this team with NRG and Cooper. Fly's strongest members with Sparkchief as well. And then you got the family dynamic with Pauly and Pokey. Pokey there, coming in when needed. I mean, it's such a fun team put together as one. And yeah, Gator, I mean, he's been with Speedery, Nero before and knows how to coach teams at the highest level.
Yeah, you literally get like FlyQuest, and then you get Envy, and then you find homes for both these teams, and this is how what you created, right? And then you look at the other side, and Cozy, you were just talking about it. We saw Lunex just the other week, a team that made it over to the grand finals, trying to figure out their own footing. Has there been enough time, though, in this meta to then rework what they had to do? Because that was a 24-minute or so final game that they do not want to repeat against a titan of a team.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, like, they are the heavy underdog in this matchup, like, absolutely. But albeit a new team, they do have individual players that had a lot of experience last year already, right? On YFD, Intergalactic, busy at work. So last year, spread through America Stage 1 and 2. They were all over the place. They did gain experience.
For sure. I mean, you just said it perfectly. It's like a team made of duos. You have 2 coming from YFP, you have 2 coming from busy at work, and those teams did struggle in the stages, but they have the pro experience at the very least. Not to mention, probably one of my favorite duos as of late, especially in the MRC world, was Iffy and Tones. Tones is a disgusting rogue, can play just absolutely top level for the Southern Brawler. And so for me at least, Vicky, I was always highlighting that Vanguard lineup. And so to see them clash against Pauly and Sparkchief, we're going to see Sparks fly.
Oh, this is going to be insane. Like, I feel like that's been the topic, right? Like the Vanguards and the flexibility and what we could see depending on how that pick and ban phase plays out. And we are moving over to Krakoa, our first domination map of our 4th series of the day.
Been interesting. I wonder how Lunex is going to approach that. I mean, we heard it earlier, right, from Cafe Rose, like, no pressure, being the underdog, actually the perfect place to be. They thrive in those situations. Do you feel like it's going to be the same for the Lunex players?
For sure. I mean, listen, when you have nothing to lose, go out there and just have a good time. Like, if you already said you're going to lose, why even show up? No, you show up because of what we just saw from Cafe Rose, right? I mean, when your back's against the wall, you have just enough support to come out swinging. And that's why I love underdog stories. Now, I said I would eat your headphones if Cafe Rose won. Well, I don't even know what to offer at this point with Liquid because they're so stacked. But Lunex, go out there, be the team that we've continued to see them to be. And again, anything can happen, especially is always starting out in domination.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle for our underdogs. A great first look at this super team. Our expectation for this team, though, are extremely high. So that can, of course, also add some pressure onto those players, Vicky.
Yeah, I agree too, because you talk about like players that have already had experience. They understand what it is to be under pressure, but for this to be your first matchup, it's pretty rough, but it's also a statement maker, right? It is 2 out of 3, so you have less time to make that adaptation, but you take this here and you try to see, okay, well, where is our strength here? You were talking about the Vanguard lineup. I know Logan is also a very great strategist too, seeing how that's going to work out with their back line against a team that could really dismantle them, with Dive being the big highlight of the current meta composition.
And Logan actually playing against his teammate there. Aren't he and Spark Chief and him are on Northwood University, aren't they? I believe they are.
I believe so, yeah. And
yeah.
You know, for me, what's cool is I feel like this team and the heartbeat behind Lunex, if you don't know them, I think a lot of people are familiar with the players of Liquid and like what makes that team up. Look to Regis. If Regis gets access to Elsa, like we just saw on this side of the Swamp Gaming, then this thing can get crazy pretty fast.
All right, let's see if the Titans can roll out of the gate strong, or Lunex is going to make an upset.
Alrighty, Vicky. And listen, Vic, we saw this with Cafe Rose and their ticket to success. They had the Gambit, and they used the Gambit to their advantage because they practice it. And whenever you've got a little bit of, chaos, you might as well go all in. And just like that, they're not going to be able to. It's bad. Never mind.
All right. Remember what we heard in some of our interviews, right? Like the Elsa being that problem. Well, guess what? Lunex being on the other side will be able to protect that for themselves, whereas Citadel will not be able to roll out with that. They banned the Mantis next because they don't want to damage Busa. Elsa to just get away with whatever she can get away with from the high ground, especially since we are going to Krakoa. So you have a lot more of that high to low ground disparity, a lot of different off angles. Seeing what this next protect is going to be, the first protect for Liquid Citadel is going to be the Gambit. So that's definitely the one upper hand here, that you have a much more flexibility in running. If you want to do Gambit, Rogue, Magneto, what are you going to ban next? Because you kind of force the rock, paper, scissors of, okay, we see Gambit. Do we want to ban out the Rogue or Magneto or Star-Lord?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it's a great point. I think Star-Lord and or Loki should be the next. Probably Loki to be the next up. It has to be the priority ban here for them, and they can get away with Star-Lord later on. Having the Elsa, though, I said that would be a big ticket for them with Regis that they can follow. So Loki's going to be banned. You just cannot, it would just be over before it started, right? You can't give double the fold against that team. So we'll see that get banned out, as I am completely out of my mind, and it goes to Rogue. Okay, well, at this point, you save Star-Lord, you save Loki? This is already interesting. Okay, it's Daredevil. I quit. This is going to be a fun one.
The Daredevil is saved. Okay, well, remember those nerves? I'm not too sure about those, because the devil has been let out way too many times within this first day of Americas as they hover over the cat. Okay, well, that means that at least from the other side, you still have the Gambit. It looks like maybe here, rather from Liquid Citadel, they have the Gambit saved here. But they had to use up that one bandit on the Rogue, which means you only have so much to work with before we see this last protect for the Lunex.
No, this is saying, hey, we know how good Pauly and Spark Chief are, and we have to attack their best of the best. I mean, obviously, the cap is all there for Pauly. I always want to see it. It's like Kurova's Adam. Like, I'm dying to see it. We never get to see it. And so we're seeing a lot of target player-specific bans on that team. That's why it's a bit out of the norm. But then what you do is you open up any option for this team, and look how perfectly open the dive is. NRG on the Star-Lord with the Gambit, paired up with Speedery on the Devil, Venom in the animated glory coming from Spark Chief. It's gonna. Pauly's like the only one that probably not getting to play what he wants to here, because if they had Cap, it would be it.
That's why you see him going over to the Magneto. If they're going to be able to rock out on the Gambit, Nero Cooper wondering, okay, do you just want to swap? And then I'll be able to take the Gambit instead. Leaning into this win condition, Spark Chief and NRG are going to be a huge problem. Then you add into the extra damage that Pauly's about to do thanks to the team up, as doesn't even look like that's what they're going to be leaning into. I'm wondering, they want to get that Strat Ultimate online very quickly, rotate through that, and they could even make the swap if they wanted to. Okay, no, that's not what we're going to be leaning into. Instead, we got the Loki available with the Rage and Royal Flush double combo.
Yeah, two things to look out for you, Lunex, right? It's going to be the dive on Silent Blaze and keeping up and getting the 2-for-1 and trying to get out the res before it can happen. And then the other is going to be on Regis and all that pressure. He's got to really bring a lot if it's going to give this team any bit of a chance. We've seen an upset today to kick off the day. We're in the fourth match. Gates are open. The Hellfire Gala's getting ready as we speak, as we find ourselves in Krakoa, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
My first personal favorite maps, Cozy, as we get things set up. Another diverse look at a lot of our beautiful maps and within Marvel Rivals, but it was the portal play already from Tico to get Lunix set up first. I do like this, but Spark Chief being a little displaced notices, okay, they wanted to contest us on the bridge. Now they're already on the point with the aggression in terms of the positioning. You can currently see Iffy too, just lingering up on top, has a lot more of those pillars to work around.
Yeah, Cooper, one of the best strategists, if not the best in this game right now. It's so fun to watch what they can do on the hero of Loki. Now, probably going to be the first to fall. That's going to be a big pick early now to set up the success against this heavy dive that will come. Tones trying to find their first target against NRG there as Star-Lord. Logan keeping the team up and helping from a distance. Both of the strategists not getting hit at all. Safe and ready. Spark Chief goes down. And there it is. Lunex is going to get the first cap like we all expected, like we all wrote down.
I can't wait to see how everyone's predictions are looking, by the way, by the end of today. It's also a little statement maker to open up our first day here. Logan being able to get that first pick too. Also, before they were able to get that follow-up, look at this ultimate economy with Logan closer to that invisible boundary, whereas Cooper had tried to get that copy before after making that swap up. And now is sticking to that Loki and Gambit still here, looking like he's already close to 80% on that God of Mischief.
Yeah, only 20% and up, right? So they can push in quickly with this comp. Spark Chief going to the Groot to change some things up here. Now quickly, as you have the Speedery diving in, will he have his team join him? Nothing yet. Gonna allow the other teams to get things sucked up. This is a huge large shot fighting one now two. That's gonna be a quick into Speedery, and it's gonna be Paulie finding himself out of this as the Gambit ult goes on live from Cooper, and just like that, able to flip the monster on its heels, Vic.
And he double jumped all the way to the top before finding that dive onto the back line. Just a Magneto with his extra shoes really tied up, and the Eye of Agamotto comes in, finds three! Huge! Needs the follow-up though, as Nero has a Raging Royal Flush. Beerberg is going to be able to actually help them out from the back line, but then you have a huge anti up to Tico and Iffy. They're forced to back away. It's Logan who's the first to get called out. Lunix is trying to play this very spread out, but it is Liquid Citadel who have way more bodies here. Nice trades, but Silent Blaze is still alive from Lunix.
The fact that they have the point is the only good thing going for them right now for Liquid, because if they didn't have the point here and they did all the resources they had, it was going to be really rough, you know, sledding to just kept this sustain fest on. I think that's what gave this fight in this map a chance for them as they continue to push on now as the time ticks up. The Devils let up on Speedery. He continues to find success. NRG going to capitalize with it, and there it is, yet another stagger. So if you are Lunex, reset fully here. Come back together. The point is, at this point, you know, lost. Get back together and don't let any more staggers happen, but they can't get away. Tones goes down as well, and now another.
Definitely agree, because then now you had the solid opportunity just for Liquid Citadel to increase their aggression here on the point. They're nearing 60% now as energy is coming right back around. Lunex, though, have to look to utilize Redis and that Apex Predator as well as Iffy. He's got that Heaven's Retribution to follow up as a wombo combo.
Absolutely. Now, as they have fully reset, Cooper on the Loki is a problem. I do report absolutely putting the God in the God of Mischief here. NRG ready to throw down the end song as well, hunting the Angela in the sky as if he's trying to escape, and there it is to hold them and fold them. Cooper throws out, the full aggression goes. He's trying to hunt and pray. Vicky, can he find one success? They're pushing him back to spawn.
Oh, they find Tico at least. I was going to say, that was like a 5-man anti right there that we saw from Nero. No follow-up until the very end to find the Doctor Strange. Heaven's Retribution, though, from the back end. Are we going to see a follow-up here as Energy takes to the sky with a quick reset just to make sure they see where everyone from Lunix is coming. But with Iffy not having any follow-up, and now they're just staggering even more. Overtime ticking away in favor for Liquid Citadel as Speedery finds not one, but two.
A little bumpy start at first, but things starting to click now. Redis is going to get energy out of here. Iffy going to fall. They do have Tico with the portal, but not going to be enough time to get things rolling for the team. Vic, yeah, I got to just say, when they got the point cap back, when they started throwing all the ults out at once and the Q explosions happened, that's really what allowed them to keep the momentum on. And then, as we know, the stagger fest happened.
Yeah, and they kept trying to force it, right? We saw Lunex just keep trying to stagger back in and out, and it was unfortunate. You called it, they had to reset a lot earlier before trying to force more of these just raw staggered ultimates too, when Liquid Citadel already had control over the point.
And listen, I'm just going to say, outside of Necrorize and what we saw them do in Angela, right now the Angela's not working. We saw it with Sentinels. We're back over here. Let's see if we can probably pull something else out. If he did play a lot of Angela in the MRC as well. I do like what Lunex has, though. They're cooking with the Vanguard Deadpool. That's where they have a little bit of their advantage, if you will, against them alongside that Elsa. The Glartrox is ready to go and roll out. Yeah, dealing. I mean, we said right away, Vicky. We were like, okay, they got to ban the Loki here. How many times did the double Rage and Royal Flush get them out of problems? I mean, twice I can count at least in that last hit.
And it's like breaking your neck having to look up at Pauly just like staggering down on your head with just regular Magneto damage output too, with the team up that you have to worry about from Nero, who's about to have the Rage and Royal Flush, by the way. Seeing how Logan's gonna be able to try to survive with the invisible boundary as they may need to back away, but Silent Plays also has a good amount of that damage output with the C available. Rage and Royal Flush is gonna come out first, forcing Nero to back away though, because there's another portal play to block out his entrance.
Yeah, here comes all the Qs at once. Grab charge, begging for life now as the dash up goes. Logan trying to keep his team alive from the back end. And just like that, Spark's just going to go in and throw down the group hug, and the big purple meteor lands up, down, Pauly throws, and Redis is the one that finds from the ult of the Glartrox. Both strategists fed right to the monster.
No one's looking at Redis because Redis is getting away with all this damage output from the sidelines. Yes, you were able to clear up your backside. Pauly was in Timbuktu and now sees that the rest of the team is gone. So it's going to be a nice reset here from Liquid, but a better takeover from Lunix to finally take the point first.
Yeah, quite literally using the advantages we just pointed out to their advantage in that fight. And they burnt an ult, right? So they were able to get through Nero's first wave. Cooper's going to be coming shortly after. But now they can set up, and I think this team comp for Lunix is a bit better here once that point's already capped. Like, they have a lot of sustain that they can roll with. Tico going to go with the Agamotto early. Hit one that I liked earlier, one I wish they had back. And here's the Devil being let out shortly from Speedery. And here it comes.
Let the Devil out. Diving right back in. Speedery finds Tones next, and Logan gets to defend themselves. Thanks to the BRB, Tones comes right back around, and look at Tico, who tries to get a little sneaky. I have a photo right around the other side of the shield, but it's fine, because the backline's okay. Gambit never falls in the form of the God of Mischief. They've lost out on the group here. They have the damage output. Tones looking right behind them. No anti to follow up, as they've isolated Energy, who doesn't have a reset either.
The Golden Deagles, they are going off here as Tones is hunting and praying. Redis on the other side. Quite literally the two meta picks getting it done for this team. Speedery does put it into Tones there, which is a big pick, as he did have ult there as the Vanguard tank pool. Redis now continuing to hunt. Forget Monster Hunter. It is a Liquid Citadel Hunter at this point.
Thanks for the love, love.
Lunix, the back-to-back, another stagger fast though. Speedery, left one, trying to run away. Ayúdame, needs some help. Gets to the safety of his team, as the Daredevil does.
Already 74%. And right now, all momentum for this second point for Lunix. They've got Heaven's Retribution with the Glartrox alone. He used the 4-5 teammates all going. Gambit, Rage and Royal, and they all forward up. The Glartrox comes out at the same time. This just happened the last hit, and they have one trade-off, but the rest happens big, and it's not going to be enough. Looks like Liquid should be able to take this.
To use at least the Phoenix Ultimate to take care of the sea, but was it worth it? As Redis, unstoppable, finds Cooper as the next victim. Whose head is next on the stake, though? As they try to call out where Nero is, Cooper comes back. Heaven's Retribution this time, as they try to isolate Speedery. May need some help because they've lost out on Logan earlier on. Lunix back to 99%. It's Liquid's time to shine. They try to retake it silently, as now Redis and Silent will be able to try to come back to recontest, but they don't want to stagger like we saw in the last round.
Man, fun to see Speedery back into this thing, huh, Vicky? I mean, yeah, that's a flyer over there in NV now on the ground, showing what they can do on the Devil, who wasn't even, barely available for them back in last year's Ignite. Tone's going to go to throw out the ult early now. Liquid fully has to hold this thing if they don't want to drop even a point, which I know is their expectation against this team. Lunix, though, at the hands of Redis, getting it done. Throwing out the Unicorn. I choose you, as Tones says it best. Good rotations. Devil let up behind, though. Lots of rotation they have to do themselves. And if he finds himself, that's the trailer for Season 3. Season 4.
It's the dunk on the head. The dunk real quick. Let the Devil wear. I mean, he's back over at the spawn room gates. Redis is on fire this game. Cooper got a mission into the Rage and Royal Flush. We see them trying to dive in. They got the big jump. Smart Chief takes so much damage. He's still alive. And now Redis sends everybody off the map. The Apex Predator proves why they are at the top of the food chain after finding Speedery and Pauly.
I mean, just handling just constant Royal Flushes has been actually a sight to behold here from Lunix. 99% to the 63 now. They're doing their job. Looking at Redis just one by one, finding his prey. Tones with the follow-up of the Deagles as well. Going from D tier up to C shortly on the ult. And there it is, 99 and ticking down. Last desperation, Paulie gonna go ahead and try to get the point meter in. Up, down, doesn't matter as the big C is in the way. This is gonna be their last fight for the chance to hold them. Lunex, do you have it? Yes, you do! Wow.
The shield onto the Sia too, just in case, just to make sure it's a bold statement too. We got a banger on our hands as Lunex proves why they're still in this.
Talk about using the resources you have available to get the dubs, right? I mean, this is absolutely at the hands of the Glartrox. I mean, you see, you know, constant purple cards just flying around Liquid, but they always have the right positioning in the answer. And if you're Liquid right now, you're doing the right coordination. It's about getting the right targets at the right time. Iffy with that massive pick early on Speedery too was disgusting. If you look at the ult economy, pretty close, but obviously you've got the Agamotto that should give them a bit of a heads up against what NRG has on their side. So I actually like Lunex here, potentially 0.1.
I mean, Regis is just getting away, literally, with anything, right? Like, no one from Liquid Citadel has been able to pinpoint Regis. It looks like Regis is in Cirque du Soleil, and he's just been dancing around all these different ropes, playing on the outskirts of that last round's point. Let's see how they can do, because now you have a lot more verticality. You have the ability to try to hide behind the waterfall before getting out to the point, and you have a lot more open sidelines to try to contest a lot of these strategists that want to back away, maybe even go to the health pack that's over to the right side of the cliff.
It's just so cool. We pointed this out before we went in. Regis on Elsa was what I was looking for, Vicky, and we saw what it did in the MRC, but how would it stack up against not only the pros, but one of the best teams in America, if not the best, right? And we're seeing it right here. You've got to control the Monster Hunter, and Regis is on the loose at the moment, folks. Buckle up. As I said, this could be a good one. Regis now with the quick dash. You can barely see her. That aim is deadly. Paulie now going to go ahead and try to get some sustain on this point, not giving it to him right away. Tone's already with that ult now. Pressure on Max.
Where is the Invisible? The Invisible is still alive! You are nothing. Take it to the skies. Logan has the Invisible boundary, though. The Eye of Agamotto hitting Ghost, while Paulie is able to find Iffy, who was trying to harass their backline. But this forces Lunex to now allow themselves to plant their feet on the point first. Very similar look to what we saw in that last round for round number 2.
This Agamotto's been wildly placed. And Tones, one of the big things you guys have to highlight is, yes, one of the big things about Tank Pool is the snowballing that can be done in Domination. Already upgraded to the max, those Golden Deagles ready. And that is just going to give that much more momentum towards Lunex. There's the Gambit ult. Tico going to find energy from this. Paulie finds Tones. They have to get themselves this point back if they want Liquid not to get upset here. Speedery is just climbing the trees. Who said Rocket's mobility is dead? Look at that. Look at that animal go.
He is dipping and diving. Liquid Citadel retake this point, and they have some ultimates to work with too. Nero has that survivability. I do think it's important to highlight how they decided to get off of that low-key pick. They really didn't feel like they needed to utilize those lamps. Instead, they just need help with the peeling. But then, nice takeover. My eyes, though, are currently on Regis, who has been a problem.
Yeah, they definitely have to play Find the Regis right now if they want to continue. Nero now out of the Loki. Out of the Gambit. Cooper's going to take over the Gambit. Nero over to the Invis with the boundary ready to roll. This should allow them to sustain the point plenty. And we'll see how they choose to push in. They know exactly where Regis is. Trust me. If it's not from the gunshots, it's from everything else coming from that direction. Here comes Logan, though, pushing in with Speedery. Now going to put the pressure on the opposition. This is going to be close as they fight in the invisible boundary, Vic.
Great repositioning from Logan, too, to get right on top of that broken tree trunk, too. Take it to the skies. The Meteor M from Paulie. Can he find his mark? A selling place finally does get called out, which means there is no help on the peeling side from the strategist. They need the assistance. It's up to Regis to back away now, noting that they don't really have that sustainability, but it doesn't matter, though. Lunex may not even need the sustainability because guess what? The damage output has been there, but now Speedery gets to walk up for free. 60% already on the point in favor for Liquid.
Yeah, Tico's going to go ahead and do a legendary.
No
Regis
way.
finds Speedery, and wow, it's like he lets Regis go, right? And I thought Speedery's target rotation was actually very good there, Vic. But you left him alive, and Regis just 1v1'd it himself, and the point take back. I mean, that's how crazy this hero can be, and especially at the hands of a talented player that we're becoming to see right in front of our eyes.
Regis is Timothy, literally. Like, we got to see these stats at the end of the game because this is absolutely insane. Liquid Citadel do have answers, though, up their sleeve. Cooper, Raging Royal Flush, ready to go together with NRG. That's going to be the get ready go button into the Galactic Legend, but may not even need a defending of the invisible boundary comes out. As it does, Legendary needs help. The follow-up right afterwards, and that's going to be the team takeover for Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, biggest thing there is they were able to pop Logan's visible boundary as well. And I thought that was actually a good play by them, but it was perfect communication from Liquid, all diving at the same time. Speedy turning the eyes as well over to the boundary. They used a bit to get it, 76% end up. Remember, it's 1-1 per team. Winner's going to take this first map. Will we get an upset, Vic? It's coming down to the wire. Iffy at 98% on the opposition side. Still a lot of ult climbing for Liquid.
This is the most hype game we've gotten all day here. Tones moving up. They bursted his bubble, though. Iffy's, though, coming in from the other side. Heaven's Retribution ready to go. As Liquid Citadel are nearing 99%. They got to recontest here on the point. Big ante onto Logan. Can we see a follow-up as it's NRG who finds Tones? No ultimate available for the Van Pool here. And with overtime ticking away, Lunas get a little bit more aggressive, but Iffy gets taken out. The BRB comes in clutch from Silent Blaze, but is it going to be enough? As Paulie gets the back-to-back. Regis cannot do more to Liquid Citadel. They defend their throne to take game number 1.
Vicky, that was so close. It was
Too close.
definitely towards the end. I mean, listen, I thought, obviously, first of all, shout out to Paulie putting it into his own hands at the end there, getting 3 on the neutral. Kind of disgusting. I mean, Glartrox, I choose you. I thought that was going to come out a little bit quicker. I think Regis was trying to find that perfect opening, which was the answer to what they did at the end each time. But no, was unable to get, sneak a game out from them. But Lunex said, we will be anything but an easy match here. Taking a look at the stats, you said you can't wait to see Regis. There it is, 18 finals. But on the opposition, Cooper farms MVPs like nobody else.
I mean, this is, wow. We go from the other side, too, like Cooper being able to get away with the Rage and Royal Flush. Look at the strat difference, too, right? You have 32K, 33 for Nero alone. You're able to get these follow-ups a lot better and enable speedery. Energy, too, with the Star-Lord Galactic Legend in combination to that Rage and Royal Flush just allowed them to stall for as long as possible. That's even with Regis repositioning like we saw to then try to retake over the point. It was incredibly close for that first map.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think there's definitely a lot that they can clean up here. We're kind of seeing this team come together in front of our eyes. And I think adjust to the bans. You know, the bans were, I think, a bit trickier than we all thought there, especially on Liquid's side. Really, Tank Pool allowed Tones to do what they do best. I mean, look at those stats on this side. Absolutely was a monster on what they pulled together for Lunex. But yeah, altogether, I think that was what we expected in some cases. But for Speedery, I think on the Devil, that's what really allowed them to kind of kick open the gates and get picks when needed.
Yeah, and then you take a look at Spark Chief too. You talk about maybe like some of the weaker holes in this foundation for Liquid. I feel like we've seen Spark Chief pop off way more, right? You want to be able to get way more done with the ante that's provided from the Feast of the Abyss. And unfortunately, they had all eyes on it. I think Regis was a big problem in preventing Spark Chief from being able to get that game going, which is, I think, something that they're going to note going into game number 2. So I don't think we're going to see the Elsa. At least Liquid's ban onto what we have just saw right now from Lunex.
I mean, generally, like, once the ban phase was over, like, I thought they just handed the victory to Liquid Citadel, right? Loki and Gambit both going through, and I'm like, oh, well, okay, like, gonna just give Cooper the Loki. Why not? You're sure? Why not? Like, take the L, I guess. But they played it so much closer. Like, there were so many layers to this. And I do love how they adjusted. And, like, yeah, round 1, like, they just kind of staggered in, but that could also have been their map. Like, they had a really strong start on each of those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. To point out a couple things that you just said. First of all, yeah, it was the Battle of the Vanguards that I pointed out early in the show that I was like, I'm interested to see what that looks like. And they kind of targeted those Vanguards and made Paulie and Spark Chief uncomfortable. And it kind of happened. I mean, Paulie and the Magneto, we didn't get as much results from that, especially on the first map. And Spark Chief, we just, mentioned about. I think talking about it, Lunex, though, handled the Loki Gambit better than I've seen most teams do. That is a very tough, constant source of communication that you have to not miss a beat. And it was hide the Regis and here's the Glartrox and constantly to continue to match that. And they almost had that again. If they would have pulled that off at the end, I think this could be a different discussion. They'd be up 1-0.
Yeah, I also feel like a highlight to the peeling that Logan needed in that first game was detrimental. Like, Logan went down how many times? Like 11 or so on the Invisible Woman. You were getting antied through your own invisible boundary. Maybe that's why you didn't have that impact as well as the strat healing that we really needed to see. And that was all thanks to the fact that even though Spark Chief wasn't enabled as much, he still was able to get the follow. Paulie was like the second highest damage that we saw overall for that team in combination to Energy, who had over 20k damage done too. So that was another like highlight, and that goes hand in hand with the Gambit team up that you're giving to Magneto to deal the extra damage.
Yeah, I mean, also just looking at the team in general, we talked about that as we were setting up the match, right? their Vanguards have very overlapping hero pools. So if you're focusing on Vanguards in your bans, you're actually taking out 2 players. So this could become a problem later down the line.
Yeah, listen, you know, you look at all sports besides esports, and there's games where like the underdog almost wins, and you're like, you know what? You wish they had that game to sneak out a win, because now the problem is I can almost guarantee Elsa's gonna. There's no way Elsa's gonna make it through this next ban phase. I think that's gonna be the first ban out the gate, and that was a big ticket to allow them to kind of get, you know, their rhythm rolling, if you will. But they do get to pick the map and kind of reset the stage. But that's one, if they could sneak that win out, then they'd be able to kind of adjust and maybe get the second to get the best of 3.
Based on what we've seen now on map 1, what mode do you think they're going to take us to?
Yeah, Lunex. So Lunex loves their New York. They do a lot of Midtown, a ton of Midtown. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see Midtown from them. And again, watched a lot of this team over the last like month. A team that I didn't know, you know, I knew the players, but as a team didn't know they existed almost. And then to see how much they've come together in a somewhat of a lower bracket run, they did well. The only team they've kind of struggled against was Yeah We Lost, who was very dominant in the MRC. It's because they always had an answer.
Lunix was the only team that managed to even take a map of Yeah We Lost. So they are the runner-ups, you know. Yeah.
And dominated Cafe Rose, like a team that we just saw win, right? And so they've got the talent.
You know, you're saying the esports classic, the talent is there. One of my all-time favorite sentences, because it always applies. Because the talent is there. That's why these players are finding themselves in Ignite now, right? So it's going to be very interesting where they're taken as ban-wise. I love to see the deepest strats and who's going to be banned out. Generally, though, style-wise, Daredevil is seeing a lot of play. We just all have the wrong read on the patch notes. Like, are they having the wrong read? Like, who's tripping?
I think it just goes to show how good a hero is, right? I mean, if you take something from it can still be, you know, a top tier hero even with so many changes. Look at Gambit; he's on his 10th hit, right, and he's still doing okay out there. So
he's just surviving an actual cockroach. It's incredible.
And he feels like he can fly too, literally. Like how? When he pops the Raging Royal Flush, this cockroach is literally flying like a palmetto bug in my direction, but it's not one. It's like 5 others.
Yeah, there's always 100 more if you see one, so.
It's fun to see Speedery, Nero outside of Envy. You know, I've been super excited to see. I think, you know, Envy was a team with like a lot of expectation and pressure all the time. So now to see those two very anchors now go over to this side of things, you know, when you have like all these talented players put together on one team, sometimes I'm not saying there's personality clashes, but there's just so much talent to handle almost, right? So putting it together and the expectations. Also, hey, let's call it what it is. We see this across sports as well. When you look at the, you know, schedule and you're like, oh, we have Lunex, we'll be fine. Sometimes you kind of, you know, underwrite your competition, and maybe that kind of linked in a little bit to that first map.
Yeah, especially in that first week of play, where you really don't know how much the individual teams have even shown in scrims, right? Because not everyone is showing their full hand there. Everyone is still trying to figure out new meta, new teams, new players. So there's just a lot of moving pieces for every team to take into consideration when they're prepping for their opening match.
Sure. And then you come to see like how you talk about like those big heavy pieces, the titans that you basically piece together, because if you had like some of X FlyQuest and some of X Envy, you match them together, they have a baby, this is what you get as a result, right? Liquid Citadel has a lot to prove in that way, and if that is the first game that I'm seeing in my best of 2 out of 3, I'm not feeling the best in the way that maybe that pick and ban system went down, right? Elsa probably stuck in jail. We'll have to see how that plays out, but then you only have so many pick and bans too. It depends on what side these teams decide to play on as well. So seeing also if the Daredevil will be let out too, because that was also a problem that we've seen be repeated as a mistake in our other previous series when you go into the pick and ban phase.
It's funny when you're your favorite team, how, you know, like Liquid just won that and we're almost talking about it like they lost, right? Like that's the expectations that you have.
Right.
And we opened the show with this, Zoe, of like, this isn't just about, you know, the preseason seeding and prize. It's about showing your org. Liquid, hey, welcome to the Rivals Esport. You know, I know they all got flown in together. I think they're all together right now. They have high expectations of this very talented roster they signed. And so these players want to show out. And that's why I think we're kind of highlighting them like this.
Yeah, especially in a system where you do have promotion relegation,
nailed it.
there are opportunities for the org to, well, kind of drop you, right? So there's kind of a knife hanging over players' heads. You want to perform each and every single day.
And there's the map, by the way. This is where it's like, I might watch an unhealthy amount of Rivals, all right? I had a feeling Lunex would take it here. They did this often. I think this is where they took the map off. Yeah, we lost way back when as well. It's just a comfort map. You know, all teams have a comfort pick, and Midtown is going to be that exact for them as we take a look at the graphic here.
I like this though, Cozy. You called it out perfectly. And you know what? You also have a lot of more of that vertical sight lines to work off of. So definitely have to keep your eyes on your backline to make sure you can help peel for them if you found that to be a difficult thing if you're Lunex. As well, Redis has been able to just pop off and be able to have that mobility. It's about being able to also try to help out and make sure that your strategists are sustained too.
Yeah, I mean, Redis' Elsa needs to be taken out of the equation. Liquid Citadel, I'm sure, wants to make this a convincing victory. After the first one was maybe a little bit too competitive for their liking. Let's see if they can bring it home. It is match point for them, so the pressure is definitely on Lunex.
Yeah, for sure. If the team can take it, though, it will be them. And again, this is the team that replaced, they had Scarlet on their team back in the MRC. And so this is also like small changes. And right now we're seeing teams that have made changes are flourishing. So, you know, I think it's definitely going to lend towards them. The ban phase, I don't think it's going to look anything like we just saw. You know, if you are Lunex, you want to try to copy some of what you just did because it's a proven that it worked, right? And shout out to them because a lot of that comes from the scouting and what you can do, which isn't a lot out there on Liquid Citadel. There's way more tape on Lunex's side being in the recent MRC.
Yeah, so you're kind of forced to either do just meta bans, right? Or you just ban out individual players, which was a very heavy Vanguard focus for them in the first set of bans.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get started here, Cozy. Group stage, we already got our team Liquid Citadel sitting at match point, as Zoe had already mentioned. While Lunex, I feel like they've built up the skeleton, but it's about filling up the pieces. Maybe no Angela, so that way you have somebody who could try to go in with you, because unfortunately, that didn't seem like the opportunity that Lunex was leaning into when Redis was popping off more so in the back line.
Absolutely. With the quick ban over to the outsets, yet again, the same call to victory for Lunex. So they were like, you know what? We're fine with that. We'll adjust a bit. And there's the Mantis ban to follow. So they're going to go with the same song and dance. They came away with the W, right? So why fix it too much if needed? We thought maybe we would have saw a bit of a change there, but either way, just loving all. You can just tell these players are just ranked demons from all these animated icons. I mean, come on. How many you got in your threshold there? I'm still working on my second. It's going to take me God knows how long. But we've got our Vanguard Deadpool banned yet again from the side of Lunex. We'll see if they match it here.
Thanks for reminding me I don't touch grass here, Cozy. But maybe here, too, because the Loki has been a problem. You don't want to have that out, okay? Because they've already learned their lesson as Liquid Citadel was able to cycle through so many Rage and Royal Flushes. And no Daredevil going into Midtown is very smart, because we were just talking about the back line here and trying to find different spots that you could get dove on. So that's something that Liquid Citadel doesn't have to worry about from Lunex's side. Tico already hovering over that Black Panther, though, is a nice sight to see, with a big conversation point going into how Dive has been so strong this season.
Absolutely. The Loki being banned this time around, I think, is probably a bit safer than the, well, obviously with the Rogue Pig being saved, but I just like it better altogether for the team, just to first for the mental, but also just for the constant source of ults that you're facing there in the Raging Royals. The ban on Daredevil continues to open up the odds, and there's the save once again so that Tones can be on the Merc with the mouth. Last ban going over to the Jeff, so a lot of similarities that we see with the Rogue Protect, going to open things up here for Spark Chief, who's going to flex not only on the icon, but flex the animated one on us here, Vic, as they lock in their teams.
It's such a great animated icon. I love the Rogue icon. All right. Getting started now. Liquid Citadel, a little too close for comfort, knowing that they're going to change things up just a bit. The BRB goes crazy, but it's even more important to highlight, Cozy, that Liquid Citadel are starting on the defense. This is why they were able to pick a ban on their side over on the top of the menu, but it's also the triple strategist that you could expect, as well as a triple Vanguard.
All right, so we've got the Emma Rogue on the defensive side with NRG, which NRG oftentimes back in his FlyQuest days would flex over to this exact Magneto. So does have this kind of up his sleeve and in the tool belt. Always important to have that flexibility And you know, I think this aided a lot of players in the past Ignite because of how strong Triple Vanguard was back then, especially on the defensive front. Now, in the aggression, I mean, the game plan, looking simple. You got Ritas, you've got the Groot, and Tico still trying to find what they want to do here. But one now over to the Winter Soldier, our first appearance of the Soldier this Ignite, or at least right here in America. Here we go, Vic. Doors open in 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what we got.
Little change up here before Ritas looks ahead. Making sure that they got the communication going down right to pinpoint where they're located, because currently NRG's already hanging out on the high ground, being on that mag. Nice isolation with the bubble already from Tones. Look how Koik, I always gotta see it, how Koik Thankful tries to get that ultimate already online, nearing 70%.
Yeah, just about to put that pressure on immediately. And with Logan now over on the Loki, I think this is definitely going to be all about positioning and keeping the eyes on Cooper here early and quick. Nice rotation over here from Liquid Gaming and Cooper himself, trying to get just constant. You always do something, right, Vicky? Whether it's healing or just a quick damage on the back line and the call out. Silent Blaze me up on the top here as Sue, looking down on their Vanguard, keeping them up and farming that ult up. Notice the controller stick. Silent Blaze on the controller here at the pro level. There's the ult coming out though from the Deadpool.
And it's finding them isolated though over to the side with Iffy just walking for free, setting up these walls, build a house, he says, and now you can force out the lamps from Logan, who is very close to the God of Mischief, but they've lost out on Ritas, who is a big point here for Lunex. There's that God of Mischief that we just heard from Logan, and it's going to be the invisible boundary, a Venn diagram you can see from Nero unleashing his own, but the choke slam down right outside the circle of protection means that it's going to cost another member of Lunex to go down.
Look at that delayed hit there, just to see if we can get the health pop at the end. What an absolute great play and awesome just job of Polly. Showing why Emma is still very well in the Vanguard scene, even though people want to write off Mother herself. Cooper going to go in and get a quick punch and melee finish there with the ult charge to push this team back to that spawn. And they're doing a great job so far. And we're seeing why Spark Chief's Rogue was banned, because it is something to fear.
Not only that, like the fact that they had the Gambit already in that last round, they didn't want that extra damage. Now they get it double time with Magneto and Rogue, and you have 3 ultimates to work with. Nero's getting already to that 50% mark with the invisible boundary, but with the Heartbreaker to start things off, you take away the sustainability from those supports, but he slams down the Meteor M onto nothing. Great protection coming out as Lunix get away from that trouble. Logan close to that, got a mission, but look where Ritas is. You're down an alleyway, and Polly's just trying to get them to Psionic Seduction, and they're forced to back away behind the walls.
And just using every bit of this Gambit team up for all of them, whether it's Energy with his, Spark Chief with theirs, and now Polly just hunting there with the Pulse. They go ahead and try to get some room here. Tones is as he throws down the Q, and there is the Glartrox. Had so much success there on domination. If you're gonna find Energy, but just like that, the free life and a big one at that. Speedery bringing back the magnetic hero themselves. Tones gets a pick. This is coming down to the wire here on point 1.
And that was a follow-up off of the slam down onto both of the Vanguards. They only get 1 out of the 3, though. Nero, invisible boundary. As now Polly's going to come right back around with the Doctor Strange portal, trying to prevent Lunix from even getting to that next point. But with even more members falling down, Lunix looking fantastic.
Who needs the Qs? They were right now hunting Energy, by the way, in that backline as the mag. Now, Energy going to go to Wolf. This is an often pick when you portal. Just such a great swap over, especially with that second life. But down, okay, they do find Tico even with the portal, so success is going to be found here at the last moment to hold strong. Spark Chief going to activate that team up and the ult on top of it. Silent Blaze trying to stay alive within the boundary. Groot ult is out, no success from it, and with a laugh from it, Nero's going to find Iffy. It's Liquid coming from the portal like the in-game to find success.
And it was like some excellent violence, right? We saw Spark Chief come out of that portal and immediately get the grab onto Tico. Had no chance to give Tico the opportunity to get away. With another team fight win, you're down less than 15 seconds for Lunix to get this first checkpoint.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Energy also's got the ult as well. And so look out as Paulie can get the Yagamoto Spark Chief to join in. This is going to be everyone wanting a piece of the pie here. As Spark Chief with the quick take on the thing. Finds the health pack in the back and somehow dives out of here. Are you kidding me? It's 1v5. Mother stayed alive, but down goes Spark Chief finally.
Finally, but coming in from the heavens, and Ayavamoto finds 3. Get down, says Glardrox, though, the Apex Predator, to try to back away and clear and bounce off from the club to go to the rest of the team because they're trying to clear up that space. But the recontention, as you saw Liquid Citadel able to back away just in time, as a huge dive finds 3. But with the Invisible Woman shield, it keeps them alive for now. The Gambit ultimate just to help them out too. And Tones sees everybody, but they need to get that Gambit ultimate first. You got to look at Cooper, who's a little bit behind, and Nero's close to that invisible boundary to stay alive. Maybe not anymore.
Just trying to get them off the point there, and was almost successful to win in the overtime. Committed from it. The Sparks keep falling early. That was their best option. Now NRG can come back, but just like that, they're going to take the point and win the fight. Really well jobbing. Just goes to show you fall one member early with Spark Chief's Rogue, and the dominoes will fall from it. Kudos, though, I got to say, for NRG. Just trying to get the point off there. That was like a 5-piece.
It was huge. He was eating that time. But there was still one more member left to recontest as well, and they had the Invisible Woman to protect them and resustain them too. No ultimate needed. It was Tones who had burned that in the last fight with some change-ups to NRG over to the Star-Lord once again, and Nero at least has the invisible boundary for this fight around after he was focused in the last fight.
Yeah, this is a ton of space right away. They're giving up here on the second point, one that I wish they would push in more on here. Invisible boundaries are going to go out from Logan. Silent Blaze can match it. Heroes can match that. A lot of invisible boundaries about to happen on your screen at once. We see the copy happen different. Spark Chief does get Tico down. Just like that, now can push forward the W and try to reign from there. Glartruck though tries to change their mind. Nothing from it. Comes up hungry. Silent Blaze throwing that out, Vicky. Right now, it's kind of a trade of back and forth that Revis continues to do and be that difference maker.
Also really like the way that Reedus played around the invisibility of that invisible boundary here from Silent Blaze. Tones takes a quick little selfie just for the cinematic opening here as they were able to clean up 2 more.
Yeah, when you give all that space on the first point, typically if you get 3 from this on the hold side and turn to maybe only a 2 hold, they're able to do so. Tones does have that ulti aim to find that backline strategy. The Invisible Woman run, Nero run is all they can wish and pray for as they're going to try to find Cooper to keep them up. But just like that, it's deleted. And point is taken, Vicky. I mean, look how that was one of the easiest point 2s you've seen. And I've highlighted why Midtown is their flavor pick. They're just feasting the spawn room.
The iframes after iframes, quick little selfie. I mean, you could imagine his camera roll is probably full at this point. He's going to get more memory because it's going to be a reset here from Spark. He already knew it was a GG there. They wanted to be able to at least push into contest in this next corner because this could be a bloodbath to be staggered in a spot like this.
Yeah, Tones is so fun to watch. Just having a great time out here. Midtown is their hometown. Speedery, Devil out, ready to go. Should favor them in this third point where they swap up the comp. NRG has that Legend ready to roll. Might pop it early. We'll see what they get out of Speedery first. Do Lunex, good rotations into the building here to stay alive and not have to use anything too crazy, Vic. That allows their strategists to build back up and get ready for the next fight.
Nero's ready with that invisible boundary here too. Looking at Tico, who could also go in for a reset with the Unsung Inferno. Spark Chief finds another victim this time, but gets caught by Reedus backing away. The Glartrucks, I like that Spark Chief was expecting that. So that's a big nothing all over again. And with the Heartbreaker, it's going to be the counter immediately afterwards. Venn diagram, invisible boundaries from both sides. And it's Logan who calls out Speedery.
Yeah, good rotations out, and NRG just on the delayed ult finds Tico. Staying alive now is Tones. This is going to be enough to push back and win this hold in this fight, which was an important one at that. That was their last really important cue that they wanted to use there. And now they have Cooper and Paulie headed to the next one. So this is going to be an interesting trade-off as Reedus is a bit far away as well. Vicky, Lunex has got to be perfect here. 40 seconds left.
Less than that minute here, and time is of the essence. Cooper has that Rage and Royal Flush, and it's going to be difficult. All eyes on Silent Blaze. If Silent Blaze can manage to double jump invisibility away and not get called out by an anti, as Paulie opens things up with a Silent Seduction, which could stop the double jump alone. If he's the first victim, Tico to follow. 2 ultimates that they will not have online, but they still have 20 seconds to go.
That is why Gambit gets his name as one of the more feared strategists in this game. Rotating over, 12 seconds. Good push either way if you're Lunex. Trying to get further into point 3 is the goal. They've got 3 ults to do it. Cannot get the stagger early. They find success. Good call on us if he goes down with the ult as well. Inside Inferno crashes down, finds the connection. Spark Chief out of this thing just like that. No ults to be set for Liquid Gaming. Nero now up on the board, ready to go. Glartrucks, though, is the best thing to find success in this invisible boundary, Vicky. It'll come out with something.
Huge back away though from Liquid. They knew that they did not have the sustainability. They're trying to get the space. They waited for Nero and the invisible boundary, but now it's up to Iffy to find his mark. Looking around, where is Nero? Good protection. Is it going to be able to land on the mark? Spark Chief falls incredibly low, and it's Redis with some help from the Glocktrox to really back him up to do all the extra damage in combination of Tico, and they're going to be able to clear this point and around the next corner.
Now, Nero keeping the team alive with that quick shield at the end to burst the bubble, but either way, it's the Duelist getting it done. Logan's got ult ready as well, pushing in. Love the aggression here. Down on the ground, Loki looking for the clone on the damage. Energy to rotate over 91%. Look for this legendary. Cooper at 71. If they can sustain this fight a little bit longer, Liquid should be able to hold, but Logan's got the invisible boundary aggression-wise. Good rotation there from the strategist, keeping up speed. He finds a big pick, though. Down goes Tico. Invisible boundary up and ready for Logan.
Keep the devil off! No! He goes down. He can't let the devil out. And Silent Blaze behind the other side of the invisible boundary is able to get that snipe. God of Mischief now over for Logan. Silent Blaze does not have the sustainability. It's up to Energy to clear the rest of the points, but they backed away out of his line of sight. He needs to move up and take advantage of his Rage and Royal Flush.
Look at those clones just taking all of those bullets from the cars, and Peter Quill himself, Speedery and Spark find one, then two, and that was kind of the ticket to that last bit of the point, Vic. You saw how close Gambit was, or in this case, Cooper and Energy. They just needed that fight to last a little longer, and they got the lethal combination. And that's what happens when you leave Star-Lord available with Gambit. It can be absolutely disgusting.
And also understanding the win condition, right? Like, if you do not find these two players, it could be difficult. You're just building up into another round of Strat Ultimate galore. All the invisible boundaries that we saw on our screen at the same time. And you want to be able to try to delay that here. Following up from the Rage and Royal Flush into the Galactic Legend. I do have to highlight, though, Lunex's awareness and knowing when to back away
sure.
and the help for peeling is chef's kiss.
No, Lunex played the better match there. I mean, I'm going to go out and say on that specific point, even though they didn't get the 4-3 cap, I think that they played a very strong match. However, man, Speedery on the storm with Liquid coming out hungry here. This is going to be something interesting on the offensive side. We'll see what they end up kind of locking in fully. But yeah, Lunex, again, I'm impressed with the level of play. So many people looked at, whether you want to call it Tier 2 MRC and say, all right, well, what happens when they're put into these groups? I mean, they're showing out here.
I was excited when I see Speedery go over to Storm and was like, what year is it? Going back to the OG, having some fun. Cooper already getting some information for the rest of the team as he still now on the Daredevil himself, making a swap of from what Speedery was on earlier. And coming out of the gates, you see Energy already on the Wolverine, trying to see if they could fully expect the triple Vanguard, but it's really only Tones here on the other side, and if you're ready for that on Thing.
Yeah, interesting pick here on the Wolverine, especially with the Storm. We'll see if this stays. He might rotate out once he saw how the counter plays have been a part of it. But we're going to go ahead and see what Logan does in the background here. Love this positioning if you're Loki main. Take note of exactly where these clones are in his stance as well. Trying to confuse the opponent as much as possible. Energy is going to swap over. Did expect that, right? He saw the thing. He's like, all right, we're going to go over to the hand of Conchu himself. Try to farm that up. But Speedery over on Storm. Now is this a little bit all over the place.
Different look entirely here too. He's slicing and dicing, and it's Energy over to the Moon Knight. The moon is haunting them with the follow from Polly. One after the other, the domino falls. That is Lunex. It's gonna have to be a hard reset as Speedery sends back Redis last.
And Moon Knight. I remember when Moon Knight was just kind of peeking their way into Ignite, every now and then, Vicky, and now just an absolute, could be just scary right out the gate. Always has that option. You take 20% cooldown reduction on ult. Doesn't really matter for the man who hands up Conchus all of the time. Logan now going to put out those clones to escape. It's the only form for Loki, but that just puts more out for the Crescent Darts as Energy is just throwing them, gathering ult like crazy. Have to get the finish, though, or you get the strategist too much ult charge, and he's finding those as Tones goes down as well.
It was big, too, to try to harass Logan, but Logan manages to stay alive around his own clones, and he did use that invisible boundary, but it's the damage that's too much. The Rage and Royal Flush to answer that invisible boundary was enough for Liquid Citadel to get that first checkpoint.
Yeah, one of these things that just make Liquid so powerful is that at any point, any of the six can carry. And that is what's so crazy about this team, and the Duelists especially on the front of Energy and Speedery. Two of the best on their old rosters now combined into one. And they play very, honestly, complementary roles there in the Duelist position. Cooper pushed all the way up in the W. Q ready to be pressed here from Spark Chief. We'll see if the Heartbreaker comes out early. He wants them to come into this left side here, Vic. We'll see if they do so.
trying to wait for, oh my gosh, look at Cooper's health. He was literally one shot for a second. Good awareness here from Nero. The fact that they're going to try to make this work together. At least Nero does have that Mentos ultimate. It's going to be that Soul Resurgence. As now you got to look at Lunix, who Tico's trying to move up. He's got the Horde of Proteus as well to try to cut off their exit points. But they're playing incredibly split up. Nero waiting for them. You can currently see the Hand of Conscience who trashed down over their forehead. Smart Chief gets a follow-up. Tico does find Nero in the back. This only leaves Cooper up for sustainability. And even though you let the devil out, it may be just enough, but you don't have the sustain that you may need.
Oh man, it's like the Hulk. You don't want to make Team Liquid angry. We're seeing it just now as they continue through point number 2. If he is going to get Smart Chief out of this thing. But one thing I want to highlight, we saw it there with Nero on the pick on Tones. Both Nero and Cooper are some of the most lethal strategists out there. Vicky, you saw Tones try to hop out of that Khonshu and Nero just with a quick headshot to get that down and out. I mean, it's crazy, to be honest, with the tracking.
Yeah, it's also like the good communication of these follow-ups, right? Making sure you're able to track a lot of these players and their different positioning with the way that they've been able to back away so well. Read us up, trying to do him up for that damage, but no one's looking at NRG. You see right behind you, just making sure that he's safe. You saw Iffy said, don't worry, I'm fine, taking care of these squids. Instead, he's close to that Hand of Khonshu. He doesn't have it to try to deal with that invisible boundary from the other side, but Liquid Citadel, they do have Cooper and that Rage and Royal Flush waiting to push all together to cut off the exit point that Lunix has.
Yeah, they were trying to see what they had to use there to win this point, and funny enough, as they get the point now, because the rotation from Lunix, they maybe were trying to hold on to that Gambit ult. Either way, this is a field day for any Moon Knight out there with the Namor Squids and the Loki. He will be swapping over to the Star-Lord for this last bit of the point, which is extremely smart. If you're watching this play right now, you always want to look for a duelist at the map and what it best serves you in terms of the environment. So like this, you'll be going over to Wolverine, another good pick here in the last minutes.
Especially we have much more open sidelines. I always feel like it's so difficult to get out of this choke, and that's why you see the portals now from Iffy, but it doesn't prove to really help them out because, yeah, you have a BRB, you have Logan on Rocket, but you've lost out on your entire team.
We're just showing off now a little bit. Everyone's trying to see if they can pad their stats before we review it at the end. Cart is on full blast here, 3 minutes, 33 seconds. Lunix would need a defensive effort of a lifetime. But either way, there are no moral victories, but coming out strong here in the opening match number 4 here. Day 1 of the Americas Ignite. Spark Chief going to lead the charge for the team now. Diving in, going for the Hulk hello appearance from Tone.
All right, if he's going to be able to reset because he was actually stuck in the back line here. Doesn't want to stagger for the rest of his team who are struggling. He makes the swap now over to the tank pool. Tones, by the way, on hold as a whale comes crashing down and sinking the ship. That is Polly. Nero at least has that invisible boundary, but they're holding strong here as Lunix now take control over this corner.
Yeah, all 10,000 tons of under the sea right there. Down goes Pauly. Good pick off there from Tico as well. Now going into full defense mode here. So Tones on the Hulk. You got Tico ready to go. Iffy swapping on over to that Deadpool that they have to take advantage of with it not being banned. So they've got plenty to go another at least minute and a half, but Liquid has every Q ready to pop as well. About to be a color explosion, Vicky. I know the ult's been reduced, but here we go.
You know, I'm always ready to dance here, Cozy, when we see the fireworks blow up in front of our eyes. By the way, Silent Blaze getting energy after he just swapped. I like the swap boost, but it's about getting out of this choke that it's a huge problem. And guess what Ritas has in his pocket? He's got the Glartrox. You got to be careful here. It's staggering even more time. But Liquid Citadel do have a good amount of time. They still at the 2-minute mark, but time is of the essence.
It's crazy they're getting it done without any of the ults, too. I mean, this is just wasting time, and this is perfect on their battle plan. I think they're trying to wait for energy to get up to their ult, but just going to pop it now as Cooper going to push in, see if they can find everyone together. And they locate the Silent Blaze in this. Sparky does find Ritas, which is a good pick. Not the one they wanted. And continuing to push up. Not a bad hit. Silent Blaze trying to find life and safety. Tones the back line. Cooper in danger. Collapsed to death.
Somebody help him, 911. Unfortunate here, and after the stun, you could call an Amber Alert after that one, as Sparky is able to find Tico. It's a trade-off. Speedery, unfortunately, goes down. You see Toads now activate. Big man Hulk, he comes in, and he's got the reset. Forces out the Loki clones, though, if you're looking at Liquid Citadel, and Polly comes in with the Silent Seduction. Energy to get enabled, but you don't look behind you. The Glartrox sends everybody against the wall. They're still alive. W heals are thinking as Cooper and Nero were in the back.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Glartrox hit the wall too fast to let them all go, and they were able to escape. Pauly with the finish and the flush, and there it is, 2-0. It happened so fast before your eyes. Quick tip of the cat to Lunix and make that thing interesting, but it is going to be Liquid taking the 2-0 on the team, coming from the MRC and qualling in. Wow, what a game.
Don't let the 2-0 deceive you. That was the closest series we have had all day long in day number 1 of our America's MRI.
Yeah, I mean, hey, we highlighted before. It's once again Cooper just farming these MVPs. If we start tracking now, I think by the end of the year, the guy could have the most 44,053K burger on the healing sins of the strategist. Try to find a weak point. It's pretty hard to with this roster stacked to the nines. Just impressive all around.
There's the damage output here too. Like you got the 18 final hits from Speedery, and giving credit where it's due. Looking on the other side, Logan and Silent Blaze, they were doing their best, right? Like we saw that there were some issues going on with no healing. Regis a lot better too in being enabled on this specific map, but we also didn't see those Apex Predator ultimates really land on its mark like we saw in our previous map. And then taking a look at NRG coming out when they needed to make the swap ups, whether it go from the first checkpoint to the second, the Moon Knight into Mantis damage boost too made my eyes water from just watching their health bars melt there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think really the key to success, if I were to point out one thing alone, is Spark Chief and Speedery kind of handling Regis this time around. Like, if you look around the board on stats, I honestly think they did perfectly fine. Regis did fall pretty early in those fights compared to the last match in the Impact and even the offensive approach that they had. And you continually saw that it was kind of the #1 objective for Speedery and Spark Chief together, who did have access to that rogue. Fun to see all those team ups combined into one, and what this team finally has when they put together what we've been calling the America Avengers of talent.
And as we bring back Zoe too into the mix after she was able to watch all the action unfold, you have Cooper, Nero, very strong backline here, Zoe, and then here comes Speedery and Spark Chief. Cozy was just talking about it, how strong they were and being able to get the dive 1-2 together, and even Spark Chief was able to get some of these grabs outside of the invisible boundaries that are really allowed them to not get the same impact that they may have wanted with the sustainability.
Yeah, I mean, like, with their powers combined, it's just so oppressive, right? It's so aggressive, it's so oppressive. It's really hard to stay alive through that. I was kind of baffled that Liquid Citadel in their banning also just like, no fear. Let them have Elsa again. Deadpool Vanguard, we're not worried about it. That was not their takeaway from map 1, whereas we were pretty much all on the same page here, being like, oh yeah, you obviously need to like counter what we saw, like Lunex doing so well in map 1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, kind of, again, like we were talking about it like they lost map 1, but I think it was to our surprise in the expectation, right? With expectation can come disappointment, but I think they did really show why this is a team that is going to be very tough to beat in Group B. But also, Lunex, in my opinion, did the same with their performance right there. I think they showed the other teams in their group, like, hey, we're here and we're here to show what we can do as well. But yeah, you know, shout out to Paulie as well, just adjusting constantly to having that cap ban. It's kind of like Kurova and Adam. You know, if you waste a ban on cap, you know, you're not able to ban another meta option, which then opens up what they were able to use, and that is the Gambit and Co. And that's obviously just, you know, nearly as good.
If you're one of the other teams watching now, I mean, obviously everyone had their eyes on Liquid Citadel. They wanted to know what they're rolling out of the gate with. What is this super team going to look like? What's going to be their identity? Vicky, what will be the takeaway from the opposition?
They're mortal. They could bleed. It's possible. And if anything, you know, that's something to keep note of is the way that the pick and ban phase went out too. And even if you're on the other side and you're dealing with Lunex, don't sleep, because obviously Elsa still remains to be a problem. It's also like what you were saying, Zoe, the confidence that Liquid Citadel have to pinpoint that Regis was a problem, but not a problem enough to waste a ban onto Elsa is high level, right? Like, they know what the issue is instead. And also to pair it what Cozy was saying, Paulie being able to make those adjustments, whether it be, okay, I'm struggling a little bit, maybe in that first round with Mag, kind of wake up a bit, and then making that swap over the triple Vanguard that we saw to enable Spark to do what he wanted, into what they saw would really work out. And in that case, it was the Emma.
Yeah, it's actually so incredible impressive, right? Like, if you identify something like that, most teams would just go for an Elsa ban, but instead adjusting the way you play and your focus fire and the way you apply pressure, like, that's some high level play.
Yeah, I mean, even gods could bleed, right? I mean, that's what they say. Looking at them, I think it's looking at their flexibility. What were their comfort picks? What did they go to in times of their backs against the wall? Like, if this was a clean 2-0, I don't think you would have learned nearly you know, as much about them. And so for these other teams, they can look at kind of What were the adjustments being made from them and what they put together on display? For me, though, I think typically it starts from the top to the bottom with these teams. For me, though, Cooper and Nero, it's kind of like the strategist backline to where the worry happens. It's like, man, to me, that is by far the strongest backline, probably, I would say, in this whole Ignite series.
I mean, they are a super team for a reason. I think you can make a really strong argument for each and every single player to be one, if not the best, in their respective roles. So it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough to like ban out their strong points. It's going to be tough to like just take them out like from a strategic standpoint. There's a good reason why almost everyone had them as a #1 in their group, Vicky.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just thinking, I want to really dig into the mind of Spark if we get to have him on here as our player interview, because after coming out of that, you talk about like the pressure from the Titans that are supposed to hail within that group respectively, and you wonder, okay, well, for a team that a lot of people had in their predictions all the way and last, even though it was a 2-0 for Team Liquid, how comfortable are you? Like, where do you think you need to iron things out? Because if they do prove that they could bleed, this could be a problem moving forward for the other teams to take note of this about review.
This is a team that is full of people with high expectation, right? If you looked across the board in the FlyQuest and NRG and Spark Chief, right? And people had high expectations of that team. Then you go to Citadel with Paulie, right? The expectations for Citadel. Envy, I mean, come on, we don't even need to rehash that story of what happened with Envy, but they thought that they were going to be at the top of the throne, right? And then obviously that didn't go their way either. So it's like all these players that were so close to what I think was their expectations. So when you put them all on one team, that's a recipe, not for disaster, but for something scary.
Yeah, especially when you have like those individuals, which initially in 2025, they were like, oh, this is like the best duelist, right? But then the team fell off towards later stages. So then naturally the players are kind of tend to be underrated heading into the next season, just because the team as a whole did not perform.
Yeah, absolutely here. And I am excited to get our interview ready to go because, listen, this is a player with a lot of emotion. We've seen them all the way back to stage 1, and I think their mom came into the room with like a camera angle that was awkward. I will never forget it. And then we go into stage 2, and just the constant, all of the team behind him. Spark Chief is definitely a fun one to have, and excited to have him here in just a moment, Zoe.
Yeah, the interview is ready. Spark Chief is joining us. So welcome to the show. Congratulations on the first dub.
What's up, guys?
How are you feeling right now? That was a lot closer than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, we're still figuring it out. We're figuring it out, don't worry. It's like early. We just got to Canada. Filling things out, getting used to the setups. Like, it's all good.
Spark Chief, first of all, good to have you back, man. Excited. I got two for you. Okay, so first off, my first question is, how do you keep yourself grounded, right? This is a team with a lot of talent, a lot of expectation, right? So when you look at your team and who you're going against in the group you're in, how do you keep yourself focused and full on in, and kind of what is this team's identity? And my second question is, on the trailer for your team, they put the montage of you twice. What do you have to say about that, my friend? I mean, come on. You know, that's like, I was cracking up at it, Spark Chief, but anyway.
I mean, to answer both questions, like, I don't really care, right? Like, I don't care about names anymore. I don't care about who we're against. I don't care, like, it's like a bad team, a good team, like, if whatever, like, if I should be losing, winning, I don't really care. I'm just doing my job. And then the monthly stuff, like, I don't mind it either. Like, it's in the past, it's cool. I got some clout from it, so, like, it's whatever. But it's raw, right? Like, it's just raw. So, like, I don't mind.
Love it, man.
It's just me, you know? So I don't really care. Like, it's me crying. All right, whatever. Like, my mom saw me already cry. Like, why would I care if anyone else saw me cry? You know, like, I don't really care. I don't have much to worry about.
That's it. That's the take.
That's it.
I mean, if anything, that shows how much you care, right? You're passionate. You're serious about this. You're locked in. You guys look great. I mean, you guys are figuring things out, especially when you guys are together.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And
like,
you know, honestly, I just wanted to ask you guys too, like, that's what I like that mindset as well, because it also just makes sure that not only do you highlight that you care about your performance and what you could do for your team, but your passion, right? Other players at home right now are watching you guys compete from the in-game client. They're saying, man, like, look how flexible this guy could be. We saw you guys struggle a little bit in that first map. Specifically, I was talking about you. I'm like, okay, this isn't the Spark Chief that we're used to seeing. He keeps getting, like, contested every time he keeps trying to dive that backline. You pull out with Rogue because they don't ban Gambit. it. And that we've been seeing that happen a lot. A lot of teams also opting to not ban the Elsa like what you guys did against Ritas. There's only so much that one player could do. I mean, how are you guys feeling going into your next series? I believe it's Space Station tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I don't really know who we're. I'm not gonna lie, my mind's elsewhere. But I mean, yeah, I think like the Elsa ban versus the Gambit ban is like, it's really just like whatever you want to do. It's just like, it's a whole different game, right? Like, it's gotten to a point where like both things are beatable, I think. So like, it's not really like a big deal. But I mean, yeah, we were struggling a little bit in map 1 because we were like all over the place. Speed wanted to do something, I wanted to do another thing. I was like, oh, we have Loki Gambit, let's just kill the tanks. Like, we have Loki. I'm just gonna sit on Brewer and shoot tanks. But, like, he wanted to just go on backline, but it's fine. We fixed it. We ended up going fully on one thing, like, doesn't really matter. And yeah, I mean, they pulled out some cornball strap on my console. I know what they play over there. So yeah, I know where they got that from. But it's all good. It's corny. It's whatever. I respect it. Trying to throw some curveballs. It's all good. Yeah. I mean,
Spark.
Just keep getting better.
Hey, I want to just say, buddy, keep being you, keep having that emotion. And for me, man, you've been one of my favorite players to watch evolve over this entire thing. It's been really fun. I was calling it up before the interview. You know, I remember the first one, buddy, with the camera up, mom coming in the room.
Yeah,
like,
my mom,
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, my mom brought me some pizza that day. She was like, she didn't know I was playing. She was like, hi, I'm sorry. And like, we're good. It's all good.
Excited for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Mom's the real MVP. Spark Chief,
Yeah.
it's exciting to see you guys getting that first up. We can't wait to see how the team is going to continue to mesh together and taking on all these teams. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Yeah, I mean, no one wanted to do it. This team hates content, so I'll just be here forever for the rest of the year.
That's fair.
I think, so.
That's why we got you.
All good. Yeah, that's why they got me. Yeah,
But perfect. So we get a lot more opportunities to chat to you.
What's up, Polly?
Yeah.
We ain't complaining. We ain't complaining. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much, Spark Chief. No one else wants to do it. Yeah, why do people hate content so much? I don't know. It's a weird thing. But yeah, I love people who are just real. You know, like you can clearly see that he cares. Like he cares deeply, and yeah, like they also like the fact that he just shared it. They're treating every team as just like it's a team, right? Are they ranked high or they're not? Like what the community perception is, that doesn't really matter because each and every game day you should give your best.
That was like the perfect answer that I wasn't expecting from him, at least when he's like, I don't care about both. And I think that's exactly what you need to have in these opponents, to not get caught up in names for yourself or for them.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say it. We need more people like, I think Spark Chief brings to the scene. I love the raw emotion. I love it both on the highs and the lows, right? Like, yeah, if you talk a lot, you're going to have to back it up. But if not, there's also that raw, I want this. And I think we need more of that, especially in this early esport as a, you're doing hosts at the lands for them. You know, it's something I love to see is the passion there. And so, more of that for sure.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, you see that a lot, right, in the FGC. It's all about showing how much you care, how much you're super serious, and he was able to do that. So I'm excited to see way more of Team Liquid Citadel in the future, Zoe.
Yeah, and coming in with confidence, obviously, but also keeping it real, saying like, we're still kind of figuring it out. It's a lot of different pieces that they have to put together for this super team to work. For now, that's the first up in the back. Let's see if there will be more to follow. Speaking of more to follow, we have one more match for you, and it ought to be a good one. 100 Thieves taking on NRG Shock after a quick break.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저기로 날아올라. Flashing on my window frame, on a boat to my flame, blinding shining lights. Oh, oh, oh. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock it, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny, lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높이 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손을 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Get it, oh. We're switching up the lip gloss, mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 이 밤 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난 dive. 없이 뛰어가 fly mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기속을 realize. 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it high. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight. Fly, 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 fly. Burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. 올라가. This time switching to flight mode. 올라가 계속 계속 높이 높이 fly away. 어둠 깨트려 이 무대는 우리의 게임. 자꾸만 넘어져도 울지마 괜찮아 일어나. 그 끝을 몰아서 run even 위로 flight mode. We're dancing under moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it high. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. This time switching to flight mode. Burn up, burn up, burn up, burn up. This time switching to flight mode.
If there's anything we can do to make your flight more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Please sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight.
Just watch me now under the moonlight. 저 위로 날아올라. Light shine on my window frame. Audible to my flame. Blinding shining lights. Oh, yeah. I feel it's skipping way out of control. Lock in, oh yeah. We won't stop it. Flying high is our destiny. Lighting up flaming stars. We're reaching out towards victory. 눈부신 꿈으로 차가운 심장을 쉬고 더 높게 날아가. They can't catch my vibe and my life. We're dancing under moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it high. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Yeah, 차올라 내 눈빛 봐. 불부터 나 ready now. 떨림이 번져가 입안 위로 올라타. 거침없이 난다. 겁없이 뛰어가 flight mode. Be breath free, shining, flying higher. Feel the spark of flight mode. 우리 눈을 위로 더 rise up. 사라져 fade away moonlight. Gonna burn the night out. Every time my heart's flight, we go higher. Eyes wide, right through the starlights. 차가운 공기속을 realize. 지금이야 take flight. We're dancing on the moonlight. 손 묶어버려. Turning up the heat. Gonna get it high. We're switching up the lip gloss. Mixing up the crystals. All they want to know how we do it. Now it's time we switch to flight mode. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it. This time switching to flight mode. Fly, fly.
Welcome back, one and all. Last match of the day to close out a very, very, very exciting start to the season, preseason even. I think what we've seen today should get everyone so very hyped for what's to come this year.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, talk about good things come to those that wait. We've waited 5 hours for what could be right up there for the match of the day as well. And I'm extremely excited that we get to end on such a fun note. But it has been, I know there's been some 2-0s going on, but it's been a very interesting scene to see exactly how this America scene is unfolding after their roster mania, new teams, all of it combined.
Yeah, I already feel like some of people's pick'ems are in shambles right now. I'm taking a little quick
Like all of them.
Literally, Shambolic Town is calling for lots of people. But if anything, I think this last series is going to be a banger, because you take a look at what everyone's been talking about between 100 Thieves and a new look of a team, NRG, making their waves in the Marvel Rivals competitive scene.
Yeah, this is gonna be exciting. I mean, 100 Thieves obviously like had an extremely dominant run in 2025. Like, what was it? The second in stage 1, third for the mid-season finals. Then they came first in stage 2, and then fourth at the grand final. So they're coming in as like a heavy hitter, right? People have high expectations, but the massive caveat here is the star player, Terra, is not making a return for them. Joined Navi for the season, so it's going to be a very different look for them potentially.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said early on with the predictions, I think some people thought they could figure out the front and the bottom, and like 100 Thieves and Liquid were the two teams people had the most common there at the top. Because 100 Thieves has been this team of consistency, going back all the way to when this team, outside of Terra now, was Mutants that was playing in Alpha and Beta, and it was kind of them versus what was old Sentinels, and that was kind of the main storyline of what we got to see from year 1. Now going into year 2, yeah, Terra's not here now, and you know what? In some ways, obviously that's a massive loss, but when you have a superstar like Terra was on that team, it also can cloud some of the things around it. So I'm interested to see now, when you get this roster together, very talented players, and the most intact after roster mania, which is why I think so many people love this team. As we take a look at the entire roster here, I mean, the easiest one to highlight has got to be the man, the myth, the legend, TTK. Any team this man is a part of, he is an absolute demon.
Literally go. He is crazy. The best tank player you could probably say right now in contention of how he could pop off and how he enables the entirety of his team, right? Because he's something you and I were talking about all the time is don't give TTK the ability to run wild on Yggdrasil. And so we got to see if teams have like learned their lesson, at least from last season. And so Self being that inclusion to what you were just talking about, Terra, right? We've seen Self go crazy. When we first saw Self on the stream, we're like, okay, this guy is like just Black Panther himself. Like, he is just crazy. And now we have Dive that got buffed in the meta right now. I'm not expecting that too much with a lot of teams having that introduction of what they could expect from this team. But Cozy, I want to hear your thoughts specifically from NRG.
Yeah, I mean, listen, yeah, I think Self was a perfect replacement. And when we saw them on Ego Death back then, we were like, this man will be signed. And he was signed by one of the tops in 100 Thieves here. Taking a look at this team, this is another, just for me, like FlyQuest, where I saw like all this talent put together, right? And you could say the same as some of the other teams we've looked at. It's like, wow, lots of talent on this team put together from different teams. How do they sing all together in harmony? I think it's awesome to have the backline, what they have with Velocity and Rinko over there. But man, do not underrate people like Stinkers, who it comes from Dreamland, great on really the anchor of that team and what they did performance-wise. And then it's the last member of Envy that we haven't seen today, which, fun fact, outside of Cal, all the Envy members are eating today. They're all doing well outside of their own team, right? So Window, that Vanguard, coming to NRG Shock. This is a team of talent.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this team in action. Of course, NRG Shock acquired the roster of Dreamland, so that was Chime's team. I think Chime was the team owner of that, actually. So this is also like their first foray into Marvel Rivals. Let's see what they can bring to the table. Chime themselves has like so much competitive experience. Fun fact, in a different game, Chime actually played on Dreamland, and they had an insane upset against NRG Shock thanks to Chime and his insane aim and versatility. Like, I remember it like it was yesterday, but it was in fact in 2024 in October. Like, I could probably pinpoint the date. That's how good the performance was. So to now see Chime in an NRG Shock jersey, it kind of made me smile. I do love that for myself.
Listen, I think one person I want to highlight, if I'm going to look at NRG Shock, because we do know 100 Thieves so well, is Velocity. You know, you're going to see that captain's flag next to them. They are the shot caller. They were there for Dark Zero and a great player, good personality. One of the few players that we had come up on the desk here in LAN, because the personality definitely shows there, and just a young stud there as the Loki. And so interested to see how he leads the charge here a little bit for this team and how that direction is taken from them. And obviously as Madara as well, that was a teammate on that Dark Zero team that did end up qualing. Krakoa is going to be our first map, y'all, and 100 Thieves, what do you think that they are going to bring in this new kind of meta? Is it full dive? Millennia, I mean, he's crazy on Jeff. I expect to see a good amount of it.
I feel like this is going to be a different look of 100 Thieves, where we're seeing a lot more flexibility. I think it was also really important to highlight, with Terra being out of the fray, there's going to be a lot more focus to the star players that we already knew have made up this team. But now you're slotting in, you know, some 2 new players that are still finding their footing. Has Self been able to open up that hero pool? I'm expecting yes. Self specifically could run a lot of these diving duelists. It's about enabling Self too. And like you mentioned, we have seen the Jeff come out as well if they need the triple strategist lineup too. So now going back to the fact that we just saw that we're opening up on Krakoa, how do you find the advantage first onto the point where domination is just such a volatile game mode, let's be honest. That's why we always talk about how these first fights go and how long they stall out for and how you get to kite away from a bad situation.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of strategic depth coming in here from 100 Thieves. So, like, we know that the individual players, they have deep hero pools, they have flexibility, but then you also have players like Millennia or Delina. They all have coaching experience now as well, right? So I think there's a lot of big brains at play, which hopefully doesn't make it muddy. I think they should all be on the same page and be able to dig really deep, no matter what is coming their way.
Yeah, Delina, I mean, listen, we always talked about Terra, so we just kind of didn't get to talk about Delina. This guy is flexible. He used to be the Hella guy, and then all of a sudden it was like the Atom guy. Then just in general, he is the duelist for this team of 100 Thieves to really set the standard of what this org expects. And Millennia was doing really well as Jeff. He was a sub-in back in the mid-season, right? And then all of a sudden, it blew up from there, and it was a fantastic effort at what he was able to do to adapt to that strategist role, as we see here with the 100 Thieves in NRG, our last match of today.
Yeah, 100 Thieves versus Energy Shock. This ought to be a good one to close it out on day 1. Please, guys, take it away.
All right.
Let's do it. Cozy, we're here back together again with 100 Thieves, back together as well, because when you talk about that Vanguard lineup, that's a Vanguard lineup that has a lot of experience playing together between TTK and Vinny. And I like to see if TTK has also been able to be flexible, because I'm already looking at him going over to the thing. It's a double gambit ban on both sides, but it's NRG who do manage to get the Elsa Protect first.
Yeah, excited to see these two teams clash, Vic. I mean, a lot of players that I'm just close to, and I remember giving, hugs all around Atlanta, telling 100 Thieves that there's always next year. But then same goes with a lot of these players down here on NRG. Gambit being banned, Elsa save first. We already know that is going to give, NRG a different look as they approach this first bit of the point. Mantis being banned out. We've kind of seen how triple strat has gone today, and I haven't loved it. So that Mantis ban early is obviously something they want to do to slow down what Velocity has cooked up for the team. But for the first time today, Vic, we have 2 Elsas.
Okay, all right. So it's gonna be the Elsa v Elsa duel, and I like this because it's usually like, okay, is it gonna be really like the server admin Elsa, since we are playing on the patch that did not come out yesterday, the previous patch right before that, just for anybody tuning in, making sure you're wondering, oh, why does Elsa still have that extra HP? Well, that's why, as the Mantis ban comes out next, and that kind of forces things out, right? Because they see the Elsa Protect, and they don't want a damage boosted Elsa to get away with everything.
This is such a Cerebro level, a big brain picking bands, and probably some of my favorite out of what we've seen today with both 100 Thieves, iRemix, shout out to the GOAT over there, and what Velocity and Co have cooked up as well. But looking at it, so the Mantis double ban is kind of closing to be similar things. Funny enough, when Angela was nerfed in the recent patch, I even called out TTK, and I'm like, I wonder how TTK is going to adjust to what was, a lot of Angela play lately. Well, there's a little bit of an answer with the save going on to Angela, the one-wing angel. Last save ready to go, Vic. Who do you think we see? Okay.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be the tank pool, it looks like, here from NRG. Because I was gonna say, like, another lineup to look at is how the duelists are gonna fare against each other. We talked a lot about Self. We talk about the flexibility that we've seen from Delena too. And as the final ban comes out, it looks like the double Elsa, Angela, and the tank pool are saved up. A lot of focus on the strategist for NRG Shock, though, so it's gonna be a little difficult here. Hopefully that backline will be able to stay up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And see what they are gonna end up adjusting to. Right now, they're just aura flexing. You can see everybody just wanting to rep their favorite animated icons. Legitimately would not expect anything less from some of those players down there from NRG. And then you have Window just chilling on the Vanguard Deadpool, showing what he's got. But Stinkers locking in the Elsa. That's what I expected there with the save that they had on early. Everybody to follow suit. Wrinkle might show a bit of the white fox. And there's, okay, we do have a little bit of swaps going on. I'm going to go and take over that Elsa instead. And on the 100 Thieves side, We got the Self on Wolf, which, Vicky, you know, I mean, Self can play a crazy Hawkeye, a crazy, obviously, Panther, as we said, but Wolverine was in that rotation.
Yes, he was. And that's why I was talking about, like, just Self also leaning into those strengths. When I was taking a look at the meta and how these teams are going to play it out, and especially finding out that they weren't going to be playing out on that most recent patch, I knew that Self, it's not the VP, he doesn't even have to roll out with it, right? It's no target ban here because he's got an insane Wolverine. And you can expect that when you see Window being able to have that tank pool available for him, as well as Madara, who usually we've seen on the Emma taking some hits herself, going over to the Venom.
What a wink to Terra as well, because that was his best hero. It's like Self filling the shoes, having the wolf. Come on now. This is still the same old 100 Thieves. Stinkers is ready as the lawyer looking in this backline early. Going to go ahead and hunt, go way back behind the port here and see what they can find. I'm going to get some early poke damage as TTK is up in the sky early as that one wing angel is called out before. Vinny has added Venom to his plethora of vanguards and continues to find success. But right now, caught in a pickle, doesn't find any exit and quickly finds elimination. Now, 100 Thieves down too early.
Where was he supposed to go? He was stuck in the Beyblade and spinning around before he could try to get away, and they find that as that first pick, although they do trade that off. But look who found them. NRG are going to be able to take that point first, it looks like, before Window takes that quick selfie. But it's a reset for 100 Thieves and a great dominating way for NRG to make a statement.
Yeah, what an opening right there, and especially Window getting close to that ult yet again. TTK and Vinny got to lock in here and be in one step. 100 Thieves, so we pointed this out before. I was actually talking with Shiv about this, is they're a little slow out the gates. And we've seen that not only in matches, but also like in complete preseason sometimes. And then they kind of come into form later when they need to clutch up. But we'll see if that continues with this new Thieves team now. And there's the quick ult Window going to throw on the back line. 2 White Fox involved if you're a fan of the new strategist. TTK goes down yet again there. Struggling in the Vanguard line, but Self and Vinny find success. Now it's going to be 5v4. See if they can capitalize on it. Not really rotating into point pressure-wise. Maybe to see if TTK can get back to help. They got the Glartrox ready, though, Vic.
And they released it already, looking at the point before bouncing over to the side of the walls. It makes you wonder, for 100 Thieves, was this Angela safe worth it? Because TTK is having a bad time. That's the back-to-back 3 KO onto TTK alone. They focus down on him. Delena at least tries to answer back, finds Chime, but NRG already reaching that 50% mark before 100 Thieves were able to finally flip it back in their favor just 10% ago. Vinny survived with like 1 HP before popping the armor, and no one's looking at Winnie just yet. Beast of the Abyss is now going to target this backline. They try to delete him beforehand. A kidnap to make sure that there's PO for the backline. Welcome to the self-show over to the side room, and Renko answers back to find Millennia on the trade-off.
What game were we watching? I just saw 2 monsters up at once. Ninetales beat Ninetales. That was perfect timing as now diving in. Vinny finds success in the backline. And this is just like what we saw in the Lunex game, that they were able to get the point early. So this fight was helping them a bit more with 34% in climbing, 54 back on over to NRG. And boys, it's fun to see Delena back in action. Him and Vinny picking up right where they left off last year with yet another pick and a quick melee there, trying to get out that self-sustain. Speaking of self, is the one that does the period on the end of that sentence. 40% up. 100 Thieves now back in the point and in control. They have 2 ults to go to match probably 2 similar ones. This will be interesting.
Trying to see if they can get a wombo combo with Delena already, getting close to another Apex Predator, shining on this roll before we see another kidnap. Where can you go? Absolutely nowhere. TTK was also right there as the insurance policy just in case, but that's another one out for NRG. They're scattered a bit before trying to back away, and I don't think they really have anywhere to go. A nice freeze onto Vinny, but guess what? Delena is set up for shop uncontested.
Oh, and that is really just setting them up perfect to T-ball and home run this ball, because now they're going to be able to build up the rest of these ults. You got the Lino with the Glartrox. They're kind of matching a bit of what NRG has, if being fair. Both Winnie and Rinko right on top on the Ninetales there in the ult charge department. In fact, if you look across the board, it's very close either way. We'll see what Window does here. Keep eyes on Window, because they can get early pressure to make it tough for 100 Thieves to win this kind of fair fight.
Well, the Heavens with the reach, and you want to get these follow-ups, though. Delays it just a little bit because the Glartrox is out, and he is hungry. You try to survive with your velocity, but there's not much you can do. With Franco going down, you let the devil out. You try to even this out here, too. You close in the gap. The Millennials right there with the dance-off to keep everybody from 100 Thieves alive. Woo.
Yeah, finishes, it has both shows going at the same time, but this is what I was saying with the setup and the home run before. Just the way the rotations happen, winning that neutral fight early benefited so much. Delina with a demon on the Hela, and back now in form of the Monster Hunter in Elsa, showing what they can do. Portal coming out, body blocks ready. They do touch, which is huge as Delina takes down the Venom. Now staggering in for survival. Vicky is coming down the last minute. Berserker Rage up and down, taking out the point, but still on. Winnie gets a pick. Vicky, this is coming down to the seconds.
Look at Delena! Somebody look at Delena, who is just getting away with mowing down NRG. Like, the moment Delena was able to set up, that was it. Like, that was a nail in the coffin, because if you tell me that you're dealing with Delena, who gets Elsa for free, no Elsa ban, I mean, you're just gonna have to deal with the onslaught of damage from the other side.
And that was fun. I mean, we got to see what we wanted to see out of the newcomers, both Self and Winnie, right, on this team, but then also the core four of this 100 Thieves that we've just known and appreciated here in Ignite early and often. NRG Shock, though, we told you they'd have a lot of talent all together. Seeing what they've got, you know, I think right now their opening fight was extremely well done, but 100 Thieves is on the ready for the Glarshocks. Both times able to burn down very quickly. NRG is looking to do the same.
Good awareness and following up too from Vinny. Clutch moments on getting those antis as well. See the Deadpool just being a potty mouth. I just love this character inclusion in this game. He's so accurate to what he is, but it always cracks me up. I'm never over it as we come out of the gates. Will it be enough though going into this if we see some of these changes here, Cozy?
Yeah, I think Self and the Kidnaps have been absolutely huge for the team as well, and been able to really benefit off that, just to separate a lot of the aggression early. TTK up in the skies. We've seen a lot of Angel play today, but not exactly to huge success. But if one man can show it, it is the TTK himself. Playing in here in the backline as the Luna. People might be shocked at the Luna play, but not a ton of options here to play in the strategist department. Either way, Delina going to go ahead and pop up. Did that early poke pressure. Glartrox is moments away. There's a quick teleport to keep them alive and healthy. They continue to farm up. Now they're ready, Vic.
Look how sneaky Self was trying to be, but they call out on Millennia from the hands of Velocity. That's a big pick, but Winnie's right there, submitting the Ninetales like you mentioned, and Delena is feasting like it is a buffet, unstoppable to help back and help heal for the backline too, while dealing so much damage.
I gotta catch them all. I mean, he did. I mean, it's all four right there quickly, as Delina is showing why he can easily be the anchor in this duelist that he's been for 100 Thieves. Look back up. NRG Shock has 3 ults that they can make a difference with, and I actually like what they've got available. Keep your eyes out on Chime and his positioning, where they can go with it now. Window continuing to farm where they got. Vicky, right? I mean, what would be the difference that NRG's got to do to try to get something rolling for this team?
Harass Delena right now, and I think that's exactly why they're doing this swap up, because they go over to the Daredevil, and guess who's the first person Sneakers is looking at? It's Delena. And then you follow up with Velocity saying that they have had enough. They find 2 onto 100 Thieves. They really only had Millennia for that sustainability, and Millennia, unfortunately, does not have that Dance Revolution, and Chime now follows up to find Vinny, so with no sustainability, Millennia comes right back around because NRG haven't been able to flip it. Beautiful stall now coming in from 100 Thieves. This is huge.
I was going to say, wow, what an aggressive approach, but if they didn't cap, you might as well. They are backing out here, and they do end up finishing, but you know what? Every tick matters. Obviously, might want to have that one back. Was it worth the extra 4%? Not sure, but either way, do love the approach. And this is what 100 Thieves is. They are a very aggressive team by nature. Still up and ready, though. They've got the feast there, and they've got the window ult. So both Vanguards up and ready. If they can take down the strategist early with this pressure and keep this point up to 50, they got a shot to take it.
See where this Banhammer is going to be landing on, trying to isolate one of the backlines, but it's going to be hard when you still have Self, who is waiting to dive together with TTK. Delena has the Apex Predator available. Okay, Millennia immediately freezing Window, by the way. We were talking about Window wanting to try to isolate one of the strats. This forces NRG to play extremely split up, and they lose out on Madara.
Winnie's showing the new White Fox and what she can do as the newest strategist. Absolutely lethal. Rinko they're going to take down, and this is exactly what you wanted to see. If Window can get the opportunity from the ult to shut down and let the dominoes fall as they may, now going to match the ult point for point. And 100 Thieves is pretty far from much. They've got the self-ult they can use, but it's going to take another neutral battle where NRG's got the upper hand. And so expect this to at least go to 99 in terms of shock. They can hold on.
Especially if you get to see how this last stand from Self is gonna fare. Just trying to maybe find an isolation pick. Madara's waiting though. He's got the piece of the abyss as he's hungry to dive here into the back. The charm! The charm! No way! Madara gets swatted away, and they slapped him back as 100 Thieves now back to the drawing board as they're going to be able to try to control more of this space through this choke to try to take this point before backing away. NRG are nearing that 90% point. A nice stun from Winning, who is showcasing what this White Fox can do.
The Agent of Atlas and that charm is just coming in clutch, being able to stop so many ults, and there goes the Glartrox, but quickly with a slice and dice. Time gets one, but Self is feasting, and that was absolute perfection in case of 100 Thieves. Now they're gonna be forced to try to tuck where they can, sustain as much as possible. Point taken back, 57%, but wow, Winnie putting on a show, Vic.
I also really like how Self didn't get overzealous, right? Waited for the opportunity to get the last stand dive down, and then the follow-ups came right afterwards for 100 Thieves.
No, yeah, great point, honestly. Self has been showing extreme patience from the first map to now this, as Tribe almost got a quick pick off there. Just barely finding cover and get a quick living bullet there to try to get more pressure on him. See where they take this approach. Chime just getting that extra poke. They're going to be fueling up their strategist now as Millennia does have ult. We'll see if they use this aggressive. I might here, especially given the ult tracking on NRG side.
Also just waiting, having to be careful.
There it is.
As with both worlds, before you have the Feast of the Abyss to follow up right afterwards from Vinny. Delena unleashes the Glartrox here, and Millennia's gonna be able to have that dance off with Velocity side by side. But all eyes too on Renko on how they're gonna be able to use the Kumiko Unleash as overtime is ticking away. NRG are able to try to flip this, but 100 Thieves get right back onto it. There's a sustainability as Winning wins the 1v1 versus Chime.
And Winnie is getting clutch picks there with the White Fox. Again, this is pre-Pat. Pre-Fox getting the Giga buff as Velocity now playing down low, trying to make sure that this point can be taken. If anyone steps off, keep your eyes on the prize. Window and Madara gets through TTK trades. Window gets another. Hold on, folks. Stinkers. It's going to make this interesting as time is ticking to tie this thing up. Window down TTK. Desperation from 100 Thieves will not come because it is now 1-1, Vic.
Window? The tank pull? I mean, talk about literally whiplash for that final fight, too. Coming in clutch, making sure that that swap up with Daredevil also got the impact that it needed. That's even with, by the way, Winnie being able to find that pick onto Chime.
Yeah, I gotta shout out NRG strategy there because they knew Millennia had ult, and so they were like having Chime just use the poke, right, from afar, because you're not gonna... You know, when you're poking from afar, your strategist isn't building any ult because it already has it, right? So at this point, they kind of were like letting them play the first move, and then they did, and they answered with the perfect defensive play. So it's just big brain play that takes, you know, a lot to see it from any angle. But gotta shout out Winnie as well. Winnie's been playing a terrific game as this new addition on the Fox. But altogether, looking at it, looking at the ults, Vicky, what do you see to set us up for the next fight?
Well, if anything, the highlight to the fact that NRG had more of that sustainability to work with because they rotated through Velocity and Renko's ults very nicely, desyncing them together. It's very similar to what we're going to see for this first fight from 100 Thieves because they want to rely on Winnie and that Kumiko Unleash to help them create the space that they need and maybe follow up together with Self.
Absolutely. Great breakdown. 21 seconds till point opens. This one typically takes some time, folks, to get the first cap. So we'll see if anyone can get a cheeky pick off. Self 97% up. Look for him to hold on to it for a moment there. And Chime's got the Glartrox already. We'll see who's first to press the Q. Fighting in the backlines here, like the approach. We got Vinny just hanging out on the walls as he finds himself a quick hit there. Delena. Quick pokes up early in the sky, going to try to get himself something aggressive-wise. Playing somewhat passively, though, both teams now. And again, this point just takes some time to get, Vic.
And this is like the neutral, right? It's very hard to find your opportunity with Wolverine, but when you do, you have to capitalize. He manages to swing away. Sneakers gets stunned temporarily. He falls incredibly low, and Self comes out on top of that 1v1. Now you follow up between Delena and Chime, and everyone is trying to eat, but it is Delena and their Glartrox that comes out on top. And then you completely go in with the dive down from Self, and it's Velocity who's the last victim.
What a great use of the map environment there. Perfectly having the Glartrox fall into the underbelly there and kind of force the arena down low. Absolutely pro play at its finest. And we still have got the Luna ult Vinny and Winnie on their side. Love the Vinny and Winnie. That's going to be a new thing here. But either way, Velocity and Madara can match. So kind of equal footing. see now as both teams charge up and their angles of attack. 20% in this early point take is massive here on this third crucial last point.
Yeah, very similar to like the Delena and Millennia. I've always had that in mind as well, looking at 100 Thieves. Now we get to add Winnie into the fray, who's been doing great. Delena's trying to look here at the Venom, who's trying to delay the anti. Oh, wow, Millennia's avoiding getting hit with an anti as they have that dance off from both sides. This time, though, Vinny answers back even harder. Finds 3, maybe 4 here before the Heaven's Retribution sends everybody together.
Absolutely perfect counterplay there, trying to get the damage boost into the healing, and both teams able mainly to stay up through that. And shout out to the spectators doing the color explosion to see the top in view of the chaos here as Delena continues to pick off one by one, slowly getting that Galartrox hungry again for more. And here comes the Ninetales. This is going to allow the dive to happen with it. Keep your eyes on Window, 82%, 92, and climbing himself though, slashing and dashing that front line. Stinker finds some success, Vicky. Now Window's got the ult. They should be able to collapse on this.
And Seekers though finding 2. That's the strategists that are out for 100 Thieves. No sustainability that they would like. And with Vinny already popping the armor, it's just a matter of time before he needs them back in the spawn. And NRG are able to clear this point for their own good.
And keep in mind, just like we said before, this Deadpool only getting more lethal as we get into point number 3. It's fully loaded with the golden deagles and katanas, right?
Yep.
Window ready to go with this ult. They did not have to commit it, as well as Stinker. So favor, even though 81%. But the next fight is for NRG. We'll see how much they have to use, though, to earn this W, but they've got plenty in the arsenal.
That's a very good call out, Cozy. It's very important to highlight just the build-up that Deadpool has overall. Especially when he gets to level up and he's got the ultimate and he's isolated back himself! Says, don't worry, I got you! And they get the double whammy. Does he actually make it back from that? Bouncing over to the ledge side? It looks like he did. And now Seekers comes in. He lets the double out. Chime's alive and they find Winnie after they were being harassed. What a beautiful play as Window stayed up there.
WTF, man, they've committed a lot to get Window out of that fight. So it's like, I got him. Dylan is like, no, me, and uses the Galartrox to didn't even get the off the map. So Window taking so much pressure and staying alive through it. That would have been a lot to commit, what we just said, Vicky, for one elimination, but didn't even find it in that. So now, NRG Shock side, they've got Chime combined with the Venom, but they're going to look to combine Luna with Venom here. Once again, the response is going to be there if Millennia can get their ult just in time as well. This is going to be exactly kind of similar to the fight that you just saw.
Get a little bit of that damage boost going too. Really take advantage of the anti-heal that comes out from the Feast of the Abyss. Same game though for Madara, except they don't have that advantage. And definitely won't have that sustain now with Deleta finding Renko. NRG still has control of the point for right now. The anti-heal comes out and Millennia is going to be able to follow up. Vinny may want to try to capitalize, but it is TTK who've already taken care of the strategist now with velocity going down too. Window finally gets shish kebab this time around, but NRG are not giving up this point just yet. Still stalling out as Honor Thieves finally flip it back.
Yeah, tip of the cap to Millennia, who's just always had the perfect counter to what is the plan of attack there from what is going to be the lethal Venom and Symbiote from down below. TTK has the Heaven Retribution, which is huge in moments just like this. Watch out as NRG Shock has Madara summoning up the portal. The Sorcerer Supreme is ready. They're going to take the portals of the level itself, though. TTK was expecting it, waiting there from the One-Wing Angel. Ready to go. Throws it down from up above. Chime throws the Galartrox out. It's match for match, Q for Q. TTK down, Vicky.
The Galartrox have clipped TTK's wings before they come in to recontest. Huge stun as Self dives in, but doesn't have the sustain from Winnie, despite having the Kumio unleash. Now it's going to be their turn to try to see if they can pour in instead, as Madara had swapped over to allow everybody from NRG to come back.
And they have just enough time here as it's ticking up and up, closer and closer to the first map. It's as close as we've been today, folks. Great use as Madara used the damage up from Velocity. They get the pick on Vinny early. 99 portal open, just barely touching, allowing things to happen and continue to pull. But this is where one goes down by one. Loki lanterns out to let them at least touch some part of the point, Vicky. Vinny opens up. It's feasting time. Finds nothing. It's NRG Shock, shocking this first match.
But Winnie has the passive already used up, but you made the swap over to the Adam Warlock, expecting, you know, can you even get that ultimate in time with the ult nerfs and with the Iron of Agamotto? That is Madara highlighting what NRG just did for this first map.
Wow, only one team right now is stealing a win, and it is not the Thieves. It is NRG Shock getting the first dub on Domination. And we knew this team had the play callers, the talent, and the execution available. And way to come back and snag those two. Sean getting the MVP. How fitting with our pre-lineup and discussion of this match. Vicky, I mean, take a look at the scoreboard. What's popping to you?
I mean, aside from the obvious of Chime coming out with those 13 finals, seeing him pop off in his own regard, I think the swap-ups, right? Stinkers being over onto the Daredevil was trying to get these follow-ups together with Window, who was huge on the tank pool. I mean, I don't even know if we're going to see tank pool in the pick and ban phase. If you're 100 Thieves, you want to get that out of there because I feel like that just costs so much attention and time away from 100 Thieves, even if they was peeling there for the backline that Self was trying really hard to protect them from, because then you also have to worry about the Venom, right? Together with that, you're looking in two different directions. You look like a chameleon looking to the back, but then looking to the front at the same time. But also Renko and Velocity, the way that they were able to hold their own. Millennia did a lot of sustain. I mean, 45k, but up to the 21 final hits from Delina, there's only so much you could do when your backline was getting oppressed. Maybe Self thinking about, was the Wolverine worth it at this point when you couldn't really get as many kidnaps as you may have wanted?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the 6th member, or the 7th, and the Glartrox as well, because the fact that the 100 Thieves were able to have their defensive, like, approach there, and, like, even TTK knew where they were coming from, right? Like, they were all ready, and it just didn't matter. They were able to break through that sustain, and yeah, shout out to Window as well. This is a player that I've continued to highlight that is just shown to be a star in the most clutch moments. Vic, you'll never forget when we saw that, you know, what was it, 20-minute overtime. The Window kept on that sustain in, you know, Envy back in the day, and continues to show it for this new team in NRG Shock, a team absolutely stacked. 100 Thieves is the only team shocked right now, alongside all those that predicted them to clean this 2-0. Folks, we could have our first, I keep saying it, 1-1. Zoe, what do you think?
I mean, this is exactly what we wanted to see. We were praying for a close match literally all day long. And granted, the scorelines don't really tell the story in our previous matches. I think a lot of them could have gone the distance. But this one could really be it. I love how close they played it. I also just love that we immediately saw from both teams that they have a distinct style, that they do have an identity already in this new meta.
Yeah, certified banger. We knew this was going to be one for sure. And, you know, how this next match kind of folds out, got to give quick W's to the White Foxes out there, because that was just awesome play early, especially in such an adapting scene and meta to bring that hero out and really highlight the gameplay. And it wasn't just, you know, one of the members. I think there's a lot of highlighted moments there from White Fox on both sides, Winnie, as well as the Rinko. So it was a fun match overall, Vicky, and I think this next one's gonna be a good one. 100 Thieves, they always used to take it to Yggdrasil. Do they continue the old ways?
We're gonna have to see. You know what's crazy is that, like, White Fox is only gonna get better for next weekend. That's a little bit highlight for some people to look forward to. I feel like a change though is question mark over the Angela save onto TTK. Because, like, we saw some signs of life, right? But, like, was it worth it is the question, especially if you do want to go to one of TTK's favorite maps.
I mean, initially it didn't, right? Like, it did kind of put a damper onto what they had planned, like, early on. Like, the Angela was not working out for them. Generally, also, I feel like, again, Elsa's coming through when you have Delena and Chime, like, putting in so much damage, like, getting so many KOs. Are we gonna let the Elsa fly again? Like, are we gonna see that?
It's the ego check. I think it's like Delena's like, I'll play the better Elsa, and it's the same going on over there. And
is it just like a gentleman's agreement? It's like, we just
it's belief in yourself, kind of, right? It's like, you know what, let them have it, we'll have it too, whatever. But I think it's interesting because, you know, it came down. I mean, we saw Window take, like, you know, 4 ults in one over there in one of the situations. The Glartrox, I think, was a bit better, obviously, on the side of Chime. I think I can, you know, say that pretty firm there, and that was a big difference in the Elsa gameplay. You know, you saw the stats; they both put on a show, but it does come down to one of the most powerful pieces of their kit, that being obviously that ult.
You know what's super clutch too, by the way? Stinkers had a lot of information being on that Daredevil, and that also enabled Chime to preemptively, there was like 2 different Glartroxes that we saw that was able to cut off 100 Thieves and their rotation when they were trying to rotate behind the point in that last round too.
Now, 100 Thieves get the map pick here, and the mode pick with that as well, of course. Where are they taking us?
Yeah, again, so of old, it used to be a lot of Yggdrasil. Sometimes they would take it as well to Central Park. You know, I feel like this is a new 100 Thieves team. They're going to bring it somewhere completely different and new. If I were to take just a stab of what, you know, what they want to try to do. Listen, right now, there's one common denominator. There's, okay, outside of, I think it was Necroized, right? Angela, equals loss right now. That is just something we've seen right so
Sample
far.
size 3, I guess. This is the third
Yeah.
one, second one. Yeah. All right.
But that was the game plan. They saved it. You know, that was not even just something that they wanted to adjust to. That was something that they've had planned, ready to go. You know, iRemix is you know, cooked up over there. And obviously it's because TTK is phenomenal at the One Wing Angel. But, you know, in that matchup came down to, you know, little small micro decisions.
Also the changes too, right? Because you have the peel potential from the other side to prevent like the Angela and the Venom from popping off. I was expecting a convoy, but it's a different look of the convoy that we were expecting, Cozy.
I had a feeling. I was like, we're going to see something we've never seen today. And I just had a gut feeling. We are going to the museum and will be seeing the duck float, my friends, here. Or maybe not if they have a crazy defense. Zoe, I think it's important, and you've seen so many matches and, you know, everything that you've done here in esports. I've got to ask, it's important when matches are this close not to over adjust, right? Because they barely lost that. Like, you try to stay things, you know, somewhat similar.
It's a really easy thing to do, right? But that's where the experience comes in, because most experienced players know that, like, no, this was literally like, this came down to like 1 or 2 fights, like a few decisions. It wasn't the game plan, it was an execution problem. So like, as long as the game plan is on point, it should be fine. If it's an obvious hole in the game plan, then obviously that's on the coach to like immediately identify. Difficult if it's very player-led, because players do experience the game a lot differently as they're in it versus the coach who's like, you know, in the backseat, just kind of like getting the bigger picture.
Absolutely. Vicky, what do you think they do change up if 100 Thieves is going to try? Because obviously this map wouldn't be one that I would probably have the Angela as the play here. You know, if I personally were to guess, do you think, you know, we go to more traditional TTK madness?
I feel like this is actually a lot of verticality. I think there's actually a lot of opportunities for you to have that pop-off moment if you do want to showcase that Angela here. I mean, we had it obviously in that last map too. You have that verticality and a lot of space to control. But I feel like a lot of focus on like the fact that Self couldn't play the Daredevil like we saw from Stinkers was a big focus point. So go back to the drawing board and looking at that pick and ban phase, figure out what you want to prioritize, because were they expecting the Angela ban in the first place? Could they have protected maybe something else if they had that opportunity is the question.
Listen, this was the map that displayed. This is the map that displayed Deadpool here, and it's going to be their home court. Does he make it through? That's going to be the question.
Yeah, I mean, he's in plenty of appearances today, and it certainly shows why he is on that ban list more often than not. Let's see what they have in store for us. It's match point for NRG. Shock, can 100 Thieves tie it up?
All right, Vicky. Will we have our first 1-1 of the day? Will 100 Thieves fall 0-2 and shock the world? NRG is looking to do. Here we go. Gambit first up on the line. What do we expect here with the first save? Is it just going to be right to the Elsa again?
Let's see. 100 Thieves want to try to prio that. I mean, if you are Delena with 21 final hits, you absolutely do that, because Delena will continuously pop off when you have these open sightlines. Imagine what the Glartrox could do here for the first time as we look at the Museum of Contemplation. One of my new favorite maps, by the way. Could be brutal if you're the one coming out of the attack side, but NRG Shock stick to their guns on this Daredevil ban, and I like this too. And they're also going to be able to keep enabling Chime, who will have that Elsa v Elsa battle out.
No, I knew. I mean, these two players, they're like, they're not going to say, they are not scared of the opposition. Delena's like, give me the Elsa. Chime saying the same. They're going to continue to ring on. Mantis can be banned with the Daredevil on top. They've got last Rose, a ban up top before a quick save. So this is an important one from a 100 Thieves standpoint. And looking at it, I mean, the Deadpool Vanguard was where we thought they might go, and that's where the top is with the Shock, but it's going to be Invis. So they're going to do kind of the same, you know, attack the strategist in the back and not change up the game plan too much.
Interesting. Okay, but with Shock also banging out the tank pool, this is some awareness that they're going to be able to roll into that. Another one of their strengths that we highlighted from Window will be able to get away with that. With 100 Thieves still lingering on a very similar pick and ban phase that I understand here. They want to try to take away the triple strat, and they ban out the Jeff. So it looks like not much has changed. This is the same exact ban that we saw 100 Thieves roll out with just in that last game.
Yeah, again, you know, it was down to the wire and different game mode. So don't need to change too much if you are confident in the game plan that you have.
Yes.
The Mantis save especially should open up some new opportunities. And we'll see if now who is going to rotate into that. Millennia might be the one that we see make that adjustment. I think I like the Jeff ban here a bit better if you're going to be NRG, but they're looking at Loki. Not, obviously not bad either. Can have either option. Now that also gives, 100 Thieves some different decisions to make in the back line.
Damage boosted Elsa. We talked about this before. You don't want that because by the time we turn a corner, you're absolutely obliterated into pixels. So we get to see how this plays out, at least for the side of 100 Thieves. And I'm wondering, like, who is going to be able to go on to that Millennia hovering over that Invisible Woman. TTK, don't tease us because we know what that Emma TTK is out, Cozy. And we're ready to see how this plays out. It looks like they're feeling the pressure. A team that has been considered one of the best teams in America is sitting at the very top.
Pressures make diamonds, right? I mean, that is what EMEA for us is all about, and I knew it. I just had a feeling TTK was going to go back home, was going to go back to mother. EMEA Frost coming out. No, just kidding, by the way. That was all just fun for the puns.
No, but you know what? Madara got us. Madara got us. He was the other OG that always popped off on the EMEA.
Very true. TTK, dang you, my friend. But look at that, what they're going to be locking in here. Vinny did very well on Cap towards the end of stage 2 as well. So definitely have that up the arsenal. Vinny used to only be the Groot guy way back when, and then it's just added everyone. As they say Groot, he comes out with that. And they're really just, forming this comp right before the gates open. Defense is up and ready, sticking to things pretty similar as the first. But as your point said, Madara are going to be on the Queen as they try to escort the school bus.
And for those of you wondering, I thought it was Chime time, Chime popping off on the Elsa. They're on the defense, right? So they want to try to lean into this triple strategist. Very important to note, especially for this point. It could be very brutal, especially if it's one-sided. Self-sticking to the Wolverine has been interesting. He manages to get away in time. Selena's able to control a lot of this neutral, and they're trying to get more of these follow-ups into that Terror Cape as Vinny jumps up and bops Madara in the head.
Yeah, I think you're going to need a quick swap from NRG Shock here. I don't love it. Is on defense, but I don't love what they've got, especially matched up to 100 Thieves. And when your defense is too late, right, to swap up, so you can make these adjustments now. We'll see if they continue to do so. But also getting closer to the ult charges might change that fact. Velocity ready to go here on the Loki, as we know what he does best. And quickly, Madara are going to summon that portal off of the White Queen, brings the Sorcerer Supreme into action. Now quickly, it's going to be Window throwing on the ult. This is the aggression early. We'll see if they can make the opportunity from it.
Talk about how quickly Winnie was able to dismiss just with the awareness, making sure that they do not get caught out of position from a portal that would just spawn right there behind them at the hands of Madara, who made that swap over to Doctor Strange before TTK, who hovered over the EMEA just for a little bit, came right back around and has been putting in a hell of damage here. As you see TTK follow up to find Window, and Velocity's the next victim.
Yeah, look no further if you are an EMEA Frost fan than TTK as just the absolute master class in the hero. Obviously, EMEA's not the absolute S-tier pick right now in terms of the meta, but TTK will always find ways to make Mother work best, as I like to say. When he has the internal bond ready to paint the path to victory, Stinkers can match that somewhat here with the quick Galartrox. But yeah, I do like some of these adjustments here from NRG Shock. What way they approach about it. Velocity ready to go with the copy, and it's going to be the internal bond. What a beautiful rotation.
Oh, I'm a little scared here, though. Velocity's forced to go back because they know that the Sonic Seduction should try to catch them, but a beautiful dismiss means that they stay alive and they stay on the path. The Galartrox going out from left field, by the way, trying to catch him on the right side. 100 Thieves were able to just navigate away, and great timing, too, because this gets to keep TTK's damage output with the beam.
Yeah, but that was insane dodging from the Galartrox on Shock side. Like, that was like the perfect counter to it. Galartrox, yeah, finding nothing there. TTK is going to find Madara, but there's going to be the Galartrox in return. I'm going to hear that a lot. The release of the Galartrox, the Apex Predator, finds something, but nothing to come from it. Left hungry. Delena going to get the pick on Rinko, going to allow them to continue to push through this point. Very tough choke point here as TTK finds another. Vicky right now, 100 Thieves really dominating and showing why this is a new, maybe hometown pick.
And I like the awareness from NRG to back away because how long has TTK been at like 80+% on terms of the damage output from that beam? It's been very consistent. We know with these nerfs it goes down a lot quicker now, but look at this. The setup with the wall self is waiting like an Apex Predator to find somebody.
The animal stalks his prey, right? And there's the kid now trying to find the best from it. Unable to come up with his prey with it. And there's going to be a quick pick, though, over Stinkers gets Delena out at a crucial point with just ticks left here. Vicky gonna force to pop the show early. Malina gonna match that. Self has a massive ult that he can get himself the space needed. It's the kidnap. He's gonna try to find the ult. There it is, a big one. Slam down. Oh, it's so close.
Oh, but they wanted to try to protect them. The Magneto bubble coming in over to the other side, too, from Madara's hands, and that actually helps Velocity. Yes, he gets a copy, but he gets it from just slightly delaying things before coming right back around as Renko at least finds TTK. That's 2 members out from 100 Thieves. No Vanguard to hold the front line.
Kind of wanted to hold that one back from Stinkers, right? I don't know if you needed that exact Glartrox at that moment, especially given the time left. But either way, I mean, crazy, because Self had 4. They still had 1 on the point, though, and you got to get them all. If they would have had all 5 there, that would have been it, as the 6 was already out. But Velocity now going to set up. This is a bit better for their defensive comp that they're going to try to have. Chime close to the Ninetales and ready for the Kumaho. And Madara to follow.
And make sure you try to seal the QDQ, though, before he unleashes the Glartrox. Looking at Delena specifically, who sees the group wall. The follow-up, it catches Stinkers, but it doesn't catch the Fox necessarily. Trying to resustain isn't enough, and that is Energy Shock with a use of Strout ult, not helping them out on top of Window, who also pulled the trigger on the Manhammer.
So there's no way Vinny had that wall up, broke the wall, Glartrox goes out. Like was that just the most like absolutely animal lying in the grass that you could possibly have in the setup? Insanity. But either way, yeah, that was great done. And why I think Stinkers would have definitely wanted to save onto that ult, right? Madara also had the counter into Winnie's Eternal Bond, but just the way everyone was set up, no chance to do so.
Backing away now. This is going to be that open lane opportunity to fight in the neutral. Chime is going to be able to get enabled this time around after making that swap up themselves. More triple strat that we were seeing before. Madara does have that Meteor M. It's going to be crucial to see if they can catch Millennia, who has the invisible boundary.
Yeah, good call out there. As right now, just giving them a little bit of a space and Window going to find Self in the back. Nice little pick there to give them plenty of opportunity now to take this point right back over. 2 minutes, 24 seconds, which is a good amount. Now keep your eyes on the Doctor Strange duck. It's hard to not look at it, I'm being honest. And the way that you have to kind of approach this point differently than others. As you guys know, with Madara's changes, the Magneto's changes, in fact, making him a bit more of a selfish hero, his bubble becoming that much easier, allowing him to be a bit more aggressive. Window fighting TTK right out of this thing, and got a little bit of a stagger thing going on in terms of 100 Thieves. Might have to reset even with that self-pick, Vic.
Yeah, and the used up invisible boundary misposition did not help out TTK, and that's a use of strat that is gone. Delena, though, still here on this point and has a Glartrox ready before TTK comes right back around to boost up that damage. Night Terror Cape, though, from the other side is going to be a copy of the God of Mischief in the form of the Cloak and Dagger to paint the floor.
Ooh. And look at Winnie, so close to match it now. And there's the quick, wow, Delena's going to go in and get a quick hit there. The Glartrox comes out, but doesn't find anything from it. That's yet another one coming up empty. Forming a little bit too late there as Chime taking over the duties of Elsa. Self finds another success. And Vicky, that was as perfect as you could get if you're a 100 Thieves fan, because look at what they have. The Groot Hug ready to go, the Glartrox to go off that, the Edge to throw the monster off for victory, or they can paint it with the Eternal Bond. This is 100 Thieves to lose.
And this is perfect that you talked about like the lack of Glartrox impact too, because now we have flipped the script. It's this time it's really Chime that's kind of struggling to fall behind. Rosaletta's really holding on to that button. Vinny gets kidnapped though, avoids it from Stinkers, who does have that reset with the last stand. This time it's Delena's time to try to get more of that impact, but with the floor painted purple, Curly C. Winnie just trying to keep everybody alive for 100 Thieves. We are Groot. A man of many words from Vinny clears out the spawn point choke.
You feel bad for Stinkers, who took them all on a ride with the ult there as Wolverine, but ends up paying the ultimate price there as Vinny throws down the ult. Here comes everybody from the portal, and just like we just saw before, the portal goes one by one. TTK gets Madara, now sticking closer and closer to this finish, finding their prey as the Apex Predators not even needed this time around as the invisible boundary goes up. Gives life more to 100 Thieves to continue to steal this point, but time is ticking, 19 seconds down. Every second that they can keep this thing on gives them more to fight back when they are on offense. 3 up, though. That's why Museum was picked there, Vic.
Yeah, and you know what's really crazy, too? It's very rare to tell everybody here watching for a moment. It's really hard to really complete that map on the attack. It's difficult, especially at this level of Marvel Rivals, and they did it. Yes, they don't have a lot of time to work with. They'll reset over to a minute if it flips to the other side, but That was insane resets that we saw coming in for 100 Thieves. And by the way, that portal that NRG Shock put down was a doom trap, because not only do you have to worry about the trap on the other side, I see TTK like choke slamming somebody at the same time. They're trying to body block, so they're just staggered through, forcibly staggered, if you were Shock trying to recontest.
You know, Vicky, I've been putting my head together. I'm like, man, how do they all have all these animated icons? This is what I'm scratching my head. This is a separate server, right? I'm pretty sure that these are all just unlocked for them at this point. I don't know. I'm just calling it. There's an Atom. Maybe Delina's got the Atom, actually. It would make sense. Either way, I love all the flexing of aura these two teams have. And plenty of talent and confidence behind them. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be really a statement for NRG Shock to show kind of what you can do with your backs against the walls and how they're going to approach this offensive approach.
A little different look here. Self noting, okay, now that we're here on the defense, it's going to be something very similar to what we saw NRG Shock roll out with too. That's why Chime is starting things off on the Elsa, while Self is going to be able to get the damage boost necessary onto Delena.
Absolutely. Gates open up, and here we go, folks. Can they match the 3 right off the bat? Rinko back on over to the Fox. Delena up and healthy. That's why that Mantis pick was huge. Self-play Mantis is something we obviously didn't see in days past, but the future is here, and Self, the 100 Thieves on the chest. Push forward. TTK now showing Mother knows best and continues to put the pressure on them, giving them the space early into this haul, which I think favors 100 Thieves.
Just so much damage output when you have TTK boosting up that damage and not getting focused. You're just letting this beam build up. But I also like the way that they back away in this time, right? They see the opportunity where now NRG are playing a little bit split up. They're looking down that lane, but they don't want to try to overextend because they know that there's 2 members in the back line that could harass their own back line. They're trying to get some trouble, and it comes out on top. Window with the jump scare here together with Chime.
Yeah, we always used to say, right, Window opens up the window for the team to move forward. And I mean, this is how they're going to win this map right here, right now. Stinkers over on the Devil, looking to scout ahead, see what he can find. Chime close to that Glartrox, and now see if they have that window of opportunity to nail that ult a bit better. Chime breaking kind of the map's gimmick, right? These force fields, my favorite parts of these maps. Here comes the quick portal. Vinny and the team into it right away.
Ooh, gets a trap though before Chime gets to reposition. I like this recontention that we're currently seeing, taking this slow, and Velocity finds Self. That's a big first pick here as they unleash the Apex Predator, and Vinny's on the other side, unfortunately falling victim, but look, nice little stall before the portal closes right before their eyes.
All right, now they're really coming to form here. We thought 100 Thieves had a great first push, but that was record time. 4 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, and still plenty to go as 2 strategists have the ults ready for this next push. 100 Thieves have to try to slow this thing down. They can't play too aggressive here because they're definitely down on advantage. Pushing forward. TTK now on over to the Angela. Delena close for lunchtime. See how they choose to approach this bit here. Now TTK trying to just get a little pressure on the top, Vic. Can't play too unsafe.
And if you want to get a follow-up, at the very least, Vinny's close to the Eye of Agamotto, and Delena could just unleash the Glartrox if they're in a good spot, that is. But Madara, Beast of the Abyss, gets a tether first before getting the follow-up, the victim being the Invisiwoman, unfortunately, and even with the Glartrox getting sent out, may not find the impact that they have wanted because Self is right back over onto the Wolverine. They're straggling through just a little bit, but no one's really stopped energy. Look at this. They have 3 minutes, less than 4 minutes entirely, and they're still getting so much space.
This bus is zooming. I mean, absolutely pushing through the second point here already. Every Q ready to go for Shock as well. 100 Thieves have to kind of use 2, maybe 3 here. Nothing too crazy. Quick Diablo appearance there on Window, getting a quick trap, and there it is. Gonna go and try to combine it all right here. If you NRG, send it now as Vinny gets 2. Chime would be one of them. Gotta get Chime out of there, but the ult's gonna keep them up healthy. Rinko keeping the team alive, but it's Delena and Self, the duelist. 100 Thieves take 1 down, now 3, finally getting the stop they need.
They put Renko in the microwave. That Kumiho Unleash lasted for maybe 2 minutes or 2 seconds or so. That was unfortunate, but that was the one thing that allowed Renko to help with the sustain too. So that's one strat off the table for 100 Thieves try to go in and control this next corner here.
Yeah, the one thing that's so tough about this map, Vicky, is there's so many corridors and so many things you have to kind of keep track of as a defense, right? So you're just trying your best to keep track of all the dive and the teams together at once on top of everything else you're trying to do, right? Chime's got that Glartrox already. Thieves used a lot for that first stop, 2 minutes, 44 seconds. Now, Thieves favor if they can just kind of keep this thing slowed down a bit, but obviously anything but that, as Madara is going to be on the Venom looking for their first dive.
Changing things up before Vinny. Taking a good chunk of that damage. Has some help between Winnie and Millennia. But looking at Self right now, what he can do. It's not like he has the ultimate, but 911, you could call the Amber Alert before maybe the Venom could get away, as he does swing away. But it's just a trade-off in the neutral. It's Chime that could make a big play. He's kind of hungry. He sees the Venom here, and he catches everybody grouped up together. 2 KO now coming out in favor for Chime. Can we see a 3 before the Wolverine tries to get away? Literally one shot. They find him out, and they clear out this point to get the second checkpoint.
Yeah, and Portal was already used, I believe, so they're going to have to just let this thing tick on over. Vinny's going over to the Strange, though. They're already on it, for that matter. So 3 minutes, 18 seconds. This is where, at least on the defense approach, it gets a little easier than from inside, Vic. But again, that's why every second matters on your offensive push. Seeing what NRG has, Window, Madara, that's kind of all they need. Vinny, hold on, Portal opening up in the back. I heard it from, seems like downtown. Vinny gonna get pressure on early.
They flipped sides, and they saw the opportunity because Energy Shock are so moved up right now. Here we go. The fastball special, though. We're going to be able to see him yeet out the Wolverine, or maybe yeet him back over to the spawn because Chime had his way.
Spawn special, dude.
No.
Oh,
you got to strike real quick.
We're keeping that one. Yeah, we're definitely going to be using that in the future. That was definitely an interesting strat. I mean, yeah, they were pushed up a lot, so why not just go in and port onto the back? Now, that could come back to haunt them. Really, the portal is going to be tough to use here anyway because you're so close to said point. Vinny swapping on over to the Strange because of that. Self being closed, but man, NRG just keeps momentum. Window still has the ult ready too. Vic, I mean, they can get this thing with a minute left.
Yeah, they can, and TTK had made already that swap over to the Emma, right? Like, you're trying to force out the Angela, just trying to be able to help Yo for your backline too. Renko's got claws, by the way, will take on the Venom if they have to. Need some help, forced out the Kumiho Unleashed at the same time before backing out at the very end of the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond.
Yeah, the Eternal Bond is definitely doing its work right now, but there it is yet again. The Guard Truck's going to go find at least the one in Winnie. 2 going to go now, both strategists now out of this thing. That's 4. Minute 30, so this is the last fight in chance. No portal, obviously, going to be able to be used. Now, if you are 100 Thieves, you have plenty to go. Great stagger, too, Wolf. So they're going to be a little bit unorthodox. Still time, though, to get together for, you know, one last fight, and they should be able to actually make this down to the wire, Vic.
Cozy. They got a little bit more time, but remember, the NRG are sitting at match point in our best 2 out of 3, and they see victory in sight. They're hungry, and Seeker's just letting the devil out before diving on to the victim. Unfortunate for Millennia, but that's why Winnie goes over to the rocket. The BRB is there. You dive down, and this is the turnaround that they need with the side of seduction, and they get onto the point.
Yeah, there's only one on point. I was wondering why, but we're kind of full committing to that daredevil approach and trying to get the best shot from them. Either way, 100 Thieves survives that test. Now 58 seconds and counting down. Vinny's got the Feast of the Abyss. Look out below if you're an NRG Shock fan. Quickly going to try to find what they can. If Chime goes down here, this is going to be their key to success. Now Millennia also going to be close to their ult as well. So this is going to come down to the absolute seconds. Millennia 82%. That's going to be their win con. If they're able to stay up 86, 87. NRG needs to put the pedal to the gas, but also doesn't have the weapons they need to push forward. Now time's at 30 seconds and at least going to match Thieves.
We know what Window could do with the opportunity. He's already trying to isolate the backline. Nice push off, though. Millennia aware, has the invisible boundary, whereas Velocity tries to get the freeze here. Vinny does get frozen, even chimed at the same time. Somehow he is still alive. He held onto that armor before diving back to his supports.
Watch out for the Glortrox, though. Chime's just trying to set up the perfect approach. They know it. They see it. Here comes the Feast from the other side. Going to come up empty as Mono's trying to escape the best they can. Self wants to claw up and slice up the best they will. Rinko close to the Ninetales. Chime still waiting for that opportunity. Vinny going down. That's the big sustain that they're looking for. But the res is huge here, Vicky, as the Glortrox comes out. Tries to find something. Has 1 in the mouth. Gets now 2 down. 100 Thieves. Overtime. Vicky, this is it.
Oh no, but you finally get the Sia online. I like the swap up, but the Sia a little late here. They lost it on 2, but it's still able to be stalled out. They need to take care of Renko right now, who has that sustainability. Mara, put the portal in their face, though. They get the kidnap, but that portal's gonna try to block out one of their entrances, wasting even more time.
Oh, Self gets the kidnap to get Mara off the map. No, just 2 trades, though, for the 2 reds of Daredevil. Twice now, Stinkers finds his prey. Delina has the Glortrox, but falls before they can use it. NRG Shock's looking to make this thing interesting. As now another goes down, the lawyer getting it done. Objection, we will have overtime.
The jury has spoken. And NRG now, we're going the distance here. They have the extra time, but it's going to be a minute apiece, whereas now 100 Thieves have that extra 17 seconds on their name.
Dude, holy stinkers. Like, what? Like, you got the self-kidnap on Madara, and I'm like, well, chop it up. That's it. You have the Glar trucks ready to go. No, not if the lawyer has anything to say do about it. Matt Murdock going full crazy. That was awesome, man. That was a lot of fun.
Whew, W portal, by the way, too, because it also allowed stinkers to pop off because there was only one direction, right? That the strategists have to look out from that window between the crack of the choke as well as that portal. So stinkers was able to harass them still, even after that Sia was put down. But a great portal play to also try to deny them the space. Anything, right? So that way they could get to that finish line. We don't go to a map number 3 because NRG are still in this.
Yeah, and here's the thing. That was the same finish as kind of what we saw in the domination in map 1, right? I would say momentum kind of favored Thieves there. And here we go again. Now, obviously, NRG, you know, they can play a little bit more loose here because this isn't it for their best of 3. 100 Thieves, a lot more pressure cooking on their side. Defensive effort first. Locking in. Vinny on the Groot. I like that decision, followed by TTK on the Emma. Winnie, you know, they have Jeff open here. I would have liked the Jeff play, maybe, Vic, if I'm being honest. Obviously, too late for that now over the Invis, but plenty of options.
I agree. That's what I was wondering too, but they want to rely on the invisible boundary, it seems like. I also feel like Renko's been doing a very good job of protecting Velocity. Yeah, actually right there as he was able to teleport right on top of him. But it's also adding in a lot of pressure because Renko's literally been duking it down with anybody who's been trying to dive up on this backline self, looking for a kidnap opportunity. Tries to find it before you see the Venom just jump all the way up on top of that wall. It's a nice little stall out in this neutral with these Groot walls really allowing Vinny to pop off.
Yeah, every pick matters here, especially as both Elsas are going to find one. The Monster Hunter's getting it done, but one being more important. That's going to be a big, absolute massive snowball that NRG continues to find. You're going to have this strange portal come out any moment here for the reset. But wow, what an absolute show there. Window at 0%. The only advantage right now that 100 Thieves can look to find. Vinny going to go over to the Strange, Vic. They're going to come out of the portal. If Winnie can survive through this Vinny portal, then they're looking good to go.
Oh.
Get the out.
Hold up. Who we kidnapping? Who we kidnapping? Time is of the essence. Hold the line. And he gets it up. Makes a swap. What a big pick. Talk about a freeze 2 onto Delena before Madara rolls out with some style.
Aura points. Oh my god, if you're confused at all, Vinny going down to his own magic. Kind of. Now Velocity finds another one. This team is getting it done. What an absolute showing here. Winning in the draft now on the battlefield. It's going to be an absolute show. No Feast of the Abyss, but Venom is absolutely feasting, Vic.
He he has a in-game built-up rage meter, it looks like. Like, he's woken up, you know, and he was popping up earlier, but now this is where it matters. You want to get as much distance, which is so important, especially on this map. Even look at Window right now, who's waiting for the opportunity to just dive down after he used up this ultimate earlier, and now Winnie has the Eternal Bond. You try to get the kidnap, you get the Glartrox, and you find Velocity, you find Window next, and it's Delena, who didn't pull the trigger yet.
That's exactly what they needed, though. They had to come out with something to get themselves a little bit of breathing room, because you fall on this point, you might as well call it game, match, finish. Delena putting the team into his own hands as he finds 4 now, and just like that, they're off the point. They finally stop the momentum push, but wow, did they earn that time, Vic? This is going to obviously come down to the very last minute. Vic, I got to say, looking at it, I think a lot of respect is given from 100 Thieves over to their strategists. You can tell with the bans. Obviously, clearly, I'm just a much bigger fan of NRG's game plan coming into both these matches.
I'm telling you, you got to hold the line. The question is, though, Cozy, is the 17 extra seconds going to be worthwhile for 100 Thieves? It takes that one team fight to try to reset that mentality, and that was a huge opening for Madara to waste even more time away from them, so that way they could get even more progress.
Yeah, I mean, either way, you're going to come down to the overtime, right? But, I mean, how much more? I guess it allows you to have one mistake early on is kind of where you get the advantage, but then at that point you then give advantage over to the shock on the ult department, so you kind of don't even want to rely on the 17 seconds that you have extra. It's going to come down to that. I mean, really, we're gonna tell pretty quickly here. All right, can they get these neutral picks? Delena, you know, you are the duelist right now for this team. Terra's gone, you're what's left, you've added in self. This is where it comes to, you know, start this new chapter for 100 Thieves. A lot of pressure.
A team that everyone was looking at to be on top within Group A now. Backs against the walls, down an entire game. Looking to take this a distance, but NRG Shocker playing on another level, making sure the whole world is looking at them right now. Self rolling out on the Mantis, gets the damage boost as well. Millennia 2 out on the Adam Warlock, but it's something that they can't run. It's the Adam and Loki. Remember, the Loki was banned against 100 Thieves, so this is just going to be that one res that they have to worry about with TTK sticking to the Angela.
Yeah, I do like the Adam pick here. Millennia plays it not near, as much as what we used to see from Delina, but obviously has all of it in the tool belt. But here it is. This is the early neutral fight that we've got to see kind of who's going to be the first to fall. Time is ticking so fast, but more importantly, the ult charges. This is why you go for the Vanguard tank pool, throwing on the backline ult right away, and everybody pressing W at once. Look at those health bars. Just decimate one after the other. Stinkers window. Everybody wants a piece of the pie, Vicky. Hello, spawn room. 30 seconds left.
I mean, Windows literally Thanos snapped this entire team out of existence with a huge ace. I mean, now they're nowhere in sight. We talk about that extra time that they needed. It looks like they needed it just so that way they could collect themselves before getting taken out here to reset. But look at Madara. He's waiting to dive down on this back line. Says 100 Thieves. Are they ready? I mean, Self is now on the Namor.
Yeah, the new era of Thieves here, opening up here to end the day. All the pressure on the line. Delina does get the pick on Stinkers. That's definitely going to help out that back line now as they push in, finding more on. They can get here. Namor in the Squids aim to help as well, but it's constant attack from Madara on the Symbiote over and over. They do get the pick there, and here we go, Vic. They didn't use too much to get those neutral hits, and now you're lined up with a Vinny ult. Winnie's going to have theirs, Delina as well. We're just getting started here, folks. Still plenty to go in overtime. Expect the portal. Probably not as flashy as what Madara did to try to counter.
But in terms of ultimates here, this is going to go the distance because Velocity is also close to that fate of both worlds. Same thing, Millennia with the invisible boundary. You got to look currently, though, at Self, who may want to wait out for that here. If you're looking at Chime, who wants to unleash the Glartrox, because you've got the Horde of Proteus to go down. The Dance coming in next, and Winnie painting the floor with the Eternal Bond. You survive for now to let us still up here, and now you're currently focusing at this portal and this choke. But Vinny is going crazy. I am Groot. 99 wood cutting before they desperately try to recontest.
Oh, absolutely here. They used a lot. Millennia, staying alive, but not falling. They're falling finally now as TTK throws on the Heaven's Retribution. Time is ticking. They cannot get off this point. They just have meters to go. They did tap the point, giving spawn advantage over to them, and that should just be enough to give them the victory. Now going over to the bus. Time ran out, and it is over. 100 Thieves get the win, and we are 1-1, Vicky, for the first time today. Holy hell. That was awesome.
Let's go, man. Final series of the day ends up being a banger. We were expecting this. We didn't jinx it. Thank goodness. No caster curse here, but our first game 3 of the entire season to kick off our series.
I mean, honestly, winning, so you lost the first neutral pretty bad in the first fight in overtime, and that the way they were able to win that second fight one by one, not using really anything. The Glartrox came up empty. I believe it got Delina, but that was just about it. And the rotations and what they had available on the ult side. Love self-swap over to the Namor. I think that was perfect to counter that portal and some of the aggression play that was happening on their end. Vicky, I think it's overused, but it was absolute cinema. I try not to say that too much, but in this instance, that was a perfect fight.
And then he proceeded to get like 2 extra KOs following right after being able to pull that off, and then swapped over to the Venom and then proceeded to just clean up whatever was left. Even with that though, 100 Thieves were able to sustain themselves making these swaps. It looked like we were kind of playing musical chairs a little bit on the different heroes that we were seeing, but it worked out at the very end. I think Vinny also having a standoff moment at the very end when everybody's grouped up together, having to deal with the onslaught of damage from the group walls. I mean, if we saw Window melt everybody down, same thing could be said at the very end there with Vinny and those wall setups.
Wow. I mean, I just got to say, this is what I expected from these two, teams. We talked about NRG a lot and what they have as a unit of talent. And man, they were all over the board in people's predictions of what they would be to show up and show out. But 100 Thieves, they've been in so many of these instances. This is the most returning team to the America squad in terms of the roster mania. Been there, done that. They're ready for it. I mean, who changes what on their approach? Because I do favor NRG in the pink bands, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like what you mentioned too earlier is very important because you talk about like the strengths of the strategist backline of 100 Thieves and what they're taking away from that, right? They had to work incredibly hard. Going over to the Rocket just for the sake of the BRB, Cozy, was something that helped them out a bit. Do we see just stick to getting more of these, like, just aside from that, 100 Thieves sticking to that role of trying to focus down on that strats too?
Oh, so what did we just watch? I mean, that was
I
that
don't know.
something?
Madara's portal still lives rent-free in my head, and will be for a few generations, actually. I might tell my daughter about it after this. But yeah, no, this is incredible. Like, the tenacity of 100 Thieves to, like, grind this one out, because quite frankly, in this map, there were so many moments where I was like, oh yeah, NRG, got it. The first moment being literally right after the pick and ban phase, right? Because they're losing, like, they can't play Loki, they can't play Vanpool, they can't play Daredevil, they can't play Gambit. It was an uphill battle from the very get-go for 100 Thieves. So I cannot wait to pick your guys' brain and see what those teams have in store for us on our last and final map. For now, we're heading into a quick break, letting everyone have an opportunity to grab some water, hydrate, reset, and then we're diving straight back into the action, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Marvel Rivals Ignite Preseason in Americas. This is day one, but I feel like I lived 10 lifetimes watching those two teams going at it, because 100 Thieves and NRG Shock are taking us all the way to map 3. Vicky, Cozy, we manifested that. We spoke this into existence.
Yes, I think my whole neighborhood wants to know what a Glarchox is because I keep yelling. I mean, it's been absolutely, crazy from what we've seen from both these teams. Gotta give a big shout out to Winnie and the 70k bomb of healing that they were able to pull off. Cloak and Dagger, I think, is probably going to be something that NRG Shock looks at. Velocity's very good at adapting and getting this team ready for it. And I want to give a shout out to Madara because obviously the flashy play, but also just like as a player, you know, I saw a lot from them when they were Dark Zero pre-LAN, and then at the LAN, I feel like Dark Zero struggled a little bit, but wow, really showing up today as well, Vic.
I definitely agree. You know, when you go the distance, that's something you could expect. Like Winnie with that 65.2K out here, like still managing to make the swaps that they did and maintain what, like 9 KOs on their side. This is like the closest we've seen between these two teams because we're also getting like these last minute meta swaps to also go in with a recontention on like ultimate resets that would benefit more of these faster charging characters that really were able to stall up for as long as possible. But yeah, we saw even those crazy plays from Moderate. It wasn't enough though, because you're still dealing with the peak of 100 Thieves right now that are still trying to adjust themselves, with Self also being on the Namor for the very end.
Let's talk a little bit about Self and Self's performance. How do you guys feel Self is slotting into this team? Obviously, big shoes to fill. We've seen him on a variety of different heroes in different roles as well already in this series.
Yeah, honestly, the team has a different identity to it. I think it's really what it is, right? Like, I can tell that from night and day already, and it's almost more cohesive in a lot of ways. You know, there were some times I felt like there's like some mystery heroes going on. Like we had a lot of rotations and heroes trying to find like something that clicked. I think that was just adapting. But what a Cinderella ending to what is this day to have Shin Shibuya as the last map. Are you kidding me?
I see Vicky slowly dying on camera.
That's personal bias, honestly. You know how it is. So I always gotta talk about it. These chokes are so brutal. But you know what? If the Museum of Contemplation played out like that on the attack for both of these teams, that means that Shin Shibuya's choke is going to be even more interesting to see which of these one picks is going to start off most of these fights to get through that really narrow choke.
Cozy, what do you want to see on Shin Shibuya? It's been out of the mix for such a long time. What do you expect the teams to play here?
Fun fact, shout out to Harvey, man, miss ya. But Harvey and the Mutants that were now 100 Thieves won their first MRC on Shin Shibuya against what was Nightmare, then Sentinels. It was kind of the opening stage for that team to kind of blow the doors wide open and become 100 Thieves. And so, like, they're going back to their hometown, which I think they're actually completely comfortable with. Obviously, NRG picked the map, but they're like, hey, we have a lot of history in this map. Defense is going to be very heavy, which could change a lot of these picks and bans. Honestly, I kind of lean the needle towards 100 Thieves and their bans a bit more on this map, though, if they're going to stick with that same game plan. I kind of like that more. We'll have to see, though, because it also opens up the same doors of dive and a lot of playground to have fun with. If you are the aggressive type, which they are.
Do you guys expect to see the same strategy here? 100 Thieves, they pretty much banned the same stuff and protected the same stuff twice now in a row. Is it going to be like 4 strategists once more?
I think the Loki saved, Vic. I think Loki might be saved. I think Loki's huge on this map. Lanterns indoors, go to the building for point 1.
Yeah, and you also, like, they protected the Mantis, I believe, very last for 100 Thieves. That was, like, the only change-up, though. But other than that, like, literally the bans against NRG was very similar to the way that they were approaching 100 Thieves specifically. So I think we stick to the game plan. It works out on Shin Shibuya a lot. It really comes down to the way that we're seeing the duelists kind of fare off against each other. You asked Zoe how we feel like what Self is doing. It's really hard to fill Terra's shoes. He's doing a great job at showcasing the flexibility. You know, if the Wolverine's not working, you got to slot into something else. We even saw Self, I believe, roll out on the attack originally. Oh, rather, it was a defense on the Mantis too, so that way you could provide that extra damage boost before we even saw the Namor swap up too. And that's what I love specifically about Marvel Rivals, right? You're not slotted into that one specific role. You have to showcase that flexibility. And TTK has been forcing out this Angela a lot. It worked out at the very end, honestly. It's very disruptive. But I want to say that Vinny really stepped up that game, and we got to see that going on to this final map.
We also got to see TTK on Emma Frost. I feel like we're just getting fan serviced here, like by both these teams. It's actually quite nice. I'm here for this. Cozy, we talked about it already in map 2, right? Heading into that one. Like, if the matches are this close, you really don't want to like just throw the scrapbook out of the window and like do something crazy here. But if they were to do something crazy, which team is more likely to like throw something weird into the mix?
Ooh, that's a great question, because I think both coaches and the decision makers both have that personality, and so you might see that a bit. You know, my guess is it's going to be coming from the side of 100 Thieves. I think they have kind of the same formula, the first two, but I expect them to throw up a ban that might kind of have NRG forced to make those adjustments. But, you know, one of the reasons why this is such a great defensive map is on that point 1 with that inside building, it allows you to play a bit different. And I think 100 Thieves have a bit more of the team comp that's designed around that approach. So NRG's going to have to come up with something a bit different on their end as well.
1-1 the score. They're taking us the distance. This is map number 3 in our last series of the day. 100 Thieves versus NRG Shock.
All right, okay, I just want to say right now, Cozy, as we get set up with the best series that we've had in the day. So he asked, I want to see something crazy. Who do you think is going to kind of throw that out there? I'm just saying, like, imagine we just see Self just hover over BP. That would be quite interesting. I mean, talk about the wrench over to the side, something that maybe teams wouldn't expect, but maybe somebody could dream here. We got to see how this plays out because Gambit is still stuck in jail.
It's like the Cap coming out of the portal and the Mjolnir. Avengers Assemble. It's a fan service. Zoe set us up for it. We might see more of it. But no, Mantis ban going to come from 100 Thieves up top. So sticking with what they did on the last successful map. Going to go with the Elsa ban. So if you were tired of hearing Release and the Glartrox, well, buckle up. You got a whole nother round of it. This map going to be interesting, though, because there's a lot of corridors and buildings. So you don't have as long of a time. Outside of point 2, you've got that long kind of narrow, you know, way that you can have the Glartrox. And you have the off the map point, but this will be tough to hit, Vic.
Yeah, the off the map, like by the health pack over to the other side of that lane, right? And so, okay, they saw it, and I'm happy about this. I was saying, you know, Window's been a huge problem. We literally saw all their health bars disappear before our eyes when they were originally coming out on the attack. They don't want to deal with that threat anymore, especially when it comes to trying to enable your back line.
Yeah, that was such a huge adjustment and change. To be fair. Looking at what they could do, I mean, obviously, you just said it. I mean, Window on that overtime hit showed every reason why tank pool is just so important, you know, to have down in the meta right now. And they get the Mantis save. There's the Loki ban. I would think Loki would be the ban from 100 Thieves here up top. Potentially. Venom going to be the save. I think that's huge for Moderate, obviously, what we saw in their plan of attack. They've got Jeff available, so Jeff ban would also make a lot of sense here, especially with the save. Could be a bait, though. Don't take the bait, Vic. Do they end up catching the shark or the trickster?
I feel like I would take the bait. I don't know. We're gonna see because we got the team up now available. But I don't take the bait. They don't take the bait. Yes, they don't let the devil out, and they get that final ban. No Daredevil for NRG Shock, especially when they get away with the Elsa. We've been seeing that Elsa 1v1 duel. We were calling it with like the ego check between these two duelists.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hey, Zoe just asked, what team is going to pull off the more surprising picker ban? I had a gut feeling that Remix was cooking something up there with the team, and it really wasn't hard to do the homework on that last match. It's like, gee, well, what really gave us struggle there? The guys in red, get them out of here, and they did just that. NRG forced to adapt. We'll see what they end up putting together for the team here. It's going to be 100 Thieves on defense first. This is going to be the lineup that they've got rolling. You're going to have Self on the Namor, which I like this pick, Vic. And stick with more of the same. When are you going to go back instead? We're going to see if they go to Cloak. And okay, we got Winnie on the Invis. What they have.
Okay. TTK sticking to the Emma, it looks like, as well. Bit different, so that way you could try to choke out what you could expect from the other side if they have the opportunity. Maybe opportunity onto Chime, but if they're expecting Window to roll out on this group, you already know that TTK being on the Emma is going to be able to get that damage boosted early onto the beam just by trying to farm those walls.
Yeah, and there's going to be almost always a portal. Typically, to open up Shinshibuya, there's a lot of portal play just because of the way that this map is set up, right? So we'll see when they decide to use that. Go trying to already get a little bit of a neutral hit in there. Might as well farm up that ult. Starting right away from day dot. Stinkers on the quick long-range poke. Like that, swap on over. Doesn't have access to the devil anymore. Going to play another fire hero. Velocity on the Loki that we know so well. Thought maybe that would get the ban, Vic. Could aid them pretty well in this matchup.
Again, you only have so many bans, right? It's NRG who are rolling out with Velocity being on the Loki, so they'll be able to have the God of Mischief into the invisible boundary. Talk about Brew Walls, though, and the cutoff from the strategists who do not have line of sight. Windows says, make way, I'm the one moving in here. Being on the grid is no problem, no damage boost for any Emma here for TTK to shine. Instead, it is Windows' time to close out the gap and clear up this free real estate.
Yeah, and if you can try to hold it, they're not going to be able to touch, though. And yeah, now Moderate Okay, very interesting on how they approach it. Yeah, go ahead and hide in your building, by the way, and we'll just wall it off and shut down and close every window. Vic, what a call, what a call.
He's building his own house here, and the community rolling right behind him together with the rest of Shock. I like these swap-ups, though. Okay, so together now, Delena. You said who's going to throw something out? All right, it may not be the VP that we're looking for, but it's going to be Delena on the side. Like, they're letting Self now be on the Elsa instead.
I haven't seen Delena on. It's been Midtown back in my day. It's been 87 years. No, it's been a long time since we've seen that. Vinny gonna go quick down right now. It is a stagger fest. My goodness, Shin Shibuya being the newest map. NRG looking like they've practiced it a bit and why they selected it. Pushing already. Any point on this map favors the defense. And so it could be a hold at any point, but you gotta at least get a team wipe first to start that train, Vic. And right now, if you're NRG and you're ult tracking, just keep the foot on the gas and Window, get up there.
I mean, it's the fact that they burned TTK so hard that he was forced to use Diamond Form just so that way he could use the Carbon Crush to get away back to his team. These walls have been so detrimental. Let me out, Ayúdame. You look like the Kool-Aid man just trying to brute force his way out of there before you try to dive down. It's the Groot into combo together as Stinkers finds Winnie nowhere to run, not even through the invisible boundary. And that's a big pick because Winnie won't be around to utilize that strategist ultimate.
Oh my gosh, they're just having their way right now with the 100 Thieves. I mean, all locked up in jail. No one's free at the moment. And now it's just going to continue the stagger. Get out of there. Run and hide, Venom. Run and hide. And here's a quick counter that they're going to try to roll up Delena. The slash and dash. Getting something from it now. Going to go ahead and force the ult on Rinko. That's the best they got out of it. Velocity finds success as well. And this could not be going better for Energy Shock, Vicky.
Literally a steamroll right now because they're also comboing so well into their own ultimates. And now you currently have Window who's about to have Strangling Prison. Chime too with that Apex Predator. They've been non-stop from the very beginning. They are at 4 minutes, less than 55 seconds on the clock, and they just need one more checkpoint.
Our break was 3 minutes. This is 5 minutes left on the whole dang third part of the map. So, I mean, look at this aggression, pushing up early. 100 Thieves still don't have anything to the name. TTK, sure, but outside of that, really, it's going to be just complete uphill sledding. And Chime can put an end to this part of the point as well. This is the last part of the choke that's really going to favor Thieves, and they have to keep it here if they're going to have this thing even be competitive for this last part. Oh,
look at this wild Apex Predator with the cartridge and the wall right behind him here too. Just so that way he can be in a better position. And they let Chime unleash. The shackles have been broken. The Invisible Woman is fighting for their lives, but there's only so much you can do when you're left alone, and they still have not stopped Cozy.
The aura points that NRG Shock gets, you got the portal. Now you have like the somersault cartwheel off the bridge into the Galartrox. Come on now. Just completely farming it up all day long. Chime's going to continue up in the spawn room. This is just absolutely nasty. Madara throwing out the counter portals on each point. Shin Shibuya, welcome back to Ignite. My God, we missed you.
Oh, this map will drive some on the edge of their seats because nobody's there to push off. No invisible boundary. Disappear back to the other side of the map.
Time to switch things up.
3 minutes and 36 seconds left is an absolute disrespectful time to be putting up on that board. That is crazy coming out for NRG Shock. They did not, I think they just taped the W's down on the keyboard. Nothing. I think Winnie got a pick maybe on the first point. Like, and Delena as well, like on the second. That was it. There was nothing going Thieves' way.
I was gonna ask Cozy, like, have we ever seen 100 Thieves, even with this different iteration, like, you know what I mean, like Serum Bucks, etc. Have we seen them lose out that hard with a dominating time pool in the favor of another team? Because that was a different look entirely. I think this is exposing 100 Thieves for the lack of flexibility that they usually get to lean on when it comes to running out with the Jeff, right? Like, is this something that Winnie feels comfortable going for? Is Self comfortable being able to flip-flop between what Delena likes to play? Because you want to enable the player who's been having that MVP performance, force Delena off, goes over to Psylocke, and then proceeded to just unfortunately get steamrolled.
I will say this, they played Sentinels long ago on Central Park, and Sentinels had a 5 minutes on the clock time. It was beautiful. It was crazy. 100 Thieves held the whole thing and ended up winning. So, I mean, I'm not saying that this same thing's going to happen here, but, you know, they've been against it maybe once before. But, yeah, this is definitely going to be tough. And here we go. We got Madara looking for some fun already. as we see the eye of the portal ready to go. And there it is. Does he find Vinny? Goodbye off the map. Another one for Madara. Clip that. I'll see that on social media later.
Got it 3 of them in the last 2 games. This being the last one. I can't. I mean, can you imagine, like, the confidence boost, the momentum shifter that is as well for Madara being on the Strange right now before you see Window 2 kind of looking at Vinny. Yes, he's on the Venom, but it's like, I'm the real Groot real quick. The diff is insane when we were expecting elsewise.
Oh, for sure here as now Window is going to continue to rotate back into this one. The skin to boot. Gotta love it here. Nothing like it, but in Marvel Rivals with the rotation over, Winnie now going to be on the Deadpool. Really opens up some of their strats that they can try to pull, and it's going to be a bit of desperation strats with that much time on the board. Here it is, the old already up and ready, trying to use that aggression with it. Vic, this is right now just a stalemate.
Okay, hold on, seeing the flexibility though, because we have Winnie coming through on the strat pool, and Delena following up to find Window. To Staggerfest in a very different look here, but it's going to be NRG who do lose out onto number advantage in favor for 100 Thieves. And Millennia is about to have the invisible boundary. They want to save that though, but they're playing very split up if you're looking at Energy Chocolate. Madara goes crazy with an Eye of Agamotto before diving down. Can he find one of the strategists from the back line here? He uses the Eye of Agamotto and finds Self and Vinny. That's big onto Self specifically because Millennia doesn't have invisible boundary anymore. Oh,
yeah, crazy boundary to keep things going for the team because they were right there trying to stagger the Strange when set up. Them not able to get the portal back, but Madara gets the pop on Winnie. Trades quickly. Self gonna go ahead and find the best with the green team. Vinny finds another, and just that comes yet another window open as Venom is trying his best to keep that cart there. Spider Zero will not be stopped though, heading to the point. So not as perfectly clean, right? If you had 10s across the board for NRG Shock, it's like a couple 9s and a 10, but not a bad 0.1.
But the thing is too is that Shock are also giving 100 Thieves a little bit more time to like get set up down the lane, but Shock are also going to have that same time to look down at what 100 Thieves are going to do, whereas on the other side when Shock was on the attack, they were pushed up very far up. They were rocking the perfect composition for it, and they still have Chime in Window that could go in for a follow-up.
For sure. And NRG could just play this so different with the time that they had available and, you know, on the board there with 3 minutes, 30 seconds. They're able to play their push, the aggression that much different. Even the comp, right? Nice. Self does find Window, though, through that with the Soul Resurgent coming up with the Glar trucks to follow. This is a great job from them staying alive through it. That's going to be Winnie and Delena finding more success here. So with a old disadvantage, 100 Thieves again are able to go from 0 Thieves to like 50 at this point. They're at least getting halfway there. 3 minutes, 34 seconds, Vic.
Again, Winnie with the flexibility here does have that trap pool ultimate ready to go. S here already. Looking at NRG and what they have in store, though, they don't really have any of those offensive ults just yet. No God of Mischief actually very close together with Renko, where they can utilize that Venn diagram with a double invis ult, whereas TTK searching for his victim before getting the scoop up the shish kebab as they want to stop the Elsa. Beautiful protects here for TTK. The controller player himself now tries to get in the follow-up. Another wall to allow them to try to reposition here, but it's going to be Window who gets harassed the most.
Crazy that no one fell through that Glartrox too, because they got a good bit from it. Now forced to go ahead and rotate all the way back here is 100 Thieves. They were moments away from this point, and that is exactly really what NRG just needs to do to end up winning this thing decisively. Gonna go ahead and now put the pedal on the metal. Invisible boundary used aggressively. You love to see it. Winnie already using that ult earlier, and that was the one they relied on. TTK's got ult and Heaven Retribution, but time is ticking.
Honestly, Velocity really had no other choice there, though. He popped the God of Mischief very early, unnecessarily, and kind of just put it down so that way it doesn't go entirely to the waste. But could have held on to it, honestly, seeing how they were able to restabilize here. Renko at least has that invisible boundary, and he's going to try to match that with Millennia.
Yeah, this is where it gets tough, though. 2 minutes left, and you've got yourself some windows of opportunity. With Window on the other side and Chime to follow. Really, they're just trying to stay alive to get even odds in the ult economy-wise. Heaven Falls, Retribution ready to go. TTK hunting that back line, the Phoenix in particular. I'll see what else they can find, but right now just has to rotate out. I mean, there's not much they can do here, Vic.
I am Groot, though. You follow up the Clark charge. That's the bubble cover we're looking for. But through the invisible boundary, Benny with some whiplash gets saved for now. Backs away. He's still alive. W invisible boundary here from Millennia, at least to help him out. And also called out exactly where the Glartrox would try to put him so he could at least get the extra health.
Now, that was a magic trick, though, right? We saw Delina throw their Glartrox in, and then out comes Chimes, and then Vinny gets it. I'm like, what did we just witness come from the invisible boundary? But just like this, yet again, another pick happens, and it is NRG taking it to 100 Thieves, the favorite in the region, showing why they need to be feared in this group of death. I mean, this is why it's a group of death, Vic, and why every team has such a huge shot to show what they can do.
And something else that we have to pinpoint, Cozy, I just saw it there with Madra. They have the team up, the new season team up between the Doctor Strange and the Invisible Woman. The pull in, the extra damage there really have benefited themselves into just a slight stagger. He's got the Eye of Agamotto. You know Madara's hungry. I saw him jump up in the air, and everyone knows that's when the Doctor Strange wants it the most. But Stinkers, with a beautiful snipe, Phoenix still on the table, is able to get another pick.
Yeah, Mental's in the dumpster right now. You got to completely turn this thing around and try to keep yourself alive. Now 42 seconds, have to play absolutely perfect, but nothing to give. I mean, look at even their choices on the ult front. NRG's got enough to bring down a graphics card, while 100 Thieves just has Winnie himself, right? So just trying to stay this thing going.
Is it going to be enough? Maybe cut the mouse while they're at it here as well. See if they can take any advantage, because they got everything in the books. Renko's close to that invisible boundary. Velocity's got the God of Mischief ready. And 100 Thieves don't have their own invisible boundary. They need to get big on this wombo combo between Vinny. Winnie's going to be able to try to get the follow-up right afterwards here with the Deadpool before diving down and Song Inferno for a reset. Well, Vinny goes down, though. 100 Thieves only down to 5 of these members.
Soul Resurgence keeps him up a bit, and here comes the Agamotto available, but 50% in cut is just gonna not be enough. TTK trying to get something from this ult, and with it, time is ticking down. 100 Thieves in desperation mode. Glartrox comes out, does find that prey. There's the side to be out, but gonna catch the building. Now coming back to the point to the boundary, kept alive. Chime finds one, Winnie's down. More to follow, Self gets another. Vicky, right now, NRG is shocking every 100 of those Thieves. It's over.
100 KOs, maybe, as 100 Thieves bow out in the best series of the day to end our first day of Americas with the Marvel Rivals Ignite.
March Madness, Marvel Madness, I'm burning all my brackets. I mean, at this point, you don't know what you're going to get, and I'm all about it here in the America region. What a performance, and what an opening day across the matches, but especially from the teams that needed to show exactly who they are. Man, I'm sure NRG Shock is absolutely just thrilled to bring on that huge W for the team.
Imagine they're saying, put some respect on those predictions, right? We got our eyes bookmarked on everybody else, like we heard earlier from Sparky, right? And then now you get to take a look at the results. Velocity. Cozy, I think you highlighted this so perfectly before we dove into this game. You said Loki, surely, right? Like, we'll get the protect on the Loki if you want to come out of this. Velocity going onto this Loki helped out so much. It felt like we were still playing hero magical chairs here, music chairs, on the 100 Thieves side, trying to see what slotted in, what works out, even rocking the triple strategist in a different variation than what we may have expected would have benefited them with the Jeff.
No, for sure. It's a game of adjustments too, right? It's like, all right, hey, Window, you don't get to play Deadpool. Stinkers, no more Daredevil for you. And they're like completely fine. I mean, Stinkers didn't give a dang about the devil on that one. 25k damage up and 10 eliminations out. That was not just a win. It was a firm statement across the board of this team. And we saw it, and we've talked about this so much. You know, it's interesting because you have some teams with a lot of talent all come together from different teams of the past. And then what's the makeup of that new squad? This is definitely one that, to me, is singing in harmony.
Yeah, I agree. And then you take a look like at the way that they were able to play around the strat line too. Chime, who, by the way, went down twice. Like, when you take a look at how dominating that was, not only did Unfee struggle to even get that payload moving, but it was that one area going down the lane I know is so difficult when you aren't able to get preemptively set up too.
Yeah, you know, as a core group too, you know, a lot of them coming from Dreamland, it's like, wow, they've evolved a lot as players as well. I mean, obviously you had Valentina go somewhere else, and now you have Velocity coming in with, you know, Rinko as their new backline. Man, they proved it. Zoe, I mean, are you stunned? Are you shocked?
No, I'm not shocked. Thank you. Good job. Well done.
I try.
So proud of himself too. No, but I mean, like, heading into this last match, quite frankly, like, I liked what I saw from 100 Thieves a lot more in terms of like their ban and lock like strategy. I felt like, okay, like this looks a little more convincing than Energy Shock, just having the attack round of a lifetime, like so much time left in the bank at the very end of it. They made it look easy, which is crazy to say as they went up against 100 Thieves.
It's not a lot of time that we could call something early, but with 3 minutes on the board, I mean, it is being down, you know, a lot, because you have so much to overcome. And kind of what I was saying mid-match there, you're able to play different defensively once you have such a great offensive time, right? Like, you're able to be a bit more aggressive here, or maybe make a little bit of a change there. And I think that also just aids the play style of NRG Shock in general too, Vic.
Yeah, I agree, because now you also, I feel like, have way more slots that are able, and by slots I mean like the players are able to kind of influence what these changes are looking like, and a lot more diversity, at least from Energy side. And we got to talk about like the individual plays that force staggers at the hands of Madra. He literally just took him somewhere else to a different dimension. Very true to the theme, because you were talking about the Nine Tails earlier, but straight up put them in the Genjutsu, and he kept them there on the strange with these portals.
There are so many fantastic moments from the individuals. I mean, it was chime time as well, right? Some slick acrobatics on Elsa. It's just every individual, I feel like, on that team had their time in the sun. It was a lot of highlight-worthy plays.
Yeah, and again, just impressed on the player standpoint as we continue to kind of highlight individuals. Like, I kind of knew what 100 Thieves was going to bring in some sense of the word, but individually, Madara, Window, the way that they've shown that they've improved as a team, even like where there are some like Stinkers and Velocity and knew how good they were as players, even showed a level up, as well as Chime. So it impressed me individually, not only as a team, how they've adjusted in, you know, the break that we've had going all the way back to November and what that esports year was.
Yeah, and you guys just mentioned him at the very end of the game. Velocity was the MVP. The Loki really helped out greatly in this match. So Velocity will be the one joining us for a quick chat after this dominant way to finish this last map. The series went the distance. It's been an absolute blast. So I can't wait to pick our players' brain and just get a little bit of insight in the adjustments that had to be made, or the general approach against 100 Thieves. I mean, we know what to expect from those individual players.
I'm not shocked as Velocity taking the interview. I would be honest. I definitely knew that this king was going to come up here and say what's going on. Let's welcome him in right now. Velocity, what's up, brother? It's been too long. It's been too long. How you feeling, man?
Hello. It's been a while. Yeah. How are you, dude?
Oh, dude, doing great. But I mean, watching you guys, I mean, you can't even call you underdogs with that performance. We knew that you guys had so much talent. I gotta ask, man. I mean, Shib and I were talking a lot about this. Like, the talent is there. What's the identity of this new team, man? You know, with what you guys have put together.
So we started off a little rocky. I think we were like a big brawl team. We were relying on Stinker's Wolf and Chime's Phoenix and my Loki, and we were playing a lot of brawl. And then we were like, brawl is kind of terrible right now. Like, we got to swap it up. So we've been spamming dive for like a month now, and I think we are maybe the best dive team in North America right now. We've been beating a lot of people in the past week, Scrimbucks, but we're gonna show that we are a little more versatile. But yeah.
Hell yeah, brother.
I mean, the Scrimbooks have been actually like accurate when we're looking at Swap Gaming just earlier, and that's actually like I think your next opponents for like day number 3 or so, if I recall correctly. But it's the way that you guys were playing, and you said that you were working on what you felt like was your weaker point to get better on dive. It took you guys about a month, and you guys got your practice in. You look fantastic. I mean, I'm curious, what is your thought on Shin Shibuya coming back into the fray, especially that being like the closer of the day?
We wanted to go a dive map there because we knew that they did not want to play against our dive. So it was a smart play. Me and Tenso were like, let's go Shin Shibuya, because they have to ban Daredevil on that map. It's just too strong on that map. So and then we know we're better than them at front to back. So that's kind of the idea behind it. But I'm a big Shin Shibuya fan. I think it's fun for poke. I think dive can work on it, and as you saw, brawl in front to back can work on it. So I think it's a good map.
Spoken like a Loki player.
Yeah, it is a Loki map. Yeah, big Loki map.
Well, we've been super excited to see it back in the mix and then already seeing it in play on that first day. Now, this has been a close series though. Like, it was a back and forth, like across the board, all 3 maps. When the series gets that close and the pressure is at a boiling point, the comms can either get very chaotic or they get really clinical. Who in your team is the one who's kind of leading the charge on mid-round adjustments, and what is the message to the team to keep everyone like calm and locked in?
I would say definitely today I was like very chill, very calm. You know, I've been in these games before now, thankfully, because I've been playing for the last year. And I remember last 2 fights of the game, I was just like, chill out. Like, they have this ult, this ult, this ult. We respond with this ult. We can start first with Groot ult. It's just like, it was very clinical from the team's like side of things, and they always listen to what I'm saying, even if it's a stupid idea. So. Yeah, I think I kept everyone chill. I think the passion and the hype is great, and it always comes out. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Can I ask you, by the way, Velocity, what were the comms like when Madara just like opened up his third eye, literally, like with Doctor Strange, and was getting like portal play after portal play? He did it like 3 different times between the second map and then the third map.
He's the doctor, man. He is the doctor. He's the doctor. He invented that whole like TP like kind of strategy. So I remember on our museum, which we lost because I think we trolled really hard. But I was like, you can counter TP, and they literally didn't even want to TP because they knew Madara was counter TPing. So there's just no chance that they get around that. And then he ended up getting one anyways. He's like, I could maybe kidnap one. So yeah, it's great. It's great to have someone who knows exactly what he's doing with the portal, I will say.
Yeah, those clutch moments. It's been so entertaining to watch you and the crew playing today. We can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us coming up in the upcoming 2 weeks. Velocity, for now, we're going to let you go. Rest up. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck tomorrow.
Alrighty, thank you. Shout out J3 though.
There it is.
Always shout out to J3, the GOAT, an absolute GOAT. There were lots of goats on the server today. It was an absolute zoo, in fact. So many incredible moments. What a way to kick things off on our opening day here.
Yeah, for sure. Funny enough, too, Dark Zero used to shout out J3 all the time, right? And Sentinels, some of those old guys, they didn't get the win today. So Velocity first up. He's going to carry on that tradition. What up, Jay? Good to see you. But no, honestly, what a way to finish on an exclamation point. And hey, Glartrox is not the only thing eating good today. The underdogs are too. I mean, like, you can't even call them that anymore because, I mean, really, it was a good day for them in general. Even looking at the matchup that we saw with Luna X and what, how close they were able to get.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely.
I think so. Like, what we noticed too, like, aside from our pick'ems, just like, I guess, reverse everything that we had in our minds with the way that things play out. I mean,
talent is wrong in their pick'ems.
A tale as old as time. But I was on a good record, like at the very end of our second split there, Cozy, of last year. But now I think everything has completely shifted. Not only obviously because of the meta, the roster mania, but I think this is the way to start things off for the season.
I'm
Absolutely.
hyper competitive with myself, and the fact that all my brackets are pretty toast, and I put it out on all social media, and I said disclaimer, this is gonna be a hard one because there's so much, and I don't even think we're close to figuring this thing out, so we're just getting started here.
Yeah, this is just day one, right? So a lot can still happen. Our Preds can still kind of turn around towards the later part of the group stage, and of course in the playoffs as well. We have 2 weeks of regular season play heading into the playoffs, where the top 8 teams will be battling it out for the big cash money. But yeah, I love being wrong in this regard because I go for the safe picks because I want to look smart. But if I'm wrong, that means the underdog is winning. And I'm here for an underdog story. And the underdogs, they had bite and bark today, as you said, Vicky. So I'm here for a good time. All I really want to see is good Marvel Rivals. And that's exactly what those teams brought to the table today.
Exactly. I would love to take a look at how today played out as well, right? Just seeing how that's entirely shifted for us, our pick'ems, other people's Preds too, everybody watching from the Marvel Rivals client and looking at the results, because that's another region down and dusted for our day number 1 here, Zoe.
It is indeed. Yeah, match results, honestly, like if you're looking at them, if you're looking at the score lines, don't be fooled. Go
Yeah.
back, watch the matches. So many maps could have gone either way. I think nothing is for certain this season.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I want to see too is just how these teams evolve. We saw a lot of teams kind of find their way as they continued on. Funny enough, too, 100 Thieves, we kind of pointed this out. They were slow out the gate last year, too. So, you know, am I completely shocked? Like, yes, no, another pun intended. But also, I think that this was a bit expected with the America region and all the roster mania that happened. EMEA, in some ways, are a bit more tight, especially, you know, with some of their rosters. And so we've traded some over there. We've had some over here. And obviously, those additions have been huge. But yeah, back to the drawing board. That's what makes it great, though. Now we have the tape. These teams have the tape to see kind of where things went wrong or right.
Yeah, of course, you know, the turnaround is not awfully long. Like, it's one night of rest, probably a lot of work for the coaches to trying to figure out, like, where did our game plan go wrong? How much was execution? How much was the actual plan? How much is prep? How much is just the other team? Because every once in a while, it's just the other team playing on another level, and there's absolutely nothing you can do if someone absolutely pops off. We definitely had some individuals doing that today on the server. Here are today's results. Yeah, of course, we started off with a pretty big upset because I don't think anyone had FlyQuest going down 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, that was the shock of the day for sure, even with what happened here at the bottom of the bracket. The top and the bottom were the two biggest wows. But Cafe Rose, I can't tell you. I don't know the percentage numbers, but I can tell you it's probably pretty low on taking that first win against such a prestigious org. And yeah, that was definitely what a way to open the day.
Shocker sandwich, guys, like literally to open a day like that and then to end it like with 100 Thieves losing out to NRG Shock. I just welcome back Marvel Rivals Ignite. It's Chef's Kiss. It's so glad to be alongside you guys, Zoe, Cozy. But looking beyond everything else, Space Station also coming out, kind of sticking true to the breads for some of those that were keeping their eye on TSM and their flexibility, and moving forward to see how everything went down between Cafe Rose winning that previously as well. We saw that with Swamp Gaming also taking it in a clean 2-0 fashion versus Sentinels before we actually transition over to that Liquid Citadel versus Lunex Gaming, which, by the way, even though it was a 2-0, was incredibly close.
Yeah. Yeah, here you can see the Group A rankings. Obviously, limited sample size, right? So they're not too much to go off. I think the teams that won definitely put a bit of a target on their back. Swamp Gaming, for example, like they've performed really well. So people need to be really careful going up against them.
And yeah, not to get ahead of tomorrow too much, but I've got to say, just circling on my calendar, Fly versus Sentinels tomorrow, that's two teams that lost today that, you know, probably thought they were going to get the dubs. I believe that hits us on the 28th here, and that's one that, yeah, there it is. The match number 2, I mean, talk about such an important game for both of these teams, but it's still, you know, a lot of cool things coming up here for tomorrow.
Absolutely. We also, Vicky, get a first look at Nightmare, and yeah, we lost. The only two teams we haven't seen play yet.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that fares out because I think a Nightmare is a pretty strong team, but also we witnessed what we lost was capable of doing in the MRC in a 24-minute best of 7 series. And that's a highlight, right? Because we get to see everyone's favorite Jitwort and the rest of this team like really come out into fruition against a team that has a really established player. So that's going to be the first banger to open up the day. But to parrot what Cozy was saying, I think the #1 bold series to look at after just today's results is what we've seen from Sentinels and FlyQuest. Can FlyQuest really wake up? Sentinels kind of being a little bit more telegraphed with the triple strategist lineup that they keep trying to force out. And then you got TSM versus Lunex, and I'm excited for that one too because Lunex really woke up. Cafe Rose, this one is going to be a lot harder because you have to deal with Swamp Gaming, and you heard them in the interview. You know, they don't want to cash in too hard when it comes to the scrim bucks, but they're one of those teams that have not lost out in the current meta right now that this tournament is being played on.
Yeah, but Cafe Rose may be still flying under the radar, but this is a great opportunity for them to show that today was not a fluke. You know, they can hang with the best. We might not expect them to like get the victory here, but if they can make it close, then they still put themselves in a very good position.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is definitely, I mean, what a gauntlet to come out to right away, having, you know, Cafe Rose go against Swamp Gaming day 2. But yeah, I mean, Vicky said it best. I mean, our third map in the museum there against NRG and 100 Thieves was about 20-ish minutes, 25 minutes long. Okay. Yeah, we won a best of 7 4 maps in about 25 minutes against what we saw in Lunex. So like this team is electric, Zoe, and I think they're probably the team that I'll be definitely, touching into tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So many things to keep an eye out for tomorrow. Also, so many things in game to keep your eyes on, because tonight we got a few goodies that drop. For example, we're seeing the Daring Duo costume for Cloak and Dagger on our screens right now. This actually pulls straight from the Marvel Rivals Infinity comics. Absolutely love them. So yeah, if you're a collector, if you're a lore hunter, cop them right now. All of that, of course, also Season 7 Battle Pass. That's been out since March 20th. The story, I love the story here because it's all about the tablet of life and time. So this is like super high stakes power struggle, very dramatic, involving everyone, like Kingpin, Black Cat, like just across the board. So make sure to complete that at your own leisure, because once you've unlocked it, you just have access to it.
And Cloak's got legs to add, by the way. Like,
I don't know if I like that, to be honest.
A little disturbing almost, right? Like you're not used to it.
I didn't need to know that.
You can hit the dance floor now. You can go to Times Square and dance a little bit easier, maybe, possibly.
I like the enigma of it. Like with us casters, like, do we have legs? No one really knows.
Just like we get to see like Adam Warlock just flying around with that new skin. But you know what? You also get to see dancing up our flight mode, a different variation of the flight that we were just talking about, Adam Warlock. Instead, you get to cop this merch that just became available just yesterday. Look at these skins. The Star-Lord coming out in style. I'd be personally terrified if I see this bedazzled terror from the skies coming in to just dance away on the galactic legend on your backline. And then, of course, the Magic 2 highlight of my week, by the way. And then the more kind of matching with the Invisiwoman and that disco skin that you could see earlier on.
I mean, Vic, with the hype, I already bought these. I might go back and buy them again. I mean, come on now. It's just too good. No, honestly, though, if that's the last thing I saw before I went down is that Namor staring me down, I don't think I could ever live it off. And what I can definitely see myself rocking as a big fan of football is the Captain America skin. Zoe, what do you think of this one? Is he blending into the college environments? I think is the muscles like him away?
No one would be any wiser. I think also the skin actually says Rogers in the back, so I don't know if your Brett Hendrick alias is quite as deceptive with literally the name on the back of it. I do love it though. Absolute massive fan of it. It's also basically the chattiest of all skins you can possibly have, looking at the ESU sports days of Captain America. So make sure to cop it and relive your peak, that's what we're here for.
Oh man, what a day, guys. What an amazing opening to what is going to be such an incredible year 2. And year 1 delivered in every way, and I'm so excited to see more. Zoe, I mean, it was so fun to have you be a part of this thing. It's going to be even crazier. I hope you're ready, because I think today was just a taste, yeah?
Absolutely. No, I'm so excited to be here and kick this off with all of you here. I love how wrong we were. I love how the teams proved us what they have cooked up for the season. Nothing's very obvious if we're looking at our predictions. So yeah, we have a lot more fun stuff to come. The season will be long, the journey will be hard, and those teams will give it their all. But for now, that is a bye from us. Cozy, Vicky, thank you so much for lending your voices and your wrinkly brains to all the action today. It was a fantastic way to kick off the season. We expect fireworks. Day 1 delivered all of that and so much more. But yeah, we're gonna see what the teams have in store for us tomorrow. So on behalf of Cozy, Vicky, and the entire crew, I'm Zoe. Thanks so much for hanging out with us at the Ignite opener, and we'll see you back again tomorrow.